All right, here we go, people. Welcome in to my first stream as an affiliate. This is pretty outstanding. I already have 3 subscribers. I don't think any of them are here yet, but that is amazing and outstanding and beyond what I could ever have imagined for myself at this point. So, going to continue the build. If anyone has questions, anyone has any concerns, anyone has any limericks, jump in and let me know. I need to fix one volume thing here real quick. I think that's a good volume right there. Okay. All right. Strangely enough, it feels like I haven't streamed in a very long time. I don't know why it feels that way. I mean, it's really just been since last week. I guess it's just, that's the volume of how much has happened. Okay, I feel like I should do this right now. So that I complete my side. Also, I doubt I'm going to be able to use this regular file, but let's start with that and just see what happens. Do 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 do. Okay. I did all these already, so it's really just this thing here. And it is the same pattern all the way up. Okay. Until you get to the top there, then it varies, which makes sense. I have no idea if I have enough blocks. We'll find out in 2 seconds. If I do or not. What? Run out of blocks 5 blocks in. Okay, I think. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's all. Oh, it is. Oh, that's weird. Oh, it's the pattern below it shining through. That's what's throwing me off. Got it. Okay, that's fine. What am I doing on these? I am almost out. All right, yeah, so let's go and get more of this before I get going too far. And I need more of these as well. I'll probably put back. Oh, geez. Okay. All right. All right. That should be good. That should, ow. That should be good. That should be good. All right. Really hungry. I really want to eat that carrot. All right. What I don't remember off the top of my head is which one is which. Gonna be easier to do that way. Yeah, that's easier. Always a pattern. Always a way to do it easier. Rip. If you're motion sensitive, this might not be the best method. But as far as being a little bit more efficient, this feels pretty good. You realize as I get to the top, I might have a challenge here. I'm not mad about it. That felt pretty good, actually. Let's start it on the other side. That's okay. I definitely don't think honey blocks stop the thing, the falling damage. Okay, so is this the same on both sides? No, it is a mirror. Okay, good to know. Eat the carrot. Just eat it. I know you want to. There you go. Now maybe you'll stop nagging me about it. I think I did the bottom one wrong. I did. Yeah, I don't know that I like this method. This is not working out quite as well. I think the onesie twosie makes more sense. Just feels like it can be more accurate. Weird. No worries, Aldi. Appreciate you being here. Hey, thank you, Lark. Welcome in. Let's do this. That'll be easier. Thank you so much for the subscription, Lark. I appreciate that, my friend. Howdy, howdy. How's the server test going? Have we broken it yet? I'm actually legitimately a little bummed. I don't know. I feel like server testing would be fun. Oh, I'm sure. Like the worst thing about a Minecraft server is when everyone's logged into different locations. All the chunk loading is hard on a server. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what he knows and what he's comfortable with. I know it helps things in terms of server performance. I'm just a little bummed because I know that it's going to possibly affect some of the things that you can do technically. So, but as it is, better to have a functioning server than it is to, do all the little sneaky things. For sure. Let's do this side. Nah, let's do this side. I do think, I don't think the hermits use paper. I think that they use some fabric mods. But you know. My family's server is actually a pretty decent server as far as that goes. And I know that it can struggle with just the 5 of us playing sometimes, again, if we're all in different places. So I'm sure that some version of modification is needed on these things. To be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing Mojang maybe bring someone in or consult with someone to solidify their network code a little bit. They've left that to be up to the people playing the game and the mod community, but I don't think it would hurt to make something more standard that just runs better in a multiplayer environment. I'm out already. I'm gonna have to make more. Good lord. It'll be a building block stream today. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay. And then what I don't know is the same thing I didn't know before. Wait a minute. Did you get remapped? Ah, what happened? Check it. Hold on. What is going on here? Oh, and this is not cool. No, this is not cool at all. All right, let's... Not cool, replay mod. Don't rebind my keys, please. I don't want that in there either. Okay, whatever. All right, so... these are mirrors. I think that's okay. I think I'll just follow it. All right, that'll be my hint as to what I should be working on. Okay. But There, there, and there. And boop. And there. And there. Okay. Over here. All right. Doot, doot, doot. Oh, I just realized particles are turned back on. It's probably fine. Feel like that particular brand of flying is super dangerous. I'm going to slam my face into something. Probably today. Just a guess. Eat that carrot. Eat it. Now leave me alone. Stop nagging me about eating the carrot. And no. Mm, mm. Mm. Almost made it all the way up. Look at that. Now that's interesting. Oh, is that all? That does not go there. I have questions. I have questions. What is your issue exactly? I don't actually know. Is it the block behind you? It probably has a connectivity it doesn't have in the schematic, I bet. Yeah, I'm willing to bet that that's what it is. All right, I'm not going to sweat it. Everything fall all the way down here? Possibly. All right. I think that side's complete. That is awesome. Where are we at here? Yeah, awesome. Also I need different blocks. The advantage of doing it one side at a time is replay mod, but doing all the different pieces is probably better. Hmm. Hmm. spot. Hey, Crazy Chef, welcome in, my friend. It's good to see you. I am doing some very important block sorting right now. Doing all right, my friend. Doing all right. I am nice emote use there, Aldi. My first emote use. Doing all right. I am making some good progress here. Did he? I'm not surprised. You know Aldi and his server breaking antics. Yeah, man. Founders badges are fun. Well, as I understand it, the two of you deserve a founder's badge based on what we've talked about during the interviews. So I'm pretty actually thrilled that you guys are. Thinking. What am I working on? What do I need? I feel like I need these blocks. Mostly. Rip right into the side. Right into the side. Okay, here we go. Oh, I'm gonna need help. I can't just zip up the side on this one. I actually need to know what I'm doing. Portal-based gold farm, overworld or nether. It's nether. It's actually not portal-based. I mean, I'm not 100% sure what you were looking at, but this is my gold farm here. And it's nether-based. So it's as far as designs go, this is about as low rent as you get. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're asking. I think nether based. I'm not, to be honest with you, I haven't done a lot with portal based farms. But if you set them up right in the nether, there's no reason to push them through a portal. You aren't gaining anything by doing that. So oh, I see. If you can't build on the roof, I'd still say you're probably better off just leaving it in the nether, to be honest with you. I really don't think you gain anything by pushing them into the overworld. Well, you can build on the roof. I don't know what he... Yeah, I wasn't sure why he was asking that. If he was asking because he wanted to not build on the roof or, you know, whatever. But you'd have to create a perimeter in the nether. But, you know, that's just digging. You could slab a perimeter in the nether too. That'd be another way to go about it. It's hard sometimes to find all the little nether caves, but you could slab it. Or you can dig out the perimeter. Hey, Mike, welcome in. Thank you so much for the subscription. You guys are awesome. I appreciate it so much. Is that true, Lark? Well, Chef, I anticipate, and obviously, you know, you may want to do something yourself, but I anticipate we'll be on the roof. Whether we can break bedrock or not's a whole nother conversation, which it sounds to me like we're not going to be able to. But you can get on the roof, and once you're on the roof, you can just use a portal to get back and forth. You don't need to use an ender pearl to get up there. Use an ender pearl to get up there the first time, and then from then on out, you're using a portal. So anyway, just throwing that out there. Yeah, founder's badge, Mike. No sweat, man. No sweat. Honestly, Chef, we're all still learning something about this game. I just learned the other day that when you hit someone with a bow, you get a ping sound. And I thought for a long time that that was just a specific modification. That shows you how much PvP versus people I've done in this game. I'm just going to float that idea out there, by the way. I have never done PvP against another player, so I am sure that I am terrible at PvP. And so I encourage all of you to find reasons to challenge me at PvP, because I am sure I'm not good at it. Head games. Oh, I would enjoy that. I think that was one of the more entertaining things that they've done, to be honest with you. Oh, this is stare. That's why. That's why it's freaking out at me. Okay. Yeah, I think so too, Aldi. I think that would be great. No, this is fine. Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is good. Practice makes better. Zero death club. Yeah. The whole zero death thing is kind of interesting just because I don't die a lot in this game. But when I do, man, it's spectacularly stupid. It's never anything noteworthy. It's never anything heroic. It's always like I wasn't paying attention to a ravine and I fell into it as I was jumping through the terrain. But I am curious. Somebody mentioned on the Discord the other day something about wondering who the first person to die is. And I'm kind of curious, like who will be the first and who will be the last. Although playtime plays a factor in that too. If some of us are playing more often than others. Is that, I didn't see that. I wasn't in early Mike stream. That's awesome. Mike or Lark. I've not seen Lark play anything dangerous so far. Every time I've been in Lark stream, it's always doing something that's not specifically dangerous. So I don't know how good Lark is at that kind of a thing. I mean, Aldi said something about my environment because I'm working in the nether, but I mean, this place is pretty tame considering all the bad things spawn outside of my render distance. So, you know, there's plenty of spooky things over here, but they're all spawning far away from me. So this is like almost peaceful mode over in my area. Elaine being the last to die. I mean, she is in a hardcore world that's 100 days. That's true. I mean, she might be the last to die, but her panda might be the first. Sorry. Again, she's not here to defend herself. I'm just glad Orange the chicken survived. She already killed one Orange the chicken now that I think about it. Oh, by the way, welcome in, Elliot. I just saw you in. PvP on Hypixel. Interesting. I did a little bit of that, I don't know, probably 5-6 years ago. I don't love that environment. It's not why I play Minecraft, but yeah, I'm with you. It's an interesting experience over there. Yeah, dying AFK. See, that's another great example of a stupid death that I'll encounter. I'll be AFKing and I'll have forgotten to put something over my head to stop phantoms from spawning. And then I come back and I died because a phantom killed me. I always AFK with my stuff put away for that reason, because you never know what you've forgotten to account for. Rip Panda. Rip Panda. So sad. Was there any big revelations about the server test, by the way? Like, did we already discover that we have to upgrade the hardware? Well, now that's interesting. Oh, yeah. That doesn't actually need to be there. That makes total sense. And then same over there, right? Yeah, okay. Cool. I have full confidence that he can solve any issues. I was more thinking... I don't know. I guess I was imagining something that wasn't being accounted for. Something more catastrophic, but I should have expected, he's already got experience doing this kind of stuff, so I doubt there's any major curveballs that he would have been thrown. And then there's always going to be adjustments and tweaks. Upgraded already. And when you say that upgraded, you mean from whatever the environment was you guys were running before? Gotcha. I'm really curious about that stuff. I avoided making myself a server. That's why we went to Realms when we first set up a non-LAN family server. I'd set up a Minecraft server once a million years ago, and I found it unnecessarily complex back then, especially because I had done other game servers for like personal use, and I just felt like the Minecraft environment wasn't really set up for it. This goes back a long ways. More recently, it's a lot easier to set up, and the hosts are like ready for Minecraft. So, but I'm really curious about like what kind of power it takes to run a server. Just because, like I was saying earlier, when Lark popped in, I just run a family server. It's just 5 of us, and I know that the second you get 3 of us in 3 different places on the server starts to feel it. So. And I've always been super fascinated by Hermitcraft because they have so many people spread over such a large area. And they only start really getting lag when they start doing crazy, builds, basically. When there's a million mobs, a bunch of sheep running around their gaming district and stuff, like, that's when I've seen Hermitcraft having like lag issues, for instance. So anyway, I'll have to, at some point, I'll have to pick a lad's brain about all that stuff, just because I'm curious about it as a technical person in general. Okay, do I want to finish this or do that later? I think I want to do that later. That's what I think I've decided. All right. Barely using any wall. I don't know why I thought I used so much wall last time. It's really just slabs. I'm really hoping the pre-release goes well. That's weird. Just the top slab. How's that possible? Oh, duh. I'm doofus. Never mind. Reading the wrong line. Technical. Michael. You are a genuine joy, my friend. I don't know. I still miss slime blocks for scaffolding. I do appreciate honey blocks, but I still feel like slime blocks might be better. Mostly because in that particular case, with the honey blocks being a lower hitbox, you end up being stuck down in the block and it's hard to build against it. I am ready to prank people. I've already got some ideas, none of which I will reveal, but I've been kind of keeping notes, mostly based on interactions that I've had. I shouldn't say it too. It's not like I am not the prankster that I have probably making myself out to be. I have too many of my own plans. I don't feel like I want to spend all of my time coming up with ways to prank people, but I do have some ideas. Most of which should be, like I said, some sort of a tie-in to either conversations that I've had with people or almost in jokes, I guess. I'm not above, speaking of slime chunks, I am not above using the chunk finder program to sniff out slime chunks. I know that can kind of be viewed somewhat as kind of cheaty, but at the same time, I've done it both ways. I've done it with the you wait till you find the slime chunk thing as you're digging. Does that go the other way? It sure does. It goes the other way. All right. And for planning purposes, it's just so much easier to... Oh, it does go. What am I doing? I probably placed it the same way both times. Probably what I'm doing, more than likely. Anyway, I've done it with the where you accidentally find them, and I've done it where you plan on them, and it definitely works out better when you plan on them. So I'll leave this. This particular world, I mined out 5 slime chunks that happened to be really close to my base in anticipation of doing something with it, but then I just found that I was using honey blocks a lot more, and I didn't actually need the slime chunks for anything, so. You haven't done a lot of underground digging that I've seen, Aldi. I mean, I'm imagining you're getting your resources from somewhere, but like any of the times that I've seen you play, you're always above the surface. And sometimes, like when you're underground, if you're doing strip mining, you won't find a lot of slime chunks that way, just because the nature of strip mining doesn't usually clear out very much of a space for slimes to spawn. I do like the slime farms, though. They're one of my favorite farms to make. They're pretty low tech. You can do some fun things with like the environment, with like where the slimes go and where you put the iron golems. And prior to this particular iteration of my world, I used slime chunks a lot, or slime blocks a lot, rather. They were my number one scaffolding block before scaffolding came along. I don't think so. I don't remember that, Aldi, so I don't think I was there for that. It doesn't need Sky Access Chef, but it does increase rates. Basically, if you clear out everything above the slimes to Sky, they will spawn in greater numbers. But it's not required. I'm about 50-50 on building slime chunks that are actually exposed to air versus are buried underground, just because the aesthetics were better. So, I mean, at some point in time, almost every farm will give you too many materials. So, unless you're selling them, that's going to be new for me. Going to add in Saturday. I'm still hoping to add a day of the week, some evening, to my stream schedule. I just still haven't figured out when that will work out best, when that would be ideal. Like, I feel like Wednesday evening for me probably will end up being the best, but my weekday schedule is still variable enough. Oh, I'm a lot higher than I thought. Let's get up there. But as I also said too, I will be playing a lot more than I'll be streaming. I also intend to make a YouTube series out of it. And I say intend because it's been in my long-term plans to make a YouTube series. But I just haven't gotten to that point yet. And to be honest, the whole YouTube style of play where your avatar is you and you do camera work like around the avatar existing in the world, while you do voiceover, that's all still fairly intimidating to me. I've tried to record a couple of things in that style, and it's fine. I know I'll get used to it, but it's still a little bit weird. Like, it's much easier to stream and do what I do than it is to like record those kinds of videos. At least that's just how my brain works. But yeah, I do want to do a YouTube series off of the new server. I feel like that would be a good opportunity for me to get over myself and just start doing it. That is not the right block. I don't know why I thought it was the right block. Because it wasn't. Of all of us, too, I'm the most curious about what Elaine's plan is for her schedule. I know she kind of said it in her about me. Because as of right now, I've caught Elaine on stream like twice. Because she's generally going live like when it's late enough I shouldn't still be awake. Oops, that's not I don't want those in there. I want honey blocks. Honey blocks are unspawnable. Slime blocks are not unspawnable. Oh, haha. I need that and that. Put slime blocks down again. Future of habit. There we go. 5 p.m. my time Saturday evenings. That actually would be great if... That would be great. Because I will make myself end at 5 p.m. on Saturday nights instead of running long as my tradition is, so that I can raid her. That'll be fantastic, actually. But yeah, I've really enjoyed Elaine's streams when I've been in them. It's just one of those things. It's like, it's 1 a.m. I should go to bed finally. Oh, look, Elaine's going live. Time zones are weird. Earlier today, I just gotten into Mike's stream, and I came late. And I don't remember who it was now, but someone was like, "Okay, it's time for dinner. I gotta go." And I'm like, "Dinner? I just got out of bed." I understand. That's how time zones work. I get how a globe works. I get how day-night cycles work, but I still have a hard time wrapping my head around that I'm waking up and someone else is having dinner. Just feels weird. Oh, she 100% is. I'm with you on that. She 100% is. I don't need that there. The last couple of times that I was going to bed and I saw the notification that she went live, I was just like, I can't. I have to try and somewhat normalize my sleeping schedule. I do still have a day job, so I can't get caught up in my natural inclination, which is to be up till about 3 or 4 in the morning and sleep till about 9:30 in the morning. That's my natural schedule I've found over the years. Yeah, man. I agree. Second that, Mike. Great job. Great job on all the interviews. You have a very easygoing style when it comes to doing interviews. And as Aldi pointed out, you're really good at taking what people give you and reacting to it. What are the odds this is going to work out? I'm going to say low. Let's try. Wow, look at me. Like a professional. The whole Ender Pearl thing is something I definitely picked up from watching the Hermits. When I found out you could teleport throwing Ender Pearls, I was like, what possible use is that? I don't understand. And then I was watching Hermits using it like when they were building to put themselves in places that were inaccessible. I was like, oh. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. All right, I have to come to a decision on that area again. It says comments about Mike. I'll wait till I get to the other side to deal with that. I always forget. I forgot what I did with it the last time I came across that exact same issue. I'm also really curious. I have a certain amount of anxiety over the various mod things not being available and us not being able to start when we want to start. Just because I feel like we're all waiting super eagerly to start playing. It's like, if it turns out we're not going to be able to start next Saturday, it's going to be a little bit like, aw, fine. I guess I'll play in my regular world. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Lark. I totally am fanboying about this too. I am 100% there. It's for me, it's a combination of this group of people who I only got to know a lot of you after the invitation came out, but like everybody's been so interesting on their own series or their own projects when I've tuned in, and personality wise. But then also, like, as you know, mentioned in my interview, my first actual like SMP experience with other people who are playing the game at a higher level than what I've experienced in the past. So it's going to be such a trip to actually finally have that moment. Because that's definitely something that I've always wanted to be a part of. Even before Hermitcraft. Minecraft is such a fun game to play with other people. So that's why I have a family server. Because in the past, my family used to play more actively than they do now. Fan birding. Fan birding. All right, let's go ahead. Let's wrap up this side and do this. And I will need more different blocks for this. So I'm going to run out of these 100% on this part of the project. But that is how it goes. Now let's make a couple of these polished. And polished. Hey, puppy. Oh, I still need a name tag. I need to name that Cerebus. I'm not even sure who told me I needed to name it Cerebus now. I do still need to name it Cerebus. Sorry, I'm catching up, Aldi. I just saw your message. No worries with the lurk, obviously. When we adding a third lark hubby? We're adding a third lark hubby? I think I missed some piece of that statement, Ali, and I know it wasn't completely intended for me, but oh, I need to fix this real quick because that never seems to work right there. No, not what I want. I want to go that to there. There we go. That'll work. No, it should work. Oh, that's right. Okay. Now I gotcha. He did say that. It's true. Although, as I understand it, Mike comes with some people of his own, so it's going to be more like a commune, I feel like. Oh. Lark is just moving in with Mike. Sorry, Allie. Hate that. Don't do that. I mean, apparently, Allie, it is 2021, and I feel like finding about your romantic status on Twitch is probably about par for the course. It's slightly more personal than finding out about it on Instagram. Wow. Drama, drama, drama. All right, all you kids, now you need to hug and make up. You have to use my hug command. Use my hug command to make up. At least I hope I have a hug command. I think I set that up right. Now that I think about it. Earlier this week, I did a whole bunch of things on my the setup for stream. Like commands. I added a bunch of commands and all that. And I was like feeling pretty good about things. And then all of a sudden I got the affiliate email. And it literally feels like the first half of this week, and all of the stuff I did was last week. Oh, I must have a cooldown on it or something too. You know, hold on one second. I want to do something. That came up. I want to make sure that I add... Streamlabs is a little too... oh, you're already in there. Perfect. All right, never mind. I know. I don't want... and to be honest with you, I don't know. It probably has a cooldown on it. That's probably a setting I missed. I'll have to look into it. Yeah, guessing there's a cooldown on it. All right, what am I doing? Think, brain, think. Which one is which? Which is happening? What's happening? What's going on here? Each. This side. I feel like I am excited about what you, Lark, and Mike are going to do, just because it sounds to me like you guys have the most solidified idea on the new server. And I'm sure everyone else is going to come up with amazing stuff too, but I don't know. I think there's something about having a definite plan that just feels like you guys are going to be on top of it faster than a lot of us will be, because we're making it up as we go along. Have you discovered anything specific, by the way, Lark, with regards to that? I know you were talking about doing item duping, which I'm willing to bet there's something specifically that Paper has quote unquote fixed. But I wasn't sure if there was anything else that you had discovered about being on Paper. Oh, raid farms don't work on Paper. Hey, Carrot, welcome in, my friend. No worries with the lurking, Carrot. I know how it do. I didn't know that Paper affected raid farms. That's interesting. I also know from the conversation that we had, a lad was talking about a different fork. So spigot, fork to paper, forked to something with try in the name. I don't know. Respawn mechanics. Huh. This is really interesting information, Lark. I had no idea. I said before, I've I avoided paper or spigot for that matter when I was setting up the family server, just because I had heard enough about it changing the mechanics of the game that I didn't want to deal with it. I didn't always knew what the mechanic changes were, but I just thought I will try to stay vanilla. But as I said to you earlier when you came in the stream, I know that it's hard to run a server without some modification, just because the efficiency of the server breaks down really fast when you have multiple people. So, gotcha. Interesting. Thanks, Carrot. Appreciate it. Huh. That's so fascinating. Well, to be honest, I'll be a little bit bummed because one of the things I enjoy about Minecraft is knowing how the mechanics work and being able to kind of like live on the edge of those mechanics. And so I'll probably discover the hard way all the things that paper restricts when I try to build something. And I go, what am I doing wrong? I don't understand. This has always worked before. And then at some point I'll go, oh, this is a paper thing. Got it. But like I said, I would be interested to know if that fork of paper that they were talking about when we were doing the whole seed meeting is less restrictive. I'd also be interested to know if there's any possibility of setting up the environment maybe a little bit more like the hermits have set up, only because I know they don't use paper. And obviously they have a server with a lot more people on it than we have. That seems to work okay. So, but I say all that with complete ignorance of the process. So, there we go. I knew I'd do that wrong. Oh no, I'm stuck. It's gonna be a trick. I can't. All right, it's fine. Interesting. I actually, I have so far not heard like what you just said, Lark, about what Jevin said is the first actual information I've heard about the Hermit server. I've always been curious about it. Again, being a technical person, I've always wondered like what it is they're running, but I think Exuma in his 1000 video said something about it is privately hosted, so it's not like on a host farm or anything like that. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. I found that interesting too, but processor speeds are processor speeds, and that's most of Minecraft. That's its biggest Achilles heel, and I'm just curious, like, what is so different about their system? You know, multi-hundred core Threadripper is going to be the same for them as it is for anyone else. I also know they had a lot of growing pains when it came to server once 1.13 came out. I think that was during season 5, I feel like. Maybe it was season 6, but I know they had a lot of growing pains where they had to move the server location. Everyone was having such bad lag they couldn't even take off with elytras, and then they solved it. Sodium. Thank you. That's what I was trying to remember. His mentioning the fabric mod and the fabric technology, quote unquote, led me down that path. I actually have Sodium running on before I updated to 116 on our 115 family server. I had Sodium running because I had so many entities in my village between farms and the villagers and the iron golems and all the other nonsense that I was having a profound amount of lag. Sodium helped a little bit. I feel like I probably could have done a better job of tuning things, but let's get more of these before I go too far. But yeah, but then that discovery led me to all the other things you can do with fabric as well. And I have some client side fabric stuff too. Like schematic, for instance. Exuma's funny because he'll talk about the server stuff sometimes, and he'll also acknowledge that most of his audience doesn't care about the server stuff, is not interested. So he always kind of, he'll mention stuff and then he'll kind of let it go, or, you know, say something about, I know most of you aren't interested in this, so he'll only go into a little bit of the detail. And I'm like, no, I want to hear more. I would love to know 100% the full specs of Hermitcraft server and how it's run. Like, not expecting, you know, the state secrets like the IP address or anything like that, but like the actual equipment involved and where it's located to try and maximize it for all the people that they have coming from the various places that they have coming in. Like, I want to know all of that information. Here we go. Sometimes I get myself out of rhythm. I knew I was going to do that stupid blue thing. And then this over here. Boop. I've always appreciated Exuma's server admin tidbits, where he's talked about how he'll trim the end cities, trim the end when it starts becoming too hard to find end cities. He'd trim the nether, keep the file sizes down. I always appreciated all those little bits. It's one of my favorite things about X, is that he'll kind of dive into the admin side of Hermitcraft sometimes. Does anyone know, by the way, I know a lot of you guys are kind of lurking. Anyone know, by the way, if you can give channel points like you can with the Streamlabs points? Oh boy, I hope I did that right now that I'm looking at it. I think I did. I wasn't sure if there's like maybe even a add-on or something to Twitch that would allow it. Hey, Uncle Mabel, welcome in. You cannot. That's too bad. To be honest with you, I would love for Twitch to kind of adopt what Streamlabs has. I really want to gamify the channel points like what Streamlabs does. I want to add like gambling type features. I want to add game type features where like the chat can play together. Like on Streamlabs, there's a duel, there's a heist. I wish you could do all of that with channel points. And I still have my Streamlabs stuff, but at the same time, it's not as visible as the channel points are. So. I just feel like it'd be more fun. There are more fun things that could be done with channel points. And because channel points are the only way to reward people who can't spend money on your stream, I really would love for there to be a more robust system for letting them do things. Like I've spent probably a disproportionate amount of time. Okay. I'm doing this backwards, which is fine, but it's throwing my rhythm off. I spend a disproportionate amount of time setting up my channel point offerings than I did subscription offerings. Not because, I mean, subscriptions are great and wonderful and important and valuable. And I'm just very keenly aware of the people who can't subscribe. I mean, a lot of Minecraft fans are not financially independent. I just would love for there to be more interactive ways for them to have fun with channel points. Anyway, that was my channel points chunk. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I also have some things I need to add. I know there's some like Twitch mods you can add in to make it so that you can use bits to pay for certain things that channel points pay for. I just haven't gotten into that yet. But I want to set it up so that bits can enact some of the things that channel points enact. But like at a lower cost. So if people want to use bits to get some of the channel point things that I've got set up, they have that option. Oops, wrong one. That's so beautiful. All right, what is this down here? What are you telling me? What are you telling me? What have I done wrong? That I forgot a block? I mean, it makes sense. Do I have... I need to look into this. Ouch. Do I have one of these down here? I probably do. I do. You can see if I've got another one of those. I know that. I know that spot right there, specifically. What did I do there? I'm missing a block. What did I do there? Huh. I don't completely know. Am I on the wrong side? Maybe I'm on the wrong side. Let me look again. Oh yeah, it's right down there. Okay, that's interesting. So what am I seeing here? Oh, it's on this side. And I already put a top on it. Silly boy. You can't do that. There it is. All right, what did I do wrong? What am I missing here? I'm missing a block. That's what I'm missing. Ah, okay. I got it. And that's a double, but I don't want it to be a double, so that's fine. Okay. Problem solved. All right, now what? Okay, I think those are all fine. Did I ever check this? I don't know if I did or not. Let me look it over here. Okay. Those are internals. Okay. Okay. I think I'm good. What's that little red down there? Okay, same thing. All right. Sorry. Just checking the schematic, making sure I didn't have any gross errors. Oh, what do I have? Did I use a stair there? Oh, interesting. I did use a stair. Huh. I thought I made a different choice. Let's see if I can get up to that. Oh, missed it. Missed it. Go. All right. Oh, let us see what is up with this block here. I have it. Oh, I don't have it as a stair. It's supposed to be a stair. And that's wrong too in there. I see it already. Okay, so let's go up. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, no, this is what I wanted. It's supposed to be a stair in the schematic, but the stair doesn't really work. I could. This actually might look good. This actually might look good. I'd have to put a whole block there and that there. Ah, come on, come on. Okay, and then I would need to do this. Yeah, I like that. That's better. Okay. All right. Just a good opportunity for me to remind all of you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate all of the lurkers, all the chatters. Thank you for spending your time with me. Okay, I think it's time to move on to the east wall. I just forgot. South wall. Yeah. Time to move on to the south wall. Smack. If anyone is not actively AFKing, opinion on adding music to the stream. My default has kind of been just leaving the Minecraft music on. It's part of the game. It's supposed to be okay to stream. It's atmospheric most of the time. And I'm kind of 50-50 on like adding music, which may or may not be, I don't know, tonally specific to the game. Right, Lark. I would use Stream Beats to do it. I use Stream Beats on all of my YouTube videos as it is. So I would definitely use Stream Beats to do it. I would just have to figure out what channel I would want to use. My instinct is to use, I like the rock channel for Stream Beats. And I feel like as far as what I'm trying to go for myself personally, I like the rock music, but it's not very chill music. Not very chill music for a stream, so I'll probably stick with one of the other ones that are more ambient sounding. All right, I'm still thinking about it. It's definitely one of those things that I've wrestled with. I need more honey blocks. Because I'm going to need some very shortly. So let me get some more honey blocks. Hi, puppy. It's nice to see you. While I'm here, what am I doing on others? I feel like I'm okay. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Blackstone bricks. Ah, there we go. Okay, so I do have one extra stack of that. Okay. And then stairs. I could use a little bit more stairs. So let's grab some of those. And then I know I'm going to need more of... Let's grab some of these for giggles. And let's grab some more of the wall pieces. Boop, boop, boop. Might as well use my time here. Get more blocks. There we go. Inventory management in Minecraft. Always fun. Come on, come on, come on, come on, make it. Pull up. Oh, look at that. All right, let's replace these with slimes really quick. Oh, I lost those blocks. It's fine. All right. If I add stream music too, it'll change my flow a little bit just because I have non-licensed music, copyright infringing music playing in my ears. So it'd be more of a common music experience. But I don't know. I appreciate Stream Beats, and I appreciate all the other channels that are out there that are creating Creative Commons licensed music. None of it's really license free. But I appreciate that. And the problem for me with all of that is music is a very music has a special place in culture. There's a social fabric to it that the licensed music generally doesn't have, because only certain people listen. I'm sorry, the Creative Commons licensed music. Only certain people listen to it. So it's not like we can all sit around and talk about how much we love that Stream Beats song that came out in 2019, like we can with commercial music. So I would love if the music industry would be given some sort of a financial incentive, because that's what it's going to come down to. Some sort of financial incentive to make the whole music licensing thing far more friendly for the 21st century. Because the DMCA was great for protecting their interests and for nothing else. And unfortunately, it doesn't reflect how people use and consume music in the 21st century as it's evolved. It misses a whole thing. Like, I was working on some sound files for my channel rewards, and I happened to notice a streamer that we were in last night was using copywritten stuff in their various sound alerts or whatever. And I'm like, I mean, it's only a matter of time before he gets DMCA'd, unless he just doesn't do VODs. But I'm afraid that where this is all going eventually, they're going to start trying to DMCAing the live streaming as well. But it would be so cool. I understand why he used it. It would be so cool to have common popular songs set up in that environment, so that like you can play little clips of those songs as part of, you know, those stream moments. Like I said, that's part of that social fabric thing, you know? Anyway. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk on the DMCA and its insufficiency for the modern age. I'm also, I guess, kind of hoping that Twitch will figure out some way to handle its stuff like YouTube has. YouTube gets a lot of flack, sorry. YouTube gets a lot of flack for people getting copyright strikes and things like that. But the reality is YouTube has created something that should not exist in an era where the DMCA exists. They have found a way to monetize something so that the record companies are content with what is otherwise a gross violation of their licensed material. And that is cover songs, for instance, on YouTube. Hey, Kojiro, welcome in. Thank you so much, my friend. Oh, my God. That is so awesome. It's my first gifted sub, my friend. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, my God. Makes me so happy. So happy. You are a champ, my friend. Thank you. Welcome in. Yeah, so I feel like it's been a little while since I saw you, Kojiro. I don't know if I assume you noticed the new clothes. Got myself a little fancied up since the last time I saw you. Wearing my new channel badge and emotes. You're doing the military thing right now. What do you mean by that? I'm not sure I caught your meaning on that. That's fine. Sorry, just thinking about something on this schematic. I feel like I missed. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so you're actually away. I mean, I appreciate that you're here, but shouldn't you actually be doing the training as opposed to gifting subs on my stream? Yeah, I did. My first 5 gift subs. I didn't specify the number, but it's my first gift subs. Yeah, sorry. I didn't specify the number. I should have paid more attention to that. Thank you for calling me out on that, Aldi. Well, first of all, Kojiro, honestly did not know you were National Guard. So thank you for your service. That's awesome. Driving in the middle of nowhere, it's cool. Yeah, thank you, Aldi. I appreciate that. Much appreciated. In the middle of nowhere. So I almost, here's a little peek behind the covers for me. I almost joined the Marine Corps out of high school. My father was a Marine, and I didn't have the foggiest idea what I was going to do with my life. So I let the Marine Corps recruiter talk me into it, and I didn't end up getting on the bus to go to Pendleton. So that's why I didn't end up going. And there's a lot more to that story than that, but I was looking at actually joining the reserves. So it would have been the 2 weeks during the summer and a weekend every month or whatever. And I had the vaguest notion of what like that training was going to be. And I kind of always imagined National Guard was a similar thing. But maybe it's not. Like when you say you're in the middle of nowhere, how far away from home are you right now for the training? You're 12. Wow. Like, is it the training something you have to actually travel for, or is it still close by? Probably the easiest way to boil down that rambling question I just asked. Also, thank all your friends for being a part of that as well. I have crazy amount of respect for anybody who serves. Again, my father was a veteran. Me personally realized very shortly after I signed up that it was not the life path I should be taking. I was doing it because I literally didn't know what else to do, and it wasn't a good reason to be there, basically. Three hours from home. Last year you went to Berlin. Wow. That would be interesting. Yeah, I get that, Aldi. It's like there's kind of a natural transition there when you are done with active service. It is not for everyone. And like I said, I felt like my reasons were not serving anyone because, again, I was doing it because I literally had no idea what else to do with my life, and ended up the circumstances of my life ended up changing. So, I kind of, in a lot of ways, fell into the job that I am still in to this day. And I had a natural proclivity for, so it was a good fit for me. I had a friend also during that job who was also a former Marine, and he kind of confirmed for me that I made a good choice because he kind of followed a similar path where he was like, Dad was Navy. I needed to get out of the house. I didn't know what else I was going to do with my life. I put in my, 4 years. I think he was actually in Desert Storm, if memory serves. He put in his 4 years and he couldn't wait to get out. Like he did it and realized that in the end it was not the right thing for him, and he struggled with it a little bit, and that kind of just reinforced that idea that I was like, yeah, I'm glad that I didn't stick with that, because I don't think I would have been happy. Right. And I knew, God knows, I met plenty of people who were doing it for the same reason I was. They were trying to get out of the house and they didn't know what else they were going to do with their lives. And I do think that it could be a very fulfilling career in that regard. And it's not an easy life at all. So at least in my mind, it'll serve you and the people around you better if it's something you want to do, something you want to be. And like I said, saying all that, I really respect the people who do it, who are willing to do it, who want to do it. Because I know a little bit about what it's like. So how long are you going to be out on this? Are you done this weekend? Do you still have a little bit more time to go? Another thing that was always fascinating to me about it is you have to have a job that your employer respects what that is and lets you have that time off, which I assume yours does. Another 2 weeks. Gotcha. So is it similar to reservist in the amount of time? Are you deployed for longer stretches of time but less often? Like I said, for Marine Corps Reserve, and this was a long time ago, Marine Corps Reserve, it was literally like 1 weekend a month and 2 weekends during the summer. And that was, I think, similar to the other services, but maybe not the same for everybody. 3 weeks total. Gotcha. You're saying your deployments are governed by law? Is that what you're saying? I believe that's what you're saying, just because I'm pretty sure that's the case. So I'm interpreting based on that. More strict. Gotcha. Okay. My recruiter almost talked me into switching to full time and joining the Marine Corps band, becoming active duty and joining the Marine Corps band. That was like what he was pushing for me. Because at that point, I don't know if it's changed, but you couldn't be a member of the Marine Corps band and be a reservist. And it was tempting. I love the Marine Corps band. I love them a lot. It was really tempting. But and required to give you time off. Gotcha. Yeah. At the same time, I know they're required to give you the time off, but I also know that not every employer is friendly with that. So, right, it can affect promotions or bonuses. Yeah, it's the same. That was the same deal with reservists as well. That they had to honor it. Okay, I need more of those. Mr. Gast, what are you doing here? Isn't that where you belong? Anything good? Nope, nothing good. Unless I got it. Nope, I don't see it in my inventory either. Do you have any, we used to call them MOSs in the Marines. I think there's different names in different branches. Do you have a specific specialty in the National Guard? Or is it more of a general thing? I am, of the branches of service, I am least familiar with Coast Guard, and then second with National Guard. And I know that there's a fairly healthy debate to be had about whether the Coast Guard is one of the services, but I believe they are. So, I know their rules are very different, but... Ah! I had one that fired me for excessive military service, and you were able to sue them for wrongful termination. That's awesome. I'm sorry that you had to go through the courts to get that resolved, but I'm glad that you were able to at the same time. A driver, gotcha. Same as Army. Got it. Okay. Very, very cool. In 12 years, too, man. That is impressive. One of these days on your stream, when you have a microphone, I'm going to ask you some more detailed questions, because they might be too hard to type in chat. But, you know, something along the lines of like, what's the most interesting thing you've had to do in the National Guard so far? And I do realize that some of the things you are not necessarily things you can say out loud, but... And I say that only to say, if you feel like typing out a story, great, but I'm more than happy to also wait until I can actually hear your voice. Sometimes typing out stories on here is a pain. All right. I am going to take a peek at the time. 2 hours. All right. I'm going to switch real quick. Not very family friendly. All right. We'll take it offline. We'll take it somewhere else. I am very interested. So we'll talk about it offline. Hi, Misty. Welcome. It's so good to see you. Guys, I'm going to take a 2-second. Oh, I clipped my mic there, guys. Sorry about that. I'm going to take a 2-second BRB. I'm going to reconfigure my arrangement so that I'm standing instead of sitting. So like a 2-second BRB. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. Misty, welcome in. I'm so glad you're here, by the way. What are you up to today? All right, where am I at? Think. So I've got one more of these to do. Look at all those happy little dudes. I haven't seen this many Striders nearby base in a long time. Makes me wish I was actually equipped to pick them up and grab them, because I actually want to. Long-term plan for the base is going to be to fill this one block layer with lava, so the interior of the base will have lava as well. And I'm going to grab as many of the Striders as I can and put them in here. So I've got Striders running around. But I don't have anything that I would need to actually pick them up right now. It looks like they're getting stuck in these little like lava eddies that I created by not having enough lava source blocks to make it look neat. Oh well. Maybe they'll stay there for a little bit and I can grab them later. Look at them all. Wow, seriously, I've never seen this many Striders around my base. That's so crazy. How am I liking the new bot? I don't know. That's a potentially loaded question. Is the bot behaving itself right now? Because it was a little rough last weekend, and I tried to tame it a little bit. So hopefully I did an okay job of taming it. So if you're referring to the Streamlabs bot, if you're talking about the Mix It Up, I haven't switched over to using that yet. How am I affiliated hype? Indeed. How am I doing today? I'm doing great. Been a great stream so far. Got a lot of people hanging and chilling with me. Getting some good building time in today, which is good because I spent no time this week doing anything. I spent Monday. Monday was a holiday for me, so I played on Monday. And then I spent a whole lot of time on Tuesday or something, like getting new stream things set up for myself, like chat commands and all that. And then all of a sudden I got the affiliate email and everything changed. And I spent the rest of the week trying to get all the affiliate pieces in place. So I felt like I was scrambling the rest of the week because it's really funny. I spent almost no time in all the time I've been watching streamers and being a part of other people's streams. I've spent no time thinking about what my channel badge might look like, about what my emotes might look like, about like what kinds of things I want to have in channel points. Like literally spent no time thinking about those things. And so all of a sudden when I'm affiliate, I'm like, oh yeah, I have to have an opinion on all of that because I need to start coming up with that stuff. So it's been a scramble the last 3 days. Figuring all that out, plugging it in. Yeah, that is my first, designed by one of my very artistically inclined children who does some commission work online for friends and people, whoever happens to follow them online. But as soon as I knew I had to do emotes, I was like, let's talk. So I'm really excited. Oh, hold on one second, guys. BRB. Sorry about that. I'm back. My affiliate powers have activated. That is true. Okay, Cujo. Good to see you, my friend. We will catch you soon. Yes, my affiliate powers have activated, and I appreciate your sub there, Chef. I know you did it while I was offline. I was just saying to Misty that as soon as I got named affiliate, I was like, oh crap, I have to like figure out all that stuff now. So what Kajiro said too makes a lot of sense as far as like, you know, the emotes will come. I know that some of that stuff develops over time, and At the same time, I know I had one emote plus the tier 2 and tier 3 slot. So I was like, well, I at least want to have that stuff in place, you know? I know any future slots. I actually have one. I have one emote that's ready to go as soon as I get a slot. But, you know, the rest of them will come as you start developing those kinds of things. So, me too. Very much looking forward to the shenanigans. I am all about shenanigans and tomfoolery and chicanery. Yeah, I think Mike and Aldi both mentioned her, and I did check out her stuff. Great work. I don't know if you may not have been back yet, Chef. My artistic child has been doing art for a little while now, and it was the first person I turned to as soon as I realized I needed art designed. They've been doing commissions for people for a few years now. Mostly friends and family, but like also anyone that they've connected with online, including some things for my wife's events. So I knew I wanted to ask them if they were interested first. So really, I'm very happy about my first emote. I think it turned out great. I'm forgetting what I'm supposed to do here. This is not what I want. This is not what I want. This is not what I want. I just have to figure out the bit tier emotes, which I don't think I'm quite there yet. So it feels like I've got time to worry about that. Some of the stuff I did myself. I did the channel badge myself, which I'm mostly happy with. I'm pretty happy with the channel badge and the modifications. Yes, you did say that, Misty. Now I just have to live up to that. Oh, that's right. This does need to be this because I'm going to have a wall block there. I'm realizing I fixed that. What are you? Why are you? Oh, okay. I'm going to run out of rockets. I better go get more of those. Yeah. I mean, some of it's relatively new, I know. I know too that you don't have to have everything like figured out right now. There are things that you can kind of slot in later. But I also know just for my own workflow, I wanted to try and get the bulk of the work done so that it's not consuming 2 weeks of my life. 1 week of my life was enough. I want to try and get some things done. I didn't get my time-lapse video done this week and any other like video related stuff done because of the affiliate thing. So I wanted to try and give myself time to get back to that next week. So. Oh, you do? Nice. I don't think I saw your old one, so I won't know what's different about it, but did you find one? Did you commission one? Like where'd this come from? Think. Yeah, right there. You found one. Okay, cool. Without seeing it. Actually, if I went into, I can't think of the name of that site. The one that Lark posted in the server the other day. If I went in there now, would I see it? Miners need shoes to calm. What was your, I wanted to say inspiration, but I don't think that's the right word. What was it about the skin that made you go, yes, that's the one I want? And I guess the secondary question to that is, why did you want to change your skin? I mean, my assumption would be because you're going to be streaming a new SMP and you wanted to look fancy, but that may not be the answer. Oh, okay. That's awesome. I like it. I actually did a skin redesign myself, like right before I started streaming. The basic body of my skin is the same. I found a guy with a bald head and goatee a long time ago. But the body of the skin was different, and I knew I wanted to have something more recognizable. So I went and modified my own skin. I took the skin that I had, I kept the head and the basics, and I just created clothing on top of it that was more branded for me. So I'm really happy with how it turned out. The skin was just randomly clicked on and suited me more. Yeah, I gotcha. That's, I mean, I literally went on to one of the Minecraft skin sites and found bald head and goatee, and like, this works. For the longest time, that's basically all I had. But I decided with the whole like streaming thing, I should probably step it up a little bit. Oh, that's true, Misty. And he'll have to create a new thing for Mike too. I'm kidding about that. I don't know that you need to do a new one for Mike. I don't know that Mike's even asking for one. Since you mentioned it too, Misty, how is the website going? And I'm not saying that as a version of pressure. I'm not saying, so where is that website, Misty? Because I've just done website before and I know how much work it is. More of curiosity of how's it going and do you need any help to get it across the finish line? Ow, rip. Actually worked out pretty well. Huh. That was actually really interesting. I smacked into the side of the honey block and ended up on top of it. I wonder if that's a feature. I will have to try to science that later. Oh, hey, my Streamlab is working. Yes. I'm just delighted that it worked. I set that up earlier in the week before the whole affiliate thing, and I kind of forgot I had done all that. I'm glad that it's actually there and functioning. No, I know sliding on honey is a feature, Uncle. I flew into the side of it and ended up popping up to the top of it. So I may have been just high enough that I glitched up, but I was kind of wondering if, because I landed quote unquote inside the honey block, if that's a way to, I don't know, if that's like more than a glitch, if that's like actually a feature. Like if you one high block fly into the side of a honey block, can you automatically pop to the top of it? I don't know the answer to that. So yeah. And it's going to be hard to duplicate. Yeah, so I think I may have just hit it high enough that I was close enough to the lip that it popped me up on the top of it. It's hard with everything I've got going on, but I have a link on how to show that we are live or not. So you got to figure that out. Oh, yeah. Oh, that'd be really cool, though, Misty. I wasn't even thinking about that. You have it actually set on the website to show when we're live? That's really cool. I take a screenshot of the spawn of shaders. Every day, every so often, homepage. Yeah, I agree. That would be fun to like kind of show progress for anyone who's there. I also love that you're doing a webpage because I really want to promote what we're doing. I want to promote it, but there's literally nothing to point to yet other than a list of names. There's, a website would be nice to be able to say, hey, if you're interested in more information, go check out this website. Not change your skin on single player. I assume you logged out and logged back in after you changed it, Chef. Because you do have to, even though you've changed it, you have to log out and log back in for it to register. You could also check and see in your Minecraft launcher if the skin shows up there. Unless you're going to have it done before you go live. That's fair. I don't think any of us were expecting the go live date to be so quick. I mean, we were all like beginning of June, like, oh, sometime in the middle of June. And then all of a sudden Mojang's like, haha, just kidding, the 8th. So, at least that's my interpretation of what Mojang said. They may not have used those words. Honestly, would love. I'm hoping that we'll go ahead and improve the logo soon, because I want to add the logo to things too. I have a little thing in my about section on my channel that just describes what it is and has everyone's links. But I'd love to add the logo to that. Just feels like we should have, yeah, that's accurate. Like we should have more things to point people to as we're telling them about it. We should have more things to point them to so that they can kind of get hyped about it too. Don't mind ghost people, by the way. Every so often you might see ghosts walk behind me. It's totally normal. All right, now he's just asking for it because you just walk back and forth. That website needing the logo ready to go, so I get the colors match as well. That makes sense. I mean, I don't know how you're designing the site too, Mystery. Obviously, you could always throw stuff in the CSS after the fact. Like, you could assume some colors for now, and then if it changes on you, you could throw changes in the CSS. It should be relatively easy, but that all depends on how you're designing the site. Sometimes. That's weird, Chef. There used to be a bug. I can't imagine this still exists in the game. There used to be a bug in... Hold on, let me think about this for a second, because it's been a very long time since I've even thought of this. If I'm remembering correctly, there was a bug in single player that if you changed your skin, you appeared correctly to the other players, but not to yourself. I feel like that's something I remember. It's been a long time since I've played on a strictly single player world. So I'm kind of doubting that now, but I feel like that was a thing. And I don't remember what the resolution to the bug was. So that's why I'm part of the reason I'm doubting it. I mean, the resolution I think for me was I stopped playing on a single player LAN world and switched over to an actual server. So we're using WordPress. I mean, you should, because there's a reason why everything's written in WordPress. It just makes things easier. I don't remember in WordPress. I have one site that I deal with that uses WordPress, and I'm not responsible for the look and feel of that site. I'm just trying to remember if on that site, if they had easy thematic changes or not. Yeah, anyway, whatever. I'm looking forward to the site when you have a chance to finish it. I know it's not your job, nor necessarily even your primary motivation at the moment. But excuse you, not cool. Excuse you, still not cool. Oh, look at that. Enough of your nonsense, dude. Also, realizing that my game sounds are really quiet. Did I turn my PC sounds down? No, it's just my game sounds. Might be too loud. Might regret that. Might regret that. Oh, that reminds me. 1 second, I gotta do a 1 second BRB. Sorry about that. I have a standing mat for when I switch to standing mode, and I totally forgot to put it down, and I was just realizing that the floor was feeling a little harsh. I kept remembering the standing mat at odd times and not doing anything about it. All right. Hey, Chef. Feel like I might need your help finalizing some of my pranking plans for Misty. So I might want to bounce some ideas off of you later. Misty, what's your regular streaming schedule, by the way? I feel like so far I've only been able to catch you one time. One of the challenges is that I have a day job, so I'm usually working I'm working into the early evening hours for East Coast. Okay, that explains it then. All right, because I caught you last Monday. All right, that makes sense. I need to spend more time in your stream because I need more. I have more research to do on you for the end of June. Well, it's all depending on the job stuff, right? On life things. Oh, Uncle Mabel. was wondering when that was going to happen. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, let's get on that. Let's get on that, shall we? As I've said previously, puns are welcome on my channel. I like puns. The worse, the better. So. You haven't enticed anything any worse than anyone else is going to get, Misty, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. All right. Nightbot has a command for that? Really? That's funny. I probably should just read these instead of trying to censor them. I should just like straight up read it, but I'm kind of editing. All right. What do you call a fish wearing a bow tie? Sophisticated. That was worth it. That was well worth it. I'm really proud of that. All right. You need to find... Oh, that's right. It's a different screen. Let me see here. There it is. Hey, thank you so much, Madragoric. Did I get that right? Madragoric, thank you so much. Welcome in. I'm glad you laughed. I'm glad you laughed. Like I said, I love the bad jokes. They're one of my favorite things. Welcome in, Madragoric. I'm glad you're here. We are hanging out today. I am grinding out a really large nether base. Give you a quick view of what's going on here. The elevator pitch is I cleared out a basalt delta, came up with some sketches, realized my sketches were too big for the nether, so I broke bedrock. And then went back into creative and came up with what I want the place to look like. I have completed the center tower, and I'm working on the 4 outer towers. I'm on tower number 1 right now, and this is what the whole thing will look like when done. So this is what we are currently grinding on right now. So this is easily the biggest thing I've ever built in Minecraft. I mean, it's not even close. I've never done like a floor of the world to ceiling of the world to build before. And I've never done anything. I mean, this whole space is 150 by 175. Never cleared out an entire biome that large. Never broken bedrock to that extent. Like, this is all new stuff for me here. But yeah, this is what we are grinding on today. So the mod that you see is Lightmatica, the schematic mod. Basically, I went into a creative world where I could use, you know, cheats and fill commands and copy paste and all that, so I could design the place. And then once I got the design the way I wanted it, I turned it into a schematic and I imported it over here to my Java survival server to actually build it. Got a lot of work to do on interiors still. Let me fly to this one here. So interiors a lot of times are just scaffolding, basic ideas of where I want floors to be, but really have not done any interiors yet. You can see like this interior is just a blank wall. Well, you can see the lava through it, but some of the interiors are done just by the nature of the interior. Like here, let's go to this one here. Probably an easier way to get in than what I just did, but this interior, like right here, is done. The floor is not, but like because the interior shows to the rest of the world, you know, that's that piece is done, but a lot of work to do still. Have some lore I'm working on for this world too as well. But all that's going to kind of come after I get the main structure built. Once the main structure is built, this will actually be my home in my world. I'll move all my stuff over here. I'll set up storage. I'll set up farms. I'll set up pets. And then I'll start filling out the lore and what further things I want to do in this area. So yeah, that's the plan. If you have any questions about anything you see there, if you have something in particular you like to focus on in Minecraft, I'm normally a technical player. I have spent a lot of my time focusing on creating automated farms for things. And I resonate with the technical side of Minecraft, so that's been where a lot of my creative efforts have gone. But this is the time where I'm deciding that I want to break free from just being a technical player and actually do something creative. So crazy should be in my name. Yeah, I mean, I don't see this as crazy. I mean, it is a little bit, but this is kind of my play style. I'm very good at grinding in Minecraft. That is something I've never been afraid of. I don't mind digging big holes. I don't mind clearing perimeters by myself. Even though I've come across some really big things I've never done before, like breaking the bedrock, for instance. But yeah, this suits my play style, I guess, is what I'm saying. So, content creator, just getting into Java. Thank you, I appreciate that. When you say you're just getting into Java, were you on Bedrock previously? So the idea with Blackstone, Deep Slate, and Bone Blocks have been good for me so far. I can't find a style that works yet. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you're going for Uncle Mabel. It's really hard when you're dealing with those kinds of blocks not to just do Dark Spooky Fortress, which obviously this build is a lot of Dark Spooky Fortress in it. But if this helps you at all, this is my process. I looked around for reference images, and I finally came across an image that was a drawing, not a Minecraft image, and it was a drawing of like a black citadel almost. And I didn't want to build a citadel per se. I mean, this is a little citadelish, but mostly what I liked about the drawing was they had these really interesting shapes in his towers, or their towers. And it was the shapes that I was interested in. It was like, how would I create that shape in Minecraft? How would I like make something kind of roughly like this shape here, for instance, is a good example of it. Like, how do you make that shape in a blocky game, and how do you make it look good? Like, that was one of my challenges, was just trying to find different shapes that were in that reference image. That's what worked for me anyway. I find usually reference images work pretty well for me because they at least help me to start visualizing things. I won't necessarily copy the image block for block, but I'll use it as a way of visualizing. Yeah, we are grinders, chef, for sure. We are grinders. I actually enjoy the grind. It's one of my favorite things about Minecraft is jumping into the game knowing I have a big project and then throwing a podcast on or someone else's stream or a movie or something. And I just kind of divide my attention between the two things while I grind. I love that. I've loved that for a long time. Streaming on YouTube on Sundays through my channel, but we'll be moving to Twitch. Just trying to build watch hours currently. Yeah, interesting you should mention that. Today is the first day I'm not simultaneously streaming on YouTube and Twitch. I was using Restream previously, and I got offered Twitch affiliate, and Twitch affiliate demands exclusivity. So I had to drop the YouTube part of my stream. But YouTube is a much harder environment to stream into, for sure. I'll help teach you redstone, Chef. Don't you worry. I'm more than happy to help with that. More than happy to help with that. Yeah, I will drop you a follow too. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I can do that. I forget I can do that in here now. It used to be I had to do all these Herculean things to do. Oh, it's not as easy as I thought it was going to be. I'll do it from over here. There we go. Yeah. Ginger Cherry, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. Thank you for bringing your community in here to check this out. Thank you guys for the follow. Oh, thank you, Wario. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for pointing them over this way. Welcome back, Wario. Nice to see you again. Thank you for the follow, Jamie's Song. Jamie Sog. I think I'm close on that name. Welcome in, guys. I need to get food here pretty soon. I'm out of golden carrots, and my wings are about to break, so that's good too. James, got it. Will do. Let me actually fix that. I'm actually going to add that. I don't know what that does yet, but we'll find out. I am 18 followers away now. Yeah. So just became affiliate this last week. A brand new Twitch affiliate. Really glad to have anyone here who's new. I like to show off this project. This is my favorite thing I've ever created in Minecraft. Also, as I was saying earlier, the biggest thing I've ever done in Minecraft. What you see before you is a former basalt delta in the nether that I cleared out. And then I started designing a nether base around it. I realized during my early designs that it was too big for the nether ceiling, so I had to remove the nether ceiling as well. And then after that, I went back into creative and I designed the biggest nether base I've ever created in Minecraft. The biggest base I've ever created in Minecraft. And this is what the whole thing looks like. It's a center tower that goes from the bottom of the world to the top of the world, surrounded by 4 outer towers that flank it and actually connect to it. I didn't really show this to Madrick, but I got these little walkovers here on the top that I actually really love, these walkovers, just because they're kind of open. This base is meant to be very flyable. Oh, I see. Okay, Wario, let's help with that. Let's everyone jump on getting Ginger Cherry some follows if we could. That would be awesome. Okay, Chef, cool. So you know all you. I found that a lot of times these communities all kind of familiar with each other, so that's awesome. Yeah, let's jump on getting into Ginger Cherry's channel. Let me see here real quick. Don't mind that weird spam. And boom. All right, Ginger Cherry, I've got a follow on there for you as well. So, actually, can we do, let's see here. I'm still very new at things, so I apologize at how clunky this is. Let's do this and... I actually have a Discord. What I haven't done is anything with it yet. And to be completely honest with you, I'm still a little bit on the fence about what I want to do on Discord, just because as a smaller streamer, I don't know about you guys. I'm part of a lot of Discords. I'm a part of too many Discords. And so, absolutely, Ginger, absolutely. Thank you for bringing in your community. So I'm hesitant to add another Discord to the pile, I guess is what I'm getting, where I'm going with this. So, but I might take you up on that cue ball, if only just to kind of get the pieces in place. I have a Discord. I don't promote it at this point. I haven't done anything of significance with it, but I do have one. So I probably do need help getting it so that like works functionally with all the pieces. But yeah, Wario. I mean, that's that's it. I'm in probably 30 or so, but I'm only active in a very small handful of them. So yeah, anyway. But yeah, anyway, do you guys have questions about what's going on here? This is a family Java survival world. I am the primary person who plays at this point. My son is also somewhat active on here. And the rest of the family has mostly moved on from Minecraft. But I will be joining an SMP. No, Chef, I'm not on yours. Not yet. I'll get there. I'm joining an SMP with a lot of the people who you might see in this channel. That's going to be starting with 117. It's called Halcyon Heights. I just posted the other members. I also have in my About panel, I have links to everybody who's going to be a part of that SMP. So if you guys are familiar with Chef, then chances are you know a lot of the people who are going to be on this SMP. We should be starting next Saturday, but it depends on timings. So I don't know anyone's moving away from Minecraft. I'm not moving away from Minecraft, that's for sure. As it is, I've scaled down almost every other game that I played. What wings am I on, by the way? I feel like I might be actually getting... No, okay, that's good. I'm going to get a new set of wings and get some food here. Yeah, I'm almost there, cue ball. Every so often I'll go through a stretch where I need a palate cleanser, and I'll pull out a different game for a little bit and play it. Most recently, that was Oxygen Not Included. I played Oxygen Not Included for about a week, just to mix it up, just to do something different. But yeah, like there are games that come out all the time, new games that are being released, and I'm like, well, that's nice, but I'm not gonna break away from Minecraft to play that, so I don't know that there's any point in me picking the game up, really. Oops. Did not mean to throw that on the ground. It's fine. Get some food. Thank you, Itsy Bitsy Spider. Thank you so much. Welcome in. If I'm not mistaken, you are connected to Misty. Unless it's a different Itsy Bitsy Spider. Which I suppose is possible. It is a really good username. I agree. It is a pretty good username. I forgot where I left off. Oh, I finished this. Well, I didn't finish it. I did that there. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. And you have good Wi-Fi. That's good. Well, welcome in, Itsy. It's great to have you here. I am in the middle of a giant nether build. If you have questions about anything you see, please ask. I was starting to tell the rating party that came in too. I'm actually usually a technical player, so this build is me stretching my creative muscles. trying to improve myself as a builder. But I have a lot of technical builds around. My son and I started playing in 1.16 last year when the Nether update came out. We spent about 2 months in the overworld setting up an overworld, like a starter base, as it were. And that thing is full of technical builds, as I was getting up the supplies I needed for doing the other things. And then by last fall, I had moved into the Nether and started digging out the basalt delta that was here, with breaks to go get beacons. The Nether fortress is 1,000,000 miles away. Every so often I go back to the overworld and add some new things, but for the most part, the overworld is where I go to go grab more supplies. And that's about it. So, lucky 404. If I don't think that's lucky, but okay. I accept your interpretation. So yeah, anyway, guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for rating. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for listening. It's all appreciated. I'm really glad you're all here. I started streaming at the end of April, beginning of May, because I wanted to feature this project. And honestly, it's been great. It's been so much fun and so fun to meet new people. And so, yeah, thank you for being here. Seven Ways to Die on Twitch. You want people to throw things at you? I mean, you know, we all have our things. We all have our things. I'm only vaguely aware of that game. I'm familiar with Dumb Ways to Die, but it may not be anything close to that. But I have heard of the game. I just don't know much about it. Oh, hold on. Bear with here. Boop. Got it. Sorry about the auto mod there. Also getting used to that. Can I show you how many magma creams you have? All right, I will show you how many magma creams I have. You know, Chef, I know. I mean, honestly, this is the first stream I've had where I'm like, okay, yeah, I can totally see. I can see how Automod may not cut it. But again, dude, I'm still fairly new at this stuff. All right, I am completely lost here. Where is everything? Nothing's loading right now. There we go. Sorry, I probably just flew in a complete circle because all of a sudden... Is my render distance down? Maybe that's what's going on. I must have my render distance turned down. I probably have some in that chest now that I think about it. Nah, maybe not. Maybe I cleared them all out. I'd mod the HH people. I mean, if you're offering, Chef, I will happily knight you. Carrot, who was possibly lurking, I made Carrot a mod one stream where it felt like I was getting ganged up on. But I don't have any official mods other than Carrot, who I told him, I'm not officially making you a mod. I'm just modding you just in case this gets hairy. But yeah. Anyway. Magma creams. Since I'm here, I'd probably show a general tour. That's all I have, Misty. That's what I've got. That's my magma creams right there. I have. So, yeah, that is a lie. So, I actually am trying to remember where I have them all. I think they're down here in my potion area. There's some of them right there. Do I have more than that? Oh yeah, there they are. Oh yeah, there they are. So I have 2 full double chests of magma creams. That's more fire potions than I'm ever going to use, especially because by my base I'm pretty much immune to lava. So, oh yeah, oh yeah. I don't keep magma creams anymore. They're trash to me now. Yeah, I know, Aria. I do have. Which chest is it? I have a row of fire resistance. I have a shulker that has some fire resistance in it, but like I said, I'm pretty much immune to lava while I'm at my base. So I don't even keep one on my hotbar anymore. Yeah, I don't know, Misty, did I show you before about my lava hack at my base? If I didn't, remind me. I'll definitely show you. Let me do a quick base tour since I got new people here and I am in the overworld. This is the overworld base. Like I said, spent about 2 months here. My son and I decided that we were going to work in a acacia savanna biome because neither of us had done a lot. So we kind of moved in here. We started setting up our stuff. As we were building our first dirt hut, realized that there was a persistent mob sound that was close to us. I thought, well, there must be some caves below us. So at some point I started exploring and I discovered that it wasn't caves. It was one of these. So had a skeleton grinder that was literally 10 blocks underneath our starter base. So made use of that, put in a skeleton farm. This is like early game, great source of just constant XP. Got some dogs, set them up, and basically there's just XP floating around the base all the time. Also used the bone blocks. Originally I thought I was going to use a lot of bone blocks in my nether build, and turns out I didn't, but it's all good. Do all the filtering of all the skeleton items to item sorters. Your standard stuff. I mean, this is not anything that anyone hasn't seen a million times if you've ever watched someone play Minecraft. Not good at the potion thing, and not to use them. Don't remember how to make them. I'll be honest with you, Wario. Potions are something that I feel like Mojang should address in a future update. I currently have plans on doing a video that is my suggestions for how they should overhaul the potion system, because I honestly think the potion system is underused and underpowered. Like, it's kind of a mid-game item. It takes you a little bit to go get the ingredients you need to make potions. I mean, you can get a brewing stand from a cleric, but you need netherrack netherwort and all that. And in mid-tier, it's hard to get the supplies to make a lot of potions. And even by mid-tier, I feel like the potions aren't nearly as useful as they could be. But by end game, if you've got a good set of armor and equipment, the potions are almost useless, in my opinion. So, anyway, having said all that, you messaged but didn't go through, Q-Ball. Hey, let me look real quick. Okay, I added you on Discord, so you can send me that message now. So try again, Q-Ball. And I've done, like, as far as potions in the game goes, I've done everything from, like, my underwater base. I built a full science lab, and the science lab was a bunch of potion brewers. This is my potion setup now, because to be honest with you, I just don't need potions that much past a certain point. They become a nice to have but not need to have. So this is my little janky potion setup. You know, I throw the ingredients in the hopper so that it automates it a little bit, but I mean, I don't even have a lot of potions made up. So anyway, whatever. Neither here nor there. All right. I am setting up in the middle of Tropical Ocean, Chef. I'm on the map if you've seen the map. Oh, that's right, you haven't because you keep looking at it on mobile. I'm kind of in between Elad, Aldi, and someone else. But I'm in the middle of a tropical ocean. I'm actually going to build up in the air on Halcyon. And more worrisome deaths that I deal with, like Q. I'm not too great at flying Elytra as well. I've lost good stuff by flying into a tree out in the middle of nowhere and couldn't find where I died at. That's a real thing, man. Usually I have cords on, and if I don't have cords on and I die, I'm very sad. Which is why we're rivals, exactly. I'm going to find a way, Misty, to turn gravity on all the blocks that normally doesn't affect it, and only in your area. So all of your stuff is not going to float. That's what I'm going to do. Anyway, so basic starter farms. This is where all this bulk stuff comes in. I've got a pumpkin melon farm up top. Nothing fancy. It's an El Mango design. It just observes the plant. When it grows, it punches the block, and I have a minecart that picks it up. Cactus farm. It's basically surface to bottom. I use cactus for smelting. I'll show you that in a second. Bamboo. You can see my bamboo farm. This is actually my own design. It's not terribly complicated. All I'm doing is I'm using the observer-based farm, and I trigger a bone meal dispenser at the bottom, which gives me a little extra bone meal, or I'm sorry, a little extra bamboo per cycle. Basically, the dispenser goes off. It has a chance of regrowing the bamboo. If it regrows, it'll hit the observer again and cause the cycle to repeat. So it gets caught in these like little loops, basically. So it's a way of getting a little bit more bamboo than normal if you've got the bone meal. I also have it hooked up to a switch that I can just turn the dispensers on and the thing goes crazy, but nobody needs that much bamboo. Iron Golem farm, Creeper farm, overflow, and everything that's compostable ends up being composted when it's overflowed. So. No, she's building in the overworld, cue ball. I know exactly where she's building. I have it marked. It's already pre-marked on the map. I'll be nearby. I'll be observing. I'll be watching. Absolutely, Ginger. Enjoy your lurk. Anyway, bee farm. They're all asleep because, you know, it's nighty-night time for bees, but your simple old bee farm. Simple old villager trading hall. This is actually a greater source of XP than a lot of other things in the game. And I just have the villagers that I need to do what I need to do. It's not like anything major. This guy's really cool. I really like the arrows of harming. If you've been watching Hermitcraft offshoot series Third Life, you're familiar with the arrows of harming, what they were calling Hurdy arrows. Slime chunk. This is currently slabbed because I have more slime balls than I need, but it's a quint. A quint. I think I'm saying that right. Slime chunks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chunks. All slime chunks. At some point I'll probably make a farm out of it, but I just haven't needed that many slime balls, so it just seems like a waste. Third Life has been so great. A simple bee farm. I've never looked at bees. Bees are so easy to do, Misty. They really are. They're so easy to do. And they're cute. So, although in the real world, out in the overworld, they kind of kill themselves too much, but whatever. Anyway, this is XP farm, smelter, XP farm. This is enough cactus saved into this that if I have a tool that is 1 durability, I put that tool in my hand, I yank out the cactus, and the XP will be enough to repair that tool all the way back to full again. I have 8 pickaxes, which I picked up from doing the clearing of the nether, and there's no coincidence that there's 8 of these here. Because I would come back from digging the basalt delta, and I'd need to repair all my picks, and I'd bink, 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 and then they'd refill. Extra cactus supplies here for the smelting. Cactus is good for that. And then bamboo. I use bamboo for my smelting. Sticks are more efficient, but bamboo is easier to get if you don't have a witch farm. Super smelter, again, it's bamboo supplied. I have bamboo. I have like 8 double chests of bamboo set up to supply the super smelter. It's enough for probably 10 to 15 shulker boxes worth of smelting, which is more than I need for my needs. Basic bulk. These noisy fellas are... Oh, they're hugging again. Look. Oh. Well, we should let them have their privacy. Those are extras for what I'm about to show you. The easiest way to go is this way. Yeah. That's awesome, Cuball. Thank you for following them. As mentioned earlier, I'm going to be on an SMP with a lot of the people that are in this chat. If you look below my description, you'll see where I talk about Halcyon Heights. And I have all of the members of Halcyon Heights listed with links, so you can click on them. But if you guys are interested in a new SMP, we're going to be playing on the 117 world. And our focus in the world is on positivity and inclusivity. It's a great cast of people. They're really nice human beings. They're fun Minecrafters. I think it's definitely worth checking us all out. So feel free to check out those links and give a follow to all of my fellow SMP mates. Bulk storage, nothing exciting. This is a scare-based iron golem farm. Right now, those iron golems are entering into the iron golem hot tub. If you guys don't know, iron golems love hot tubs. They love them so much that when they go in them, they tend not to ever come out. But they're so grateful for the experience that they send me their iron, and usually flowers too. But the pillager here is scaring the villagers here who are terrified and make iron golems. So if you guys are familiar with iron golem mechanics, this is not anything revolutionary. The only thing that may be different than what you've seen is I use pillagers instead of zombies, because pillagers have a 32 block scare radius, whereas zombies only have a 16 block. I think it's 16 block scare radius. So like this guy can be here and these guys are spaced pretty far apart. Shax is not on my list. Oh, you know what, Misty? I think I'm dealing with an old... I'm probably dealing with an old list before Shax was on. I need to update that. Thank you for that note. Let me make that. I will get that taken care of as soon as my stream is over. Thank you for catching that, Misty. Okay, I got myself a note, so after stream I will address that. Awesome, Cuball. Like I said, I think it's going to be fun. Arctic is on it. Oh, I see. The chef was saying that Arctic wasn't. Yeah, Arctic is there. Like I said, my list is probably from before Shax came back and said that she wanted to do it. Yay! Woohoo! Thank you for that. That's a reminder I need to fix those fireworks, but thank you for that. I appreciate it. Awesome, Mario. Cool. So I cleared out 4 chunks underneath my base. So this is all loaded while I am in my base, or if my son is playing while he's in our base. So iron golem here, and then below the iron golems is this fun little place here. This is a good old-fashioned... let's break this. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Good old-fashioned cat-based creeper farm. Again, nothing revolutionary. I didn't invent this. It's my own design as far as, like, I just built it. I didn't copy a tutorial. But it's not like... the mechanics on this is well known at this point. So anyway, it's where I get my gunpowder and my iron from. Yep, I did. I don't know if you saw my post, Misty, but that was actually over here in this corner that it blew up. And it turned out that it was just a whole bunch of these trapdoors got blown, and then some of the carpets. So I actually had spiders that were spawning. But the cats were all fine. So I had to relocate one of the cats, because when they get damaged, they tend to move. I had to move the cat back, but yeah. All repaired. Wasn't really a huge deal considering how devastating it could be. Thank goodness the stone bricks have a high blast radius, or blast resistance rather. Anyway, that's it. That's the gist of the overworld base. Like I said, my son and I spent about 2 months here before I moved to the nether to start doing my own plans. My son's got his own plans. He's got a reskinned village nearby, and he's working on a dual overworld nether base that it looks the same. It's the same design, but on the overworld, it's fire lava colors, and then in the nether it's going to be ice colors. So it's kind of, he's got a fire and ice thing going on, which is kind of cool. I think that's all I needed here. Just the magma creams. And then Misty, I was telling you too, the only thing you can do with magma creams besides potions is turn them into magma cubes, or magma blocks, magma cubes. And I've got more magma blocks than I'm ever going to use. And this is not all of them even. I'm good. I don't need any more magma stuff. I'm good. Wait a minute. Where was that? There we go. Pop off my arrows since I'm here. Why not? Nether quartz. Okay. Sorry, I'm taking a second while I'm here to think if there's anything else I need while I'm in the overworld before I go back. Have I thought about more where I'm going to sell on the SMP? Yeah, I was glad the kitties were fine too, Chef. I didn't want to have to try and get a cat back down there in the farm. That would have been a pain. But also, it blew up right on the edge, so I figured the cats were far enough away to be okay. Yes and no, Misty. I have some ideas about what I could do, but a lot of people have claimed some of the things I had, some of the thoughts that I had initially. So I still have a couple of ideas, but some of them they're going to require a little bit more setup to get them going. So, I mean, day one, I'm going to have the best like enchantment book farm you've ever seen. That'll be ready to go. Like probably in the first hour of playing, I'll have that up and going. You know. That's a lie. The lie. Competition is good. Absolutely. No, first hour. I just need to get villagers. That's not hard. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I just made it. Look at that. Let me show. Can I show you something, Misty? Did you see where my enchantment villagers were? Any of the times that you've come by my stream? Okay, cool. Yeah. Normally I would do like a full haul, but in that particular case, I didn't have that many villagers where I was, and I just needed my enchantments. And so I went over there and just set up residence over there for a little bit while I got all of those villagers bred up and then started specializing them. And I've been over there, I think, twice since to try and get more enchantments that I didn't have. Like most recently, I got Trident finally, and I was like, ooh, I don't have any of the Trident enchantments that I need. So I went over there and I got all those guys set up, but not at this point, Q. We are going to get rolling with who we have and kind of get established first. And then once we're established, then we'll start figuring out like how we might want to expand. But at the moment, we're going to go forward with the 11 people who are established on it. So we've had a lot of people who've been kind of interested. I know a lot of people are looking for other people to play with for sure. Yeah, Wario, I'm sorry, I'm catching up a little bit on some of the stuff. We are definitely definitely a different channel size. We've got people who've got a few thousand to people like me, who, like I said, I started about a month ago and I haven't even cracked 100 yet. To people like Ginger, who are really well known in the community because she's been a mod and been present in a lot of people's channels, but Ginger has not streamed yet. Although it's worth noting that Ginger has more followers, having never streamed, than I do. But yeah, we've got a good mix of people as far as that goes. So I'm just making sure I'm all caught up on chat. Cool. All right. Yeah. Now, and from my perspective, this is my first SMP, and I couldn't be more excited. I mean, it's been such a great group of people. They've been so fun to get to know. I'm really looking forward to this experience. I'm looking forward to playing with other people who are at the same level of interest in Minecraft that I'm at. No, yeah, I think it's gonna be awesome. Yeah, Wario, it's there's some really great communities on here, and some of them intersect and some of them don't. It just depends. It depends on, you know, who the person is that you follow. I mean, most of us intersect, I feel like, but I keep discovering new pockets of Minecraft streamers that I didn't know about and who don't seem to be connected to anyone I know about yet. So, what, Q? I despise guessing games. Name it. If you guys follow Skiz, by the way, Skizzleman, if you watch Third Life, you know who I'm talking about. He's Impulse's real life friend who's been doing Naked and Scared with him. But he does name it's a lot of times. I really enjoy that. I found myself lately kind of unofficially doing name it's. I know a lot of random movie quotes. So waiting, Q. This isn't going to be like one of those things where you're like, you pique my interest but you never answer. Because I actually kind of would respect that a little bit. Oh, that's amazing. 12 hours. I mean, as someone who has generally streamed for a long amount of time, that's a good grind. But charity stream, that's amazing. Who is it that you are doing the charity stream for, if you don't mind my asking? I assume it's not a big state secret because it is a charity stream, but as I was asking the question, I'm like, well, maybe they don't want us to know. I don't know why. Oh, you know what I totally didn't do? I totally didn't turn on my... That's fine. Gonna have to go to the raw file. It's fine. Feeding America. That is a great charity. That's awesome. When is it on Tuesday? Like, what's the time or time zone? I know that promoting your own stream is kind of considered bad form on Twitch, and I understand why, and I do think that that's a good thing, a good reason, or good. It's good not to promote yourself on stream without permission, and I am giving you permission because it's for a charity. So, 9 or 10 Eastern Standard Time. Okay, cool. And I assume you're streaming Minecraft. Are you doing single player? Are you part of a multiplayer environment? Let's sell it up a little bit. And how are you part of this charity if you don't mind talking about that. Like, is it something that you and other streamers are doing? Is this something you're doing on your own? Like I said, feel free to go ahead and plug yourself a little bit. I definitely want to be supporting small streamers friendly, but I'm not always good at remembering things. So I apologize if I'm lacking sometimes on that. Not quite as bad as saying ham just here. Yeah, 100% Wario. That does happen. Or moreover, I find it gets used for, oh cool, I'm just here checking you out until I go live. Like, that's their casual way of saying, oh, I stream too, come and watch me, instead of the streamer that you're watching. That also, I feel, is like the same level of rude. But like I said, I'm happy to make an exception when it comes to a charity, because getting the word out is kind of important. So that's your pet peeve, Mike? Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I don't see a lot of it because I feel like people just generally know that that's a no-no. And it probably still somewhat common in certain pockets where people just haven't learned that etiquette and they're trying to figure out how to grow their communities. You know, feel like, first of all, I need to bring up the schematic here. It is. Okay, well then I should have done that. Thought so, but whatever. Yeah, Carrot, you just here until I'm not live. By the way, guys, here, I still have to do my own. I need to do my own. I'm getting there. Someday. You guys should follow my friend Carrot if you don't already. Carrot is probably my longest standing streamer friend. He was hanging out in my streams, supporting me when I first got started. So, Carrot streams from a single player, but vegan modified world. And to be honest with you, I feel like that's just so compelling. Like, what does a vegan world in Minecraft even mean? And it is really as interesting as you might think it is. He has self-imposed rules to the game, to how he plays the game, that are vegan friendly. And overcoming some of those rules is part of the challenge of, it's like if you guys are familiar with El Mango's peaceful mod or peaceful streams, peaceful series. El Mango's pointing out how hard it is to do things in Minecraft in peaceful mode. Carrot is pointing out how hard it is to be vegan in Minecraft, basically. So if you're interested in that kind of a thing, I highly recommend you drop him a follow and check him out. I spend a lot of time in Carrot's stream when he's on, and it's always a fun time. I feel like I am missing these. So let's grab that. You know it's hard, guys? Inventory management while you're streaming. Like, a lot of things are hard while you're streaming, but inventory management. Carrot, thank you for the sub, my friend. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. We catch up here, guys. Yeah, he does, Chef. You're right. And part of the lore is in service to the whole vegan thing. Like there's a whole cat creeper conflict museum happening just because he needed a way to obtain gunpowder for rockets, but do it in a vegan friendly way. And part of being vegan friendly is not creating mob farms. And so he had to come up with a way to make this particular item more accessible. And so he's got a whole lore built up around it, which I think is a lot of fun. That's fair, Misty. I 100% disagree with that position because you saw my Iron Golem hot tub. They love the Iron Golem hot tub. They absolutely love it. They love it so much that they don't ever leave once they go in. So. Hype Carrot. Yeah, man. I appreciate that, Carrot. Yep. Yep. Well, Chef, as I understand it, you're responsible for a lot of them. So I am honored. After we had that interview the other day, I'm honored that you've got a first badge from me, to be completely honest with you, because I see it. I see the through line on that. So we observe and document the cat creeper conflict. I don't kill the creepers, the cats do it. Exactly. Yeah, Missy, believe me, I know that problem. It usually to show them way to Iron Golem Heaven. Yeah, that's actually how I discovered the bug that if you leash Iron Golems, it breaks their AI and they can't. They no longer move normally. There's a Mojang bug for that I'm on. Who me? Never first one. Yeah. Who you, Chef? Who you indeed, my friend. Those of you who don't know, Chef is an amazing human being, and he is listed below, so you should definitely follow him. He's going to be part of the Halcyon Heights server, but he's also a huge supporter of small streamers, and you should support him. He is switching over to Java from Bedrock. And so he'll be streaming Java on the Halcyon Heights. And so he's going to bring all of his Bedrock knowledge over to Java Minecraft, which should be entertaining. Streamers helping streamers, Cuball. Exactly. Exactly, my friend. I mean, all of us know the bigger streamers. I mean, I'm not even talking about like the ninjas. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Misty. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for that gifted sub. Also, that was a weird sound and icon and like, I don't even know where that came from. I assume that was Streamlabs, but I don't I don't remember setting that up. I'm gonna have to look into that. Yeah, that'll wake you up. Oh, that's nothing. You guys are just starting. All of my channel points are a little pricey, and some of you guys have dabbled. Yeah, I that's what I assumed, Wario. Some of you guys have dabbled into some of this here, but there's a whole bunch of. I got a whole bunch of stuff in my soundboard here that you guys haven't even started touching yet, mostly because you don't have enough points. But you will soon, and you'll be able to trigger things that might be of interest to you later. No, Carrot, there's no Hall of Friends in my channel points yet. I actually debated about that, I'll be honest with you. Part of me was like, do I want to copy Carrot on that? Maybe. I'm not sure yet. Not sure yet. Yay! I also want to fix those fireworks, by the way. A, I want them to be transparent. B, I want them to be Minecraft fireworks. I was delighted I got that set up. Carrot copy. I got to show you how to do alt keys so you can do the proper TM, Carrot. It should be. There you go. There's your proper TM right there. Anyway. Yeah, no, I actually will have, so this is a future thing. Everyone who's subscribed, once I start on Halcyon Heights, I'm actually going to set up some version of a like a memorial block kind of thing. Memorial always sounds a little bit like I'm talking about if someone's passed, but like, you know, points of interest will sell, like they'll have bricks that you can buy and you can put them in, they put them in the wall, they put them in the floor or whatever. And it's a dedication block. That's probably a better name than memorial. Dedication block. Anyone who's subscribed, I'm going to do dedication blocks and stick them in my Halcyon Heights build. Working on some ideas on what those blocks will look like. At the very least, there'll be something named, a sign or something. But I'm probably going to do like something a little fancier with armor stance. That's my plan. So anyway, that'll be forthcoming once Halcyon Heights is running. I'll go through anyone who's subbed and add those in. So I don't know, Chef. I mean, you're already playing with me, so I don't know how many more rewards I could possibly give you. Sorry, I make myself laugh. But anyway, yeah, that's my current plan. One of my plans. I've got a bunch of other things I'm working on, but those of you who don't know, I just got named affiliate this week, about middle of the week, and it came as a bit of a surprise to me. Not completely, but I started off the week like focusing on adding a bunch of commands, trying to enhance my non-affiliate Twitch life. And then all of a sudden I was an affiliate and I spent the entire end of the week trying to figure out all the things that I wanted to do and set up for being an affiliate. So there's more to come as I learn how to do things. Linking videos and sounds and all that stuff, which is really entertaining to learn, but a little bit of a grind unto itself. So, hey, Sokka, welcome in. Hey, nice emotes you got there, buddy. Yeah, I think that was Chef, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Q-Ball. I appreciate it. Incredibly grateful specifically to a lot of the Halcyon Heights people, Aldebar especially, and also like Kojiro, who was in here earlier, and Carrot for being such staunch supporters of me since I started streaming. Yeah, I mean, I really owe a lot to them. Thank you, Chef. Thank you for that gifted sub. Wait a minute. Did Misty not have a sub? Because she gifted a sub earlier. I'm confused. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Thank you guys for being awesome. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Chef. You're so awesome, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you for the gifted sub. I think Ginger's lurking, but I'm sure that they will catch it later. Hey, look, Streamlabs, just in time. I was just about to make this statement, and here's Streamlabs jumping in with the, jumping in like it knew I was going to talk about this. Oh, Chef, thank you. My first bits, too. Now you get the first bits badge. I don't think there's such a thing as that. Thank you, Chef. You're awesome, man. You are a champion, and I appreciate you. Yeah. So something that's really important to me. I really want people who I appreciate the subs. Obviously, I appreciate the bits. I feel like that kind of goes without saying. I do want anyone who is here. Yeah, I feel like that too, Misty. I do want anyone who's here who doesn't have a sub, who can't contribute financially, because I know that's just not a reality for everybody. I want you guys to have a good time. I want you to know that you're valuable here. I've tried to add a lot of things you can do with channel points, which you earn just by giving me the gift of your time. So I'm trying to make that experience as fun as possible for you. And also just to set your mind at ease that if you're here and you are lurking, watching, talking, whatever it is, you're valuable to me, and I appreciate you being here. I mean, a huge part of the whole streaming thing is just having someone to stream to. And so it starts there. If you're here, that means you're supporting me. Even if you can't give any money like you'd like to, even if you don't have the emotes, you're still supporting me, and know that I acknowledge that and I appreciate that. No worries, Q. I'm also glad that that command worked too. Last week was so weird. It honestly felt like 2 different weeks. Monday was a holiday, so I was actually off and I was just playing Minecraft. I was just building on Monday. Tuesday, I was like, okay, I need to add some commands. I need to get a lurk command. I need to get a shout out command. I need to get a hug command. I need the important commands, right? And then the affiliate thing came, and I felt like all of the stuff I did on the stream pre-affiliate was a completely different week. But all that's brand new too, since the last time I streamed. Don't know if you saw, but you modded you. I'm not sure what you mean by you modded you. Oh, you mean auto mod? Is that what you're talking about? I modded. Oh, you modded us on your channel. No, I didn't see that. Okay. Sorry about that. Gotcha. Now I'm with you. Now I'm caught up. Sorry, I was desperately trying to wrap my head around what you were saying there. And I was drawing a complete blank. That's awesome. No, I didn't notice that. Thanks, Mike. Thank you for translating. That's awesome. I will try to use that power responsibly. More importantly, I'll help you if you need help. I am not a. I don't have an unlurk. I should probably actually come up with an unlurk command. I think it'd be a fun thing to add to my particular lurk statement. No, that's true. Misty didn't promise to be responsible. That is a true statement. Well, okay, now, Chef, I know you mentioned it. You said that you'd be willing. Should I make it official and make you mod here? Then I'll have Carrot, who never asked to be modded, but I was desperate at the time, and you. Don't abuse it too much. You'll be cool. Yeah, I don't think Misty's going to abuse it. And make sure I spell your name right too, so that I don't accidentally mod someone I've never met. Yeah, oh Misty, I know, you're so devious. I believe that. Pfft, whatever. I want to get. My goal is to get Misty all wound up so that when we do start playing, she becomes kind of paranoid, and like every little thing that happens, she's gonna blame me for. She's not gonna know if like she sees some random thing in her base, and she's not gonna know if that was me or not. You actually caught me, Chef, for a half second. I thought, oh no. Oh wait, no, it's just one of the sounds that I have. Went and got a homemade cinnamon roll I had made. I'm a chef like chef. I mean, if you went and got a homemade cinnamon roll, then you are a chef like chef. That is a true statement. Actually, cinnamon roll does sound good. You've given me permission to prank you all. Misty, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have never signed a contract that said I was going to prank you. So I don't even know where you're getting this idea. I'm really more into the psychological warfare side of it all. I want you to not know what's going to happen or where it's going to come from. It'll happen. It will come. But I don't want you to know. Oh, you're starting culinary school in the fall. That's so awesome, Q. So I'm assuming that you've had that interest for a while. Isn't culinary school pretty grueling too? I don't know a ton about it, but I feel like it's actually one of the harder trades to get into. Like it's a lot of school and a lot of, I don't know if grind's the popular word or popular. I don't know if grind's the appropriate word, but I've heard it is definitely not an easy path to take. Like in a lot of ways, it's more difficult than going to university is. Since you were 9. Wow, that's awesome. I enjoyed cooking when I was younger, but not enough that I pursued it. At 9 years old, I was good at making a bowl of cereal. Has the passion for it. Nice. That's awesome, Chef. You're so cool. Ethan has joined stream. It's okay, Mike. We just need you to look good. That's all we're asking of you, my friend. We're keeping the bar appropriately low for you. Your kitty. Oh. I didn't remember your kitty's name, so I'm pretty sure you did talk about them in stream, but Misty, you might appreciate this. I've had cats most of my life. The one cat that we have now is the most stereotypical cat I have ever had in all my years of having cats. Like temperamental, finicky, your best friend 1 second, your worst enemy the next second. She's the most cat I have ever known. 3 cats, 3 dogs. That's a good mix. Do they all get along, Q-Ball? I mean, I feel like that might be an obvious question, but at the same time, it's not. See, I gotta remember that so I don't have to fix it every time. It's fine. I'll fix it. Oh, wait. Oh, I did this side, but not the other side. One of your cats acts like a dog. We've had a few cats over the years that have acted like a dog. Back when I was still living at home, one of their last cats would play fetch with things. It was actually pretty funny. I think one of our cats played fetch, now that I think about it too. Yeah, I think one of our cats used to play fetch, which was kind of fun. Yeah, that one over there. Boop. I think that's all I need to fix. Guess we'll find out in a second. Catty. They all get along most of the time. Okay, yeah, so they're typical. I mean, you could have two cats who only get along most of the time. More recently than the one cat that we have now, we had 4 cats that were all at the same time. And the 2 boys were love bugs. The 2 girls were very territorial with each other. They didn't fight, but they kept to themselves for the most part. And like I said, our current cat is super catty. But she's by herself too, which is a decision we deliberately made because we discovered that when we got our first cat and then we got our second cat, the personality of the first cat changed a little bit. And so this time, first of all, I didn't want to have a lot of cats in the house again. Second of all, I kind of wanted to see what a cat would be like if they didn't have other cats around. Because I do think that they interact differently with their people if they're the only cat. And we don't have the problem of there's always someone at home, so it's not like they were ever lonely. Luther will play fetch. Ethan just wants to snuggle. Aw. Okay, Chef, enjoy your nap. I do enjoy the snuggling cats. Our cat will snuggle. Usually it's just when it's cold. Or in the morning when, like, she's been alone at night because, God forbid, we all went to sleep. In the mornings, she'll want a lap and she'll want to snuggle. Wants a reminder that she wasn't alone in the house in vain while we all slept. My dog acts like a cat most days. Elaborate on that, Mike. I'm curious what that means. You like the shulker walls? This is so they don't spawn. Things can spawn on shulkers. And I had them on the floor originally over here. And every time I came over here to grab supplies, there'd be a bunch of magma cubes bouncing around. So I'm like, that's enough of that nonsense. So I stuck them up on the walls so that I don't have to deal with them spawning over here. Because my base is non-spawnable, it doesn't take much for them to spawn. All I have to do is leave a few spawnable blocks and I'll be overrun. He likes the space in the left unless he really wants something. That is very cat-like. Lays on the top of the back of the couch. I hope it's not a German Shepherd or Saint Bernard. I hope it's a small dog. I haven't seen your dog on stream yet, Mike. I know you've referred to the dog, but I don't think I've actually seen your dog on your stream before. Magma cream farming. No, at this point, that's just trash. That's just trash, Misty. I don't keep any magma creams anymore. I get them, I throw them out. I don't think I even have any in these chests. Like, these chests here are what I have left of my digging. So, like, this quartz was from digging. No, that's all brought. And then this nether gold ore. So, and these magma cubes. This is what I have left from clearing out this area. Everything else got moved over to my actual overworld base. But this quartz and this nether gold is what's left of that effort. And I don't have any magma creams because there's just no point. There's just no point. I'll build you a trash chute. I'll build you a trash chute. Hey, Misty, did I show you my lava hack yet or no? Hold on, I got a mod here. Oh, thank you, Carrot. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Carrot. That's awesome. Lava hacks. The lava chute will lead to your house. Let me show you. Let me show you my hacks, Misty. Okay. I'll actually do it right now. Here, I like having an empty hand. So this is my secret in and out here. This was like really important when I was finishing this wall build. Because reasons. But there's a little hint at the hacks right there, but like this area down here, this is from when I was clearing out the bottom of the thing before I built the wall, and I needed to dig a space around the wall so that I would have lava. Because if you saw my wall, you saw there's a lava feature, and then this is what's left. This is originally how I was getting up and down. My storage used to be up there-ish, and when I shaved the walls down, I ended up getting rid of all that space. But this little staircase is what's left of the build. And I see you. I see you. Oh, you're a... You know what? Come here. Come here. Oh. Come here. Come on. Get it done. Come on. Bring it in here. There you go. All right. Anyway, lava hacks. Let me know if that's too loud, by the way. I'll be happy to turn my sound down. So if you'll observe, I mean, my hands are... I mean, not even... My hands aren't even on the keyboard or the mouse because I just don't care. I live here. This is where I live now. Good. Thank you, Q. I am not taking damage. If you'll notice, I am starting to take a little saturation. But I'll eat a little bit of carrot. And that'll go away for a little bit. If you'll notice, too, this is... I think this is actually a bug, but... None of my armor is taking damage either. All the armor is 100%. Hey, I ate that carrot. Oh, wait. Never mind. I got what you were saying. So what this is I have Fire 4 on my helmet. I have Fire 4 on my leggings. I have Fire 4 on my boots. I see you. I hear you. I acknowledge you. Oh, for the love. The lava's not going to get me, but the magmas themselves might. Hold on while I dispatch the ruffians here. So anyway, and I have beacons. And the beacons are... bleh. The beacons are resistance and regeneration. So I will eventually lose saturation, so I could starve to death, but as long as I have golden carrots, which have the best saturation in the game, all I have to do is eat a carrot every couple of minutes and I'm good. But the gist of it is, with the beacons are like 40% resistance to damage. And then the armor takes care of the rest of it. My chest plate only has protection. I don't know, a lot of people don't know this, but if you have all 4 armor has the same protection on it, you're wasting some of that protection. There's a cap on how much protection you can get from armor. And so if I had fire on this armor, it would be wasted. So I just use regular protection. And it actually makes a difference. If I just have my elytra on, I'm still not in danger. But you'll see that I actually do start taking damage with just the elytra on. So the protection for armor's adding a little bit more juice to it. But yeah, a lot of this is beacon. A lot of it is the regenerating effect of the beacon plus the resistance. But in any event, I show you all that to say, this is how I survived this biome. There were parts of... It's okay. There were parts of this where I got basically where I was just at was the lava lake level. When I got the biome dug down to that point, the magma cubes were almost too much to deal with because they only had a few spawning spots. And so they were just in hordes. And I had a lot of lava features I had to clear. So a lot of times I would actually just slip into the lava and swim around, and I'd throw gravel down to clear the lava out, because it was more peaceful to be underneath the lava, inside the lava, than it was to be on the surface dealing with magma cubes. So anyway, that's my lava hacks. I took my elytra off and I jumped out a window and tried to fly. That could have been hilarious, but it's not that far of a fall and I have feather falling. So there you go. All right. Did I finish this? Oh, goodness. I'm going to hit the wall again, Carrot. I must have had a replay of that. Carrot was here once when I was trying to do some commands. I was flying and I was trying to do some commands that took me away so I couldn't move anymore. And I was deep enough in those commands that I couldn't get back as I was flying straight at the side of my base. And smack. I died. Like I said before, my deaths are all stupid deaths. My deaths aren't heroic. They're dumb. All right, that's fine. Those are okay. That's fine. That's okay. And that's fine. Okay. All right. So I'm just double checking the schematic to make sure that I'm not missing anything there. I have to check in periodically. Oh, okay. Broke the end crystal with your face. That is a glorious description, and I know exactly what you're talking about. I feel like not the last Ender Dragon fight that we had, but one of the more recent ones. I was too close to the crystal, and I had pillared up to get to it. And I don't know why. I wasn't expecting it. Maybe the pillar's smaller. I don't know. I have no idea. But all of a sudden, the explosion blew me back off the backside of what I was pillaring on. And that didn't kill me, but the fall did. I take a lot more precautions than at that point. I didn't have a slow falling potion, for instance. So. All right, we are making good progress on this side here. And we got one more. One more of these sides. All right, what time? I'm going to do a time check real quick. We are almost at 4 hours. All right, I'm going to take this opportunity real quick. I'm going to do a 5-second BRB and reconfigure myself back into a seating position for my standing. So quick BRB. All right. Sorry about that. You're asking about this. Hey, Aldi, welcome back, by the way. As previously mentioned, I work from home. We transitioned to work from home at the start of the pandemic. And at work, I had a standing desk conversion basically it was a big giant mechanical add-on to the top of my desk that allowed it to go to standing. Trying to think of the brand name. Like I've even seen this brand in Costco recently, with all the work from home. I'm drawing a blank right now. Anyway, but it's a giant contraption that sits on top of your desk, and it has handles on the side, and it's got a pneumatic lift in it, so you just have to lift the handles, and then the whole thing goes up pretty easily. Not electric, it's manual, so it could be, depending on your level of strength, it could be too much for some people. It's heavier with stuff on it, obviously, but because it's pneumatic, it's not like you're lifting the whole thing up, but it does require a little hoof. But they also make an electronic version of it. But that's it. I when we transitioned to work from home, I just brought mine home. I liked being able to stand. I liked being able to switch back and forth rather than sitting in a chair all day. It just works out better for me, for my health. So it is, especially because, as those of you who've been around know, I tend to stream for long hours on a Saturday. And otherwise, I'd actually literally be in this chair for almost 12 hours straight, minus like a break or two. So being able to transition into standing is great because it allows me to change my posture, change my blood flow, all that fun stuff. Although standing is not as healthy for you as actually moving is. And I have heard that some people have like desks that are like treadmill, or like they have a bicycle attachment. I don't know that I'm ready for that, but those kind of intrigue me. Because rather than sitting or just standing, you'd actually be moving. I try to move around when I'm standing too, but sometimes I catch myself that I'm just standing still the whole time. It's hard to dance around when you're streaming. But anyway. Yeah, and I have a work mat. There's probably a better name for it, but it's a standing mat, Misty, that they recommend if you're going to stand, because it's a hard floor. It's a good idea to have some sort of cushioning, so it's a little bit less stress on your joints. So I have one of those too. But yeah, that is my setup. I'm really grateful when we transitioned from working in the office to working from home that they allowed me to take one home. I actually took it home before I even had a desk, in anticipation of knowing that I wanted to get one and knowing that I wanted to be able to accommodate that standing thing. So, I mean, for the first 6 months of pandemic, I sat in a chair almost the entire time. Okay, now that's interesting. I am not expecting to see any of what I'm seeing right there. I have questions. I'm going to ignore that for now because I believe that is a schematic. I don't know how I describe that. The schematic trash was an idea that I had that I didn't flesh out. And so I may have left it, not realized it was there. I know, Carrot, I know. But sometimes, see, the problem with trusting the schematic is I'm the one who made it. So that means trusting myself. And that's not going to work. That's not going to work out for me. And don't forget that goes there. And then where are my honey blocks? I took them out. Honey blocks, because they are not spawnable. Also, I forgot honey blocks down here. What just happened? I failed to achieve lift. Yeah, right? Good old Jungle Book. I actually really enjoyed that movie. One of my favorite Disney classic movies. I like cats. I like big cats. In general, that's, you know, part of the whole Griffin thing is it's half lion, right? And that has Bagheera and Shere Khan in it. So, I mean, that was pretty good. I used to love Bagheera. I mean, Shere Khan's the bad guy, so you're not supposed to like the bad guy as a kid. But I love Bagheera. Our cats had a Lion King moment. Okay. I am interested in the end of your story. You've successfully baited me. I'm trying to imagine. There's a lot of endings to this story, Carrot. And since we're still waiting for you to type, I'm going to fill in some of the endings. Oh, no, darn it. You beat me to it. Okay. The Scar Mufasa scene. Okay, this is actually one of the stories I was going to make up. One was trying to climb up somewhere. The other was, and he had the claws up, just holding on. And the cat up top pulled a Scar, bit his fingers until he fell. Yeah. Is legitimately one of the stories I was going to make up, waiting for you to finish your story. Was that one of them knocked the other one down from a high place? That's awesome. The other one I was going to make up was that they all burst out into Hakuna Matata, but that was probably a little bit more far-fetched. Yeah, cats are funny together. That's why we had multiple cats in the past. When we got our first cat, when my wife and I first moved out together as a couple, we got a cat. And we both worked at that point. And we were so worried about her being lonely that we decided that immediately we needed to have another cat. And somehow that turned into 2 more cats, so we had 4 total. But her personality was a little different. Like when we first brought her home and it was just us, to when we got the second cat, her personality was a little different. And my theory on it is that when it was just us, we were the other cats. We were the playmates. We were the objects of her interest. And then when we got a second cat, now all of a sudden there's another cat for her to model behavior after. And so they just were cats, you know? And so with this cat our most recent cat, I kind of wanted her to just be who she was with us. Like we would be her cats instead of having the second cat and having that personality change. And it's been really interesting because I really do think that there might be some merit to the idea that she models herself after us more, or treats us more like cats, treats us more like her playmates. Anyway, plus she's a weird cat. So, hey Ginger, welcome back, by the way. You did get gifted. Think it was Chef. It'll tell you in your little thing there. But yeah, I think it was Chef. So welcome to the subs. I have emotes. I have cookies, but I ate them all. And I can't really give you cookies over the internet anyway. And if someone could give you cookies over the internet, would you trust that? I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's a little sketchy. But sorry, I ate all the subscription cookies, so my bad. Or the cookies. The emote was designed by one of my children who has been doing art increasingly more and more online. They have mostly friends and family, but a couple of other people that they've met through posting art that they have done commissions for. And so as soon as I'm like, ooh, I have artwork I need, I turned to them and said, would you be willing? And they designed my griffin, my first emote. I'm pretty happy with it. I think it captures my personality pretty well. So I do have one more emote in the hopper for once I get that unlocked. It's a special emote for June. So as soon as that becomes a thing, I will throw that in there. Okay, what am I missing? Oh, that's right. This is down here, and I need to be up there. And that's fine, because I'm not up there. And this is why we have ender pearls. Because now I want to be there, so... Ta-da! But anyway, that's where my emotes come from. Kind of... Sorry, there's a lot of people that are near me right now. It became a little intimidating. Pretty happy with the channel badge. I came up with that last night, kind of last minute. Been struggling with what to do. I'm not 100% sure it's my final channel badge, but it'll get me by. Oh, I'm going to need more of these, aren't I? Yeah, all right, let's go get it. Let's go get it now. I think my family is preparing to go someplace. They're all hovering near me. I'm right by the front door. And they're all congregating here. They're making me nervous. This is a cool mod thing. The build guide, yeah. So it's called Lightmatica. And hold on one second. I'm going to do a quick BRB and I'll finish all that story. Are you guys imminent? Sorry about that, guys. Just had to say goodbye to the fam who's leaving. I have one kid going to work, one kid going to Aikido, and anyway. Yeah, it's called Lightmatica. Ginger. It was absolutely essential for me. I honestly could not have done this project without it. Without it, it would be me with a second instance of Minecraft up in a second screen and like constantly having to look back and forth. But you can use it for sharing things. You can build something in your world and send it to friends. It's good for technical projects because you can build like machines or farms and send it to people, and they can reconstruct it without, once again, having to refer to a reference image or screen or whatever. So yeah, huge fan. Mike, enjoy your evening. if that's where you're at right now. I guess you're getting close to evening anyway. But yeah, take care of yourself. As always, good to have you. Great job again on the interviews earlier today, Mike. You know, I'm going to do something weird. I'm going to give a quick shout out to Mike. So Mike is one of my new server mates. We're going to be starting a new SMP once 117 comes out, and Mike is one of my server mates. So I'm going to give him a quick shout out. It's interesting to you, Misty. Don't go, Mike. I think Mike is tired of the abuse. He wants to be more than just a pretty face, so he's leaving. Oh. Sorry, Mike. All right, well, then stay. I thought you were saying bye to us. You're saying bye to my family. I get it now. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine here. I misunderstood too, Misty. Anyway, what were you saying about building creative and rebuild and survival? Once I've built it live, I don't want to build it again. I get that. Certainly, if I had built this thing by hand in creative, I would not want to rebuild it again. I'd just be able to look at this cool thing I built and do screenshots of it. But obviously, that wasn't my intention for this build. My intention was to do this in survival. And I have some degree of the same, I think I'm saying this right, aphasia thing that Aldi's talked about, where I don't see things in my head. I have like a vague impression of something, but I can't fully visualize something. And so I need references to visualize. And I needed to sketch this thing out before I started building it. I could not have done this any other way. I needed to be able to try things, and if I didn't like them, delete them. And I needed fill block commands because of the scale that I'm working in, and my creative process on this took a month solid. Once I actually sat down and said, okay, I need to finish these builds. But it even goes back longer than that, because I had some sketches that I did at the end of last year. Right when I got the build dug and I started getting the wall up, I started going, okay, I need to actually find what's going to go inside this wall. And it was those sketches that made me realize I had to get rid of the nether ceiling. But that month and a half process, let's call it, would have been easily months and months of trying to design this in survival. Once again, the scale that I'm building on, and the complexity of what I'm building, I could not have done this in survival. I mean, just being able to fly and place blocks and not have to do what I'm doing now, which is reconstruct it, while obeying gravity, would have not been possible. So I know kind of what you're saying, Misty, and at the same time, this process has worked really well for me for this build, especially. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that piece, Aldi. Normally, if I'm building something like in survival, I'll live with something I don't love rather than tear it down. I have to really hate something that I don't love to tear it down. But that was also another reason why on this build specifically, I was like, I want to love this build. I want to love what I've created. And there were many iterations of this as I was building it up that I didn't love. Need that to be this for now. So I waited until I had a design of whatever it was I was working on that I loved before I moved on. And sometimes I had to come back to sections. Sometimes I just ran out of ideas for a section. I'm like, I put something up. This is good enough for now, but I'll probably revisit this section later and come up with a better idea. And as previously mentioned, I don't mind the grind in this game. So I don't mind building it twice in a way. Oh, I didn't know that, Aldi. Sorry. I haven't seen you tear anything down. I've only seen you building, so I didn't realize that you actually do that too. The candy cane towers. Interesting. Really, Aldi? Wow. Yeah. I think at least a part of it for me too, if I'm being 100% transparent, is a certain amount of insecurity about my builds. As I've said many times on stream before, I do not consider myself a builder. And part of this project is trying to shed that insecurity for myself. But the insecurity manifests as I would hate to try to design something on camera in front of people. Like something small that is like, I don't care about it that much. It's not that big of a deal. But something like I'm trying to feature like this, that would be too much for me to handle. So I definitely like your towers, and your towers look great, Aldi. I definitely wouldn't have felt comfortable like building it and going, I hate that, and to tear it down, and then build it again. I hate that, and tear it down. Maybe at some point I'll get to that point, but if I have time to sit down and do a creative sketch, I'd rather work out my issues in the creative sketch first. But schematic Lightmatica is new to me as well. I started doing the Lightmatica stuff just because of the technical stuff to remove the bedrock. It was during that I went, ooh, I could use that for this build as well. And I'm so glad I did, because I could not imagine trying to build this by using a reference image or having another instance of Minecraft open. This would be infuriating to try and build that way. Circular towers made of white, light blue, and magenta concrete and spirals. So off-color candy canes, literally. It isn't an Aldi stream until he tears his builds down. Now, Mike, I thought it wasn't an Aldi stream until he tore you down. Sorry. Sometimes I'm like, we will build this off stream. Shots fired. I liken it too. If you guys have ever watched someone like Tango stream, Tango, as good as he is at technical Minecraft, he hates doing redstone on stream. And he hasn't said these words exactly, but basically he's kind of inferred that redstone requires a lot of thinking and a little bit of trial and error. And I think that he hates going through that process on stream. And so he generally tries to avoid doing redstone on stream if he can. So there are certain things that are just, even if you're not doing it in creative, you're at least not doing it while everyone's staring at you. Although I've come to realize when it comes to Minecraft streams that most of us are probably actually playing the game and not paying that close attention to what anyone's building for more than just a few seconds. So I'll be honest with you. I love Mike. Like, legitimately. I love his spirit and his energy, and I am super extra sensitive to actually hurting Mike's feelings with all the ribbing that he gets about this stuff. If I thought that Mike was even slightly bothered at any measurable level, I would never tease him again. Do you like Mike? It is. Are you referring to the "Be Like Mike" commercials? It used to be about Michael Jordan. 'Cause I'm almost getting a little bit of Life Cereal vibes from that too, where it was Mikey who liked Life Cereal. Hey, Mikey, he likes it. Oh, I'm out. I'm out on that one. I definitely did not see that. I wasn't even aware there was such a thing, so I've definitely not seen that. Mikey likey. I know we have to be careful about age discussion on Twitch. I feel like there's at least one person on this stream who probably knows about the Life Cereal commercials with little Mikey. And the other kids would be like, what is this? This looks terrible. Let's give it to Mikey. He eats everything. And then Mikey would eat it and like it. And they're like, hey, Mikey, he likes it. Thank you. I'll be here all week performing your favorite commercial hits of yesteryear. I do consider myself a decent builder, not great, but decent. I think it's a good thing for people to see someone who is good at something in his game go through the struggle process sometimes too. I agree with that totally, Aldi. I think it's partially because I think you've said that maybe before, that I do see that value for sure. And it's a case of getting over my own insecurity and being willing to be vulnerable, if that's not too strong a word to use in this case. Yep, see, I knew Aldi. I figured you'd probably be one. Yeah, it's not for everyone to do. But you know what, though? Like I said, I see the value in that. I definitely see a value in normalizing the process so that we destigmatize what people tend to think about how things work or how easy or hard things are. Or it's kind of the whole, Facebook, Instagram culture thing of, you only see everyone's best moments. It's destigmatizing that kind of stuff where you can show people that it's okay to not be perfect and it's okay to struggle and all that. I see a value in that for sure. Is this area, would this be eligible to be slabbed? Maybe. I see you. All right, just curious. I knew this was over here. The first time I seen the guest end up in there. Just wondering if he's going to be a problem for me, but it turns out we're all friends here. All friends here. rip that block. Apparently I need to eat a carrot. Thank you for verbalizing what I was trying to say without any type paragraph. Thanks. I think you and I see eye to eye on that kind of stuff, Aldi. So I feel you on that. Well, and I'll be honest with you, a lot of things have changed for me with regards to what I imagined it would be like streaming versus my experience of streaming. I definitely have a much greater comfort level with the idea of taking risks on here now. And a huge part of that is because your community and Carrot and all these people have been so open and accepting and even appreciative that it's given me a lot more confidence to take some risks and be more vulnerable. Whereas, like I said, going into streaming, it was hard to imagine doing certain things on camera that now it feels a lot more practical or a lot more possible, at least. So, and that's one of them, is being willing to just be myself, warts and all, which is something I try to do in my regular life, but the internet as a scurry place. There are pockets of the internet that are beautiful. It may even be a majority of the internet that's beautiful, but the ugly sides are very visible and very loud. So. Chomp chomp. You know, Carrot, you're trying to encourage me to be vegan and eat carrots. Now I'm traumatizing you by eating carrots. I'm getting mixed messages here, buddy. For the record, I was eating golden carrots long before you were a carrot. Because I recognized a long time ago that golden carrots were the best food in the game. You've been a carrot for all eternity? I mean, maybe. I suppose that's possible. It's actually an interesting question. Feel free to defer this until a time when you're live again, because I'm always sensitive to sometimes things are much easier to say out loud than they are to type in chat. But I'd be interested to know why a carrot. You have so many vegetable options in Minecraft. Not really. But you have so many vegetable options in Minecraft. What was it about the carrot? Why aren't you the plausible potato? Or the beneficent beetroot? Or perhaps you could have been Will Wheaton. Sorry, that made me laugh. I guess if I can't amuse myself. And again, if you want to defer that story, I'm happy to wait till the next time you're streaming, which will be tomorrow, in fact. Interesting. So it just kind of flowed out of that creative space. Imagine how different your life would have been if you were the pernicious potato. You could have been the marvelous mushroom and just eaten mushroom stew. Boy, talk about a modification that would have sucked. Mushroom stew's not stackable. It's not a bad food source, but it's not stackable. That would be terrible to have to manage that as your food source. the wandering wheat stalk. We had things like the crafty vegetable, prime veg, veggie gamer, stuff like that. Yeah, I like casual carrot. I mean, given those choices, casual carrot like flows better. The wandering wheat stalk. Okay, Misty. I appreciate that. I appreciate you being here too. Thank you for spending your time with me, and thank you for subs and donations, and for being awesome you. And I look forward to terrorizing you soon on a server. Just saying. I mean, I'm not going to terrorize Misty. That's not going to happen. I'll be a very kind and loving neighbor. Mostly. Any more stairs? Have a good night, Misty. Take care of yourself. It all worked out. The name came, then the skin, then from the skin came the memes. I was really lucky that design had a carrot. I mean, you could have beetroot would have been harder, but you could, everything you do as a carrot could have been a potato. But the carrot's a more interesting color for sure. You feel like Misty is the mischievous one in the group? Well, what's interesting about that statement, Aldi, is that Misty's been accusing me this whole time of being her rival and having to kind of watch out for me. And the truth is, she did all of that. I had nothing to do with any of that. So I agree with you. I think it's all Misty. I am 100% innocent here. I have not done anything to instigate Misty in any way, shape, or form. Oh, I'm out of those two. Good Lord, I'm out of everything again. How many do I have? I have 40. All right, let's do this. At some point, I'm going to have to, maybe after I get this section done, I'm going to have to come down here and do a stonecutter stream. Stonecutter stream with Griffin. Where we stand in front of the stonecutter and we craft yarn while we craft blocks. Is that it? Yeah, okay. Yep. Trying to shift suspicion elsewhere. I agree. I'm going to get blamed for all the things that Misty does. That's what's going to happen. Plausible to be the wandering wheat stock, basically those are good ideas to keep the brainstorming. Well, at some point, Carrot, you're going to have to set up like a full like vegan SMP, and these could be like the other characters that are on the I mean, you probably want them to pick their own names, but at the same time, if they're casting about looking for names, you've got them in your back pocket. You're like ready to go. Stream cutter with Stonefriend. Speaking of, I'm gonna grab some of these while I'm here, because I feel like I am forever running low on rockets. Actually, I need to get rid of that. Inventory management is a thing. Ah, so close. Almost had it. There we go. There we are. And I think yeah, why not? Well, yeah, why not? Okay. Sorry, composing replay mod scenes in my head again. It's fine. For Carrot Community Crew Circle, I'm all ears. I mean, Carrot Community is maybe it feels a little bit too obvious to you, but it works. Carrot Crew works great too, really. If you wanted to be a little silly about it, you could do Carrot Carew. So it'd be CARROT, CAREW. I don't know that that's a great idea. That feels a little half-baked, but it sounded better than it did when I spelled it out. Okay, cool. I totally thought you said carrot stew. Well, it is vegan, so we could still have carrot stew. That is a thing. Sometimes in my head, carrot, this is a true story. I told you I ate raw for 6 months. Sometimes in my head, I confuse the differences between vegan and raw. And for a half second when he said carrot stew, I'm like, you can't cook carrots as vegan. I'm like, wait a minute. No, you totally can. That's raw that you're not supposed to cook the carrots. It's fine. It's fine. It's in the distance, Polkaroo. People joined the Carrot Club. The Carrot Club, that's another solid idea. Again, it feels obvious, but I don't necessarily think the ones that feel obvious are bad either. C is a good letter to alliterate with. You have a lot of choices. That's what I feel like we're discovering here. I realize that this is not... That should be there. That should be there. I don't know how I missed that, but that's fine. And then you, and then you. Club Carrot. That's got, Club Carrots has got a little bit of Club Penguin vibes, but that may just be me. I did have children who grew up in the Club Penguin era. Community space, the neon carrot. Yeah, you could have break the alliteration. The neon carrot's not bad since you do the neon carrot in the back. I don't know, man. This sounds like some pretty solid ideas. Oh. If it weren't for mistaken block placing, I'd go a lot faster. This has been my favorite section of this tower to build because it has a decent amount of block variation in detail, but it's all sectional, so it's so easy to like build vertically like I'm doing with just a couple of blocks instead of every 2 blocks it changes like a lot of the other pieces. Rip. silly screen keeps updating. All right. Okay. Take a quick drink break here. I feel like it's a good time to say out loud, by the way, thank you all for being here. I don't know that I have anyone new that I didn't say this to before, but this is something that is really important to me, that I appreciate that you guys are here. I appreciate that you're giving me what I call the gift of your time. You know, whether you're chatting or just lurking, listening while you play Minecraft yourself. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you spending time with me. I appreciate you listening to me quite literally talk to myself with occasional input. Thank you for being here. It means a lot to me that you'd be supportive of what I'm doing and supportive of me and enjoy your time here enough that you're willing to just chill. So thank you. Also a good time. Yeah, it's so funny you should mention that, Aldi. Also a good time for me to point out that a lot of the people who have been in the stream today are a part of a new SMP that I am so excited to have been invited to. I'm going to throw the names up on the screen there. I also have links to everybody in the About panel down below. Hopefully soon I'll have a logo there too. Hope. It was pointed out to me earlier by Misty that I'm missing Shakespeare Girl's name in that panel, and I will fix that as soon as the stream is over. I will get Shakespeare Girl's name in that panel. I think the list I was working off of when I did the panel was before Shakespeare Girl was back in. And so I totally just missed her name in that panel. But yeah, there's links to everybody down below if you want to check them all out. And I highly encourage it. Because if you like me, which I'm assuming if you're here, you do, you're going to love them. They are wonderful people. They're good human beings. They are talented Minecraft people. And I think that the experience of all of us playing together is going to be a fun and enjoyable experience. And I say those words deliberately because, I mean, it's Minecraft. We all enjoy watching Minecraft. Everyone has fun playing Minecraft. But I don't think that all Minecraft communities are always set up to be a positive experience. Some communities thrive on the typical, you know, human dramas that exist. Or are not necessarily there to help lift each other up. And that's something that is very important to us on the server, that we are there to have fun, but also to support each other and to do things together. So I think it's going to be a good experience for any of you who like what I do on stream or like my kind of a stream. So yeah, check everyone out, drop them a follow. We're supposed to be launching this coming Saturday, but that will depend on whether or not Minecraft actually does release on the 8th, their 117, and on all the various pieces that need to fall into place with regards to the servers, mods, and the third-party community that is not just Mojang, but all the different technologies that get used on the server space and all that stuff being put in place. But next Saturday, hopefully, we will start going. I will be streaming my part on Sunday. Might switch it up the first weekend. If we are actually live on Saturday, I might stream Saturday and Sunday. We'll see. But I won't be abandoning this project. My plan right now is to divide my streaming time into half of it's going to be this project and the other half will be streaming on the new server. The new server, by the way, is called Halcyon Heights. I didn't say that out loud, I don't think, but it's in the Streamlabs post and it's also in the description down below. Yeah, I can, Aldi. It's actually not hard. It's part of, assuming you just have a regular Twitch About Me box, they have a weird markup language that you have to obey. Once you learn the markup language, it's not hard. It's like, it's unique. It's not like a normal HTML markup language. But yeah, I'm happy to send that over to you. Same, Mike. I'll share that with you. Welcome back, Ginger. Yeah, I will. I'll post it in, I think it's the Twitch suggestions channel. Seems like a good spot for that to go. It was a waste of a rocket to go 5 feet. Oh, I have that whole other side. Way ahead of myself. Because I built them in the reverse order. I forgot that I didn't do this side yet. It's fine. It's fine. Aldi, you know Ginger as well? I don't want to assume everybody in this community knows each other. I know that for the most part, all of these people are coming over from the same communities for the most part, but a lot of Gingers. My oldest child, my daughter, is a redhead. She rolled the lucky lottery dice, the lucky lottery genetic dice. Came up redhead. Ah, I'm so glad I made that jump. This is gonna be embarrassing. Fair enough, Aldi. That's why I was asking, because I thought, does he think that that's our Ginger? We're really friendly here, Ginger. Don't let that bother you. We like to hug random strangers that we've just met on the internet. It's fine. It's the internet, so you don't have to worry about COVID, so it's actually okay. That's probably more than I need for the... That's okay. Whee! I went overkill again. No. Ginger came over from... who was it? Was it Oddball that said? Somebody... Oh, it was Wario. One of the people was in their stream and they kind of directed the raid this way. So Ginger was streaming and I'm pretty sure it was Wario that said that they were in with him and they kind of pointed them over this direction. Yeah. So yeah, so came over in a raid. Glad they're here. It's been great having them in. I met Wario and Oddball before, I'm pretty sure. I know Wario, but I think Oddball as well. But Ginger's new. So Griff, if you're intentionally obfuscating, I apologize. But you did not answer my question. Oh, I missed your question. Hold on. Let me scroll back a little bit. I thought I answered the question you were going for, but maybe I missed it. Collab stream. I kind of assumed you were talking about Halcyon with that. Or you were talking about like an actual collab stream? I would love to do a collab stream. To be honest with you, I'm a little bit taken aback because I'm like, wait a minute, am I missing something? Was I supposed to do a collab stream? Did I agree to something? I'd love to do a collab stream. I'm totally down for that. Now that I have the pieces in place, I kind of assumed a little bit of Halcyon would be collab. But that would all depend on timing, basically. But yeah, absolutely. I was kind of hoping, again, I don't know what the first weekend looks like, but we have that kind of raid train set up on Sunday. But I honestly was kind of hoping it'd be more of a collab stream than, strictly speaking, just a raid train. Which is not to say we shouldn't do a raid train. It's more to say that I kind of hoped that like our first moments on Halcyon would all of us playing, possibly streaming. But if we could do collab on top of it, yeah, I would love that. I think that would be ideal. I think that would be a great way to launch. And I don't know if everyone's time zones or... I also don't know much about the technology of collabing. So I don't know if it would be prohibitive for some people. Like if it's just an extra layer of computing power. So... Right, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I'm down. I'm totally down. Especially again, let's assume next Saturday the server's up and it's up like starting on in the morning. I would normally stream at 10 a.m. If the server's up, I'm on that server probably on Saturday. Originally, long term, my plan will be to work on this project on Saturdays and then do Halcyon on Sundays. But opening weekend, I was kind of hoping to do both days on Halcyon, to be honest with you. So if we can pull that together on Saturday for our debut, I think that'd be awesome. I'd be totally down for that. Okay, do I have enough of these? I don't know, I guess I'll find out in a second. I think I might. All right. But yeah. I got my Discord all fixed. I have kind of a weird mic setup here. I'm using an actual like professional mixing board that I have for reasons. And it's not specifically made for streaming. And so the drivers that exist for it are not complete drivers. Like if I had a GoPro or whatever. So I had to do some funky driver installation stuff for OBS to get it working. And I was so grateful that I found that. There's actually someone out there who developed the drivers for OBS. But unfortunately, they only worked for OBS. So when one of my challenges when you extended the invitation was I'm going to have to figure out how to make that work with Discord as well. Because the drivers are specific to OBS. And so I used the threat of having to do, jump on a call together or doing the interviews or whatever to actually dig in finally last week and figure out what I needed to install on my system so that the full soundboard was available, so that my mic would be available. So, long story short, I got all that sussed out early last week so that I can actually be on Discord at the same time. And I'm happy to be using that board. The board has other uses in non-pandemic times. But in pandemic times, it was just sitting in my garage. So I was happy to have a use for the board rather than going out and spending money on that equipment. But it's been a little bit of a technical challenge since it wasn't really made for that. You may not know the answer to this, Aldi. This is really more of an ELAD question. If, assuming all the pieces are in place, assuming that we find all the things that we need, will the server be up the morning of Saturday? Like, is it the plan that it would be up like by the time we all get up and start doing things on Saturday? Or is it like logistically it's not going to be up until sometime during the day on Saturday? Because in addition to the technical stuff, there's also the actual like real life stuff going on, and I don't know what everyone's schedule is. So my musical background in my interview. I'm more than happy to discuss like more of my quote unquote real life with people privately. Like I'd be happy to jump in a Discord call and like actually tell you all about all the things. I have my reasons for right now. I'm keeping my life compartmentalized. I've been involved in other things for a long time in my life. I think I said to you before, this is kind of my third. I'm envisioning this to be the third act of my life. Do not know the answer to the question. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I wasn't sure if you guys had that detail of a conversation about it or not. But anyway, I kind of envision the streaming thing as like a third act to my life. And it's specifically the second act of my life, or what I call the second act of my life, that I'm like kind of breaking away from a little bit. And still remains to be seen how far I'm breaking away from it. There's a community involved. There's over a decade of history involved. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of friends. And it's a very different community to like the gaming and or streaming community. I don't think there's a ton of crossover there. I kind of want to just do this on my own without the legacy of what I've been doing for the last decade being there, without any of the people necessarily being involved. Part of it was so that I could kind of sink or swim on my own, and part of it was because it's just different enough that I didn't want to invite any negativity. I'd rather like do this being supported by other people who are doing this, who understand what it is and what we're doing, and who are supportive of what it is and what we're doing, rather than deal with the potential of people being like, what are you talking about? Or making assumptions. I mean, the biggest thing about it, if I'm being candid, is playing video games. Spending my time playing a video game. I mean, that's it right there, you know? Okay, cool. That's why I suspected the answer was going to be Aldi. Anyway, so yeah. So for now, I'm keeping my life compartmentalized. I anticipate there will be a day where I'm prepared to mostly let the life that I'm potentially leaving behind know about what I've transitioned into. But it's also possible I might just ride off into the sunset. And, you know, there have been plenty of people in that community who have disappeared and moved on to do other things. I can think of a few people off the top of my head that I'd be like, oh, whatever happened to so-and-so? Where did they go? And I could just be another one of those people. And, you know, I think that I'd be okay with that. But we'll see. So yeah. So all the caginess about it is just because I'm not going out of my way to hide my digital tracks. If people really search hard enough, they could find out all about all of it. But it's enough obscured that it's not easy enough for people to go, oh, that's what he's doing now. Especially more them to this than this to them, if that makes any sense. But part of the singing thing is tied up. That's the reason I'm answering the question that way, is part of the music thing and singing thing is tied into that. It's definitely related to that part of my life. But yeah. I knew I was going to miss that. Darn it. Be smart about this. Yeah. I hate to talk it up too much because I don't want to make it sound like it's a whole bunch of intrigue, because it really isn't. It's really more of a protection. I'm protecting myself and my interests, my mental health, from having to deal with what other people might think or what other people might say about what I'm doing. I want to avoid the opinions. Yeah. And to be honest with you, the community that I'm talking about is actually pretty supportive and pretty kind, most of them. So I wouldn't anticipate there being a lot of blowback, but I had enough insecurity going into this that I was like, I don't want to invite any extra negativity while I get going. So. Yeah, 100% understand that. I would imagine you and I are very similar in a lot of ways, Aldi. It's so funny to me because I keep discovering new layers of how we're similar. You live your life in a professional world, and sometimes that world doesn't necessarily understand anything but itself. And like, streaming is a definite, weird, different thing as compared to the rest of it. So it's like, you know, I can certainly understand people being judgmental or not understanding it if they're not familiar with it. But it is a definitely different ballgame when your face is on screen. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Right. And it's that element, it's the dismissive element that you're talking about. Again, I had enough insecurities about wanting to do this, about making this change, that it's the dismissiveness that I didn't want to invite in. Again, that's really largely a mental health thing for me. I wanted to put myself in a new place, find my own stability, find my own sea legs, and then I'm happy to go back later when I'm comfortable and say, hey, guys, I'm over here now. You know, if you're interested, you're more than welcome to join me on this. And if you're not, then, you know, it's been wonderful working with you and knowing you. And to be sure, I'm not really 100% sure what my status with any of that even is. I'm still involved in it. I don't have definite plans to stop working in that area. But I also wouldn't say that I am 100% not going to leave it. Like I there's a part of me that feels like it's almost run its course in my life. And while not being 100% sure of that, I can definitely see it being possible that it's time to move on. But I don't know yet. That's kind of part of the question of it all for me too. It's always an interesting question too. Whenever anyone's answered the whole, like, people who have day jobs, do they know about the streaming thing? And it's always an interesting conversation, interesting to hear people's experiences with that. I 100% wouldn't. I'm not close with anybody in my immediate, my birth family. Sorry, I had to qualify because I have a family here. My family here knows everything about everything. But like my birth family, they don't really know much about my life or what I do. So, and I'm not close enough with them that I would even care. I don't even need to keep them up to date. So. All right, now let's check the thing. That's good. That's good. Right. I don't have lava down here yet, but we are going to wait on the lava. We are not going to invite that grief until it's time to invite that grief. All right, let's do a quick fly around here. And let's make sure. Yeah, see, I feel like this is an idea that I just didn't flesh out on all the other sides. So you are one. What did I do over here? Okay, I think I have the wrong block there. What that seems like to me. And then here, I have blocks I don't need. This would be so much easier in flying mode. This is why I designed everything in creative. Okay, yeah, it's the same height, so that's fine. Made a lot of progress in just time hanging out with me. Are you talking about streaming wise, or are you talking about the build? I'm assuming you're talking about streaming wise, but you may also just be talking about the build. The build, yeah. This, strangely enough, these towers are easier in a lot of ways. I don't know. Like I was kind of saying earlier, like this entire section of this, there's a good amount of block variation, but it's structured in such a way that it was really easy to like build vertically, and just switch between the two blocks. The part that makes it go slow is when I'm in a section and it's like the full range of the blocks that I'm using, and I'm having to constantly switch back and forth between them. That just bogs me down. But this tower, man, this is coming up in pretty fast time, which I'm delighted by. Yep. Okay. I know that one's red. Yeah. Okay. So I need to fix this one, and that's fine. How do I want to do this? I mean, I almost plummeted to my death, but we got there. We got there. All right. Okay. I'm not trusting the schematic, Carrot. And there's nothing you can do about it. Well, what happened was there's a symmetry to it where these blocks start coming in, and this is a center block, or center column. And at the bottom of it, I had an awkwardly placed sideward stair. And I normally don't fuss too much about symmetry, but the complete lack of symmetry of it was just irking my brain. And so a couple of times I just built it and just put the stair there, but then I realized I'd much rather have a fence there, because then both sides are tapering to the fence. And I'm like, that makes me happy. But then I had to go back and fix all the other ones. So it's fine. Okay. All right. We have entered into the part of the build where I need to do some actual like block building. Because I have a lot of chests that are super empty right now. Okay, and then I can dump off this stuff. Okay. I feel like I'm making pretty good progress on my blackstone storage. I do still have a little bit of concern that I'm going to run out of blackstone at the end of this project. But I feel like the pace that I'm on is good. I mean, I don't even care if I run out before I get to the interiors, because I'll happily go build a piglin bartering farm so I can do the interiors later. I'm not worried about that. These. Ah. Yeah, that will be these two. And I just need one in this one. And then I'm going to put two here, and then I'm going to overflow with that. I think that makes sense for what I'm coming up with. Oh, look at that. It's a whole nother row. Just like I need. And I'll leave that one blank for now. Okay, so I have 5 of these for this, and all the rest are smooth. So here we are. Crafting blocks in the stone cutter. These are some of my proudest streaming moments here. Stone cutter crafting with Griffin Prime. Also, that area, that little secret area, just on the other side of this wall, I gotta make that non-spawnable, because every single time I'm over here, I hear the gentle slap pop of the magma cubes that have invariably spawned in there. And I just want silence. I just want silence. Is that too much to ask for? I don't want to hear any more magma cubes ever again. Okay. All right. They're so soothing. They are a lot of things. Soothing is not one of them. They're actually really funny. From a D&D perspective, when they first added slimes to the game, I remember being kind of delighted because giant slimes were something in D&D that always seemed like, I don't know, really terrifying. And the implementation in Minecraft is a little different. I think it'd be more interesting if they had made it so the slimes could actually envelop you like they do in D&D. And then you would have the problem with, like, you had to fight your way out because you're taking suffocation damage. And then magma cubes are obviously just them trading on ideas for stuff to put in the nether. I'm not pretending for 2 seconds that magma cubes are a well thought out mob by Mojang. They're fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually have too many blocks, so I'll put those in there for now. Let's do it this way. This will be smarter. But yeah, that was when I found out they had slimes in the game. I was kind of excited, but like I said, a little disappointed in how I thought they might be implemented. I didn't really care about magma cubes. I used to actually enjoy them because you can get fire resistance potions ultimately from them. And then I built in a basalt delta. I didn't really feel like I should square this away too. So, okay, that one's okay, and that one's okay. So yeah, I feel like I should go ahead and feel like this might be enough to get it done. Let's go and do it. Why not? I gotta get on making some YouTube videos though, because I have a lot of ideas for YouTube videos, and I need to get over that whole recording myself talking as my avatar thing. I don't know why that's so strangely intimidating to me. I know there's an intermediary level too where you could just talk, play the game and talk on camera without using your avatar. But I don't know. I feel like the avatar is your natural host for those videos. So, you know what it is, Aldi, too? A lot of it is not knowing what you want to say well enough for it to be 100% unscripted, but also not wanting it to be scripted because that will be less natural. So finding like that space, for me, finding that space between knowing that I'll say exactly what I want to say and wanting to have at least a plan for what I want to say without fully mapping it out. That's been one of my biggest struggles. And then the other part of it is this whole thing, this whole element of talking to the camera like this, you know, like that's really weird to me to get used to. So I've actually I started working on one of the ideas that I have. I started working on it the other day, just trying to compose shots. Just honestly, I admire the hermit crafters who record videos where they're flying or walking through their builds while talking, because this is not easy to do. Like right now I'm running into stuff all the time and the camera's drifting upward and it's like, this is actually shockingly hard to do. So that's one of those things that I was trying to practice the other day. I was just trying to get used to like that whole idea. It's like everything else. You see people do something for so long and it's so natural for them that you just assume it's easy. And then you try to do it yourself and you realize that there's an actual talent that you had no idea existed there. And for me, that always translates into having a greater appreciation for like all those hermits that have been, obviously they've been doing it for a while, but all those hermits who make it look so easy to do. Very much, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed, I would not have guessed that it takes actual talent to do that kind of stuff, but now I do. So, my whole thing is I'm a big believer in the whole 10,000 hours concept. And it's just a question of when you're willing to start paying that check. Because the sooner you start paying that check, the sooner that the whole 10,000 hours thing will pay off for you personally. But sometimes overcoming that inertia is the biggest part of it, you know. It was the same way with streaming for me. It's like I did a little bit of streaming, and the whole time I wasn't, I was like, I really should have kept doing it, because imagine how far along I would have been if I had kept doing it. And as I said to at least Carrot before, if not to you, Aldi, I also think that things happen when they need to happen. There's a certain amount of serendipity at work. And if I could have done it sooner than I did, I would have. But I wasn't ready. There were other things I needed to learn, other things I needed to go through, other skills I needed to acquire before I was ready to do it. So I don't spend a whole lot of time fussing over coulda, woulda, shoulda stuff. Only what is. Question. Answer. Pick out 175 by 150 square area, rectangular area, and dig all of it out. There's no like trick to it, to be honest with you, Carrot. It's like in this biome, the vast majority of it is basalt, and then proportionally, I would say about 2/3 again of that number is netherrack, and then again proportionally about 1/3 of that number is blackstone. So blackstone is prevalent here, but there's no like rhyme or reason to it. You just have to kind of dig. Like honestly, branch mining is probably your friend. Just branch mine, and every time you come across a poke hole of blackstone, dig out all the blackstone you can. Alternatively, piglin bartering, apparently blackstone is one of the things you can get from piglin bartering, but that's going to be a whole nother giant project for you. So I mean, exactly, might as well dual purpose it and build up some ancient debris. That actually where a lot of my starting blackstone came from. When I started having the idea of like, ooh, I'm going to need blackstone for this, I better start collecting it, was when I went down to level 15 and was looking for ancient debris. Every time I came across blackstone, I just mined the vein, cleared it out. I made sure I kept room in my inventory for blackstone specifically. So that... Oh, that's right, I forgot I was going to do that. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It's fine. Leave it. Leave it. Leave it. Leave it. But yeah, if you're going to sit and dig in the nether anyway, you might as well go ahead and look for I don't feel like, let me put it this way, Carrot, I'll be honest with you. I don't think Blackstone is necessarily a greater percentage in a basalt delta than it is elsewhere. I don't think, with the exception of the actual like bastion remnants, I don't think that Blackstone has a particular biome. Maybe not nether waste, but I don't even think that's true. I feel like Blackstone is buried in the nether waste too. So I feel like the only place Blackstone is observable is basalt delta. But it's buried in all the other biomes. I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with Hermitcraft lately. If you guys have seen the absolute grind that Cub is still on, even as all the other hermits have wound down their season. Cub's like, I need 5 netherite blocks to complete this build. So I'm going to go to the nether and mine out enough for 5 netherite blocks. I love him so much for that. Again, like I said, I like the grind. I don't mind the grind. And that's one of the biggest things I appreciate about Cub is that man will do the grind. He is not afraid of it. He's like, I need this entire wall to be ancient debris. I'm like, you go, Cub. All right, so I need mostly bricks up here. Okay. All right, and then I feel like I'm in the warped wood area finally. Yeah. I enjoy the grind. I enjoy, actively playing the game, but I also don't mind. The grind in Minecraft is so peaceful to me. Like the one grind I hate, my least favorite thing about Minecraft is trees. If it did, Sokka, nobody saw it. So, but welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Well, I'm glad you're here. Either way, my friend, I'm glad you're here. Welcome in. Here, let's pretend. Let's pretend the raid worked. I need practice at this anyway. I'm going to shout out Sokka. Thank you for the raid, Sokka. If you're here and you don't follow Sokka, you should follow my friend Sokka. He's working in a Avatar Last Airbender inspired world. I only got it was last Tuesday that I made the shout out command for myself. So I'm trying to get better about it. So, hey, welcome in. How was your stream, Sokka? What'd you do? I need actual crimson wood here, finally. I'm at the crimson wood part of this build. Second stream of the day. Okay, so I was actually wondering about that because I saw that you were on earlier during our interviews. So Mike was on at the same time. And I wasn't sure if you were still streaming from that or if you broke it up. Chaos mod. Remind me what Chaos mod is because I'm pretty sure I remember what that is. But right now, maybe just streamer brain, I cannot remember where Chaos mod is. I did a lot better in my first Chaos mod. Well, that's good. Progress. Oh, that's right. Yes. That's right. Chat was nice today. That's right. I remember that now. The Chaos mod reminds me of you guys are all Hermitcraft fans. Tell me you guys saw Tango and Impulse's Rule Our World stream Oh, wait, you might not have. None of you guys were ever on Mixer, right? If you weren't on Mixer, you would not know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm willing to bet money no one here ever saw those, which is honestly a little criminal. So on Mixer, Tango had a good enough handle on the coding over on Mixer that he set up a custom mod for himself and Impulse where you could directly interact with their game while they were playing it through the Mixer chat. Like, you didn't have to download anything. Like, we those of us watching, all we had to do was watch the stream on Mixer. He had these control panels that would pop up if you were watching him, and the control panel allowed you to, like, I'm trying to think of some of the ideas. You could turn a random bow shot into a what was it? I don't even remember now. You could turn, like, they could fire a bow and you could turn it into like an entity or something. So they'd be firing an arrow at a ghast and you would change that arrow into something that would just fall uselessly into the sky. You could, like, summon mobs with your name on it. You could summon, I think there were phantoms that were like 3 sizes too large. Like, there's all kinds of crazy things. It's basically like what you're talking about with Chaos Mod. But this is all stuff that Tango did himself custom in Mixer. And Impulse and Tango would play it. And it used your what Mixer called channel points. So you actually were incentivized to farm your channel points. Like, Mixer had a big thing with 24-hour channels that you could farm points. And you were encouraged to do that because you could easily drop 1 million, 2 million, 5 million channel points in stream. They didn't cost money. They were the time. They weren't bits. They were channel points. Yeah. Anyway, it was brilliant. It was so much fun. And it was actually some of the best time I've ever had watching the stream. So Chaos Mod reminds me of that. I'd be curious to see, like, how close it is actually. You know, that's funny you should say that, Sokka. They actually asked that question earlier today in the interviews. Who do you think, like, if you were on Hermitcraft, who do you think you are? I think Impulse is a good description for me, honestly. I like automation like he does. I am getting better at building. Like Impulse, I think Impulse is a good builder, but I don't think he prides himself on it. I don't think he feels like that's his strength. And I kind of feel the same way. Although like I said, I'm actively trying to get better at building. That's like a goal for me. Not that he's not, but yeah, I think that's accurate. I think that's an accurate description. So I will take that and I will run with it for sure. Wall blocks, lots of polish still. Trim some wood finally, and then caps it back out with more of the brick. All right, so I really just need a little bit of everything at this point is where I'm at. One of these times I'm going to jump off that building. I'm going to hit one of those little hook things and die. And then it'll be time for me to use this. Also, I just realized my anvil sound's not playing in that. I have to fix that. Oh, I bet I know why the anvil's not playing. I will have to completely fix that, in fact. All right, I'll fix that later. Gotta make a note for myself. Fix. Rip. Anvil sound missing. Talking to Elaine, and I let her know I consider myself a technical builder before I am a builder, and she was surprised. But I've been working hard on my building. I'm not surprised because you and I have talked about this before, Sokka. I know that you've told me that you identify as a technical builder, but her surprise, I believe, is because I think you're actually really good at building. So to the end that you're working hard on it, it's definitely paying off. I really think that. I get frustrated when it's tons of buildings. I never get time to do redstone. Yeah, I get that. I'm at a point in this world where I've got most of the technical farms I need. The only thing I'm anticipating I definitely need to build in the near future is Piglin Bartering Hall, which I will probably do in this build. But anything else I do technical is going to be something I feel like doing, not that I need to do. That's why I'm kind of looking forward to Halcyon, because I feel like, oh, now I'm going to have a whole bunch of new technical needs. So I'll be able to scratch that itch again really soon. Did I put everything away. Okay, that's fine. It's going to take 3 of everything, and I think that should be good enough. Hey, Cue-Ball, welcome back. I am, not that you asked, Cue-Ball, but I am in a transition in the build right now. I'm putting things on the wrong spot. I'm kind of in a new section of the build right now, and I put everything away so I could build some blocks, and I'm re-gearing up for this new section, trying to anticipate what I need. I feel like I should grab one more of these, and I should grab one more of these, and then I need my crimson wood, which is here, and perfect. That's what I need right there. How about one of these is not going to be enough? Yeah, maybe. I think they're not tall, they're wide. I don't know, we'll find out. I can always come down and get more stuff if I need it. It's fine. Woohoo! This section of this tower actually was one of my favorite sections. Once I finally built the building on top of it, it changed to that building is my favorite. But like, I really liked this section of the wall. I came up with a shape that I really liked. I came up with a design that I was really happy with. I'm wasting all those honey blocks. I don't think there's anything I'm going to be able to do about it. I have plenty of honey blocks. It's fine. I feel like I had a faster way of doing this at one point. The library is 95% complete build-wise. Next, adding rooms for function. I like the interior design too. I'll be honest with you, when you were putting in the library, that first room, I was like, wait a minute, he's putting all these books down. Why is he covering them with glass fog effect? I didn't get what you were trying to do, but now I understand that that is meant to be kind of evocative of that great library, you know, and that the library itself was not functional. It was a decorational thing. But it took me a second when you first started doing that. I'm like, but why is he covering all those books? I actually would love to. I watched Avatar last year. Avatar is one of the things I consumed while I was digging out this nether biome. And I actually would love to watch it again. because that was my first and only run through of Avatar. I had not watched it previously at all. So I'd love to dive back into that series again and watch it for the second time. Makes the library look much bigger than it is. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what's cool about it. You know, adding that little detail just kind of, it makes it seem like the library continues downward, you know? It adds that extra dimension to it, and I think that's really cool. But I had watched, answering absolutely nobody, I watched the Korra series first. I'd never watched Avatar at all. I started watching Korra because I have a daughter, and it's really important to me that my kids all have heroes they can look up to. And this was the Avatar being female. And I loved the idea of it. And I watched enough of it that I was like, actually really like this. This is really good. And so I tried to make it so that we could watch that series together. And we made it through the first season, but the writing on that show got a little weird at the end of the first season. I heard later that it was because they originally weren't going to have more than one season of it. Like, literally, the show was just going to be Korra discovering the secret of the city and, like, discovering her lost air power, and that was it. And then all of a sudden, the show was popular, and they decided to do more. So we just kind of fell out during the, like, this is a little weird. But we watched that first many years ago when it first came out, and then came back to it after I had gone and watched Avatar: The Last Airbender. I don't want that block there. I don't want to lose it, but I also don't want to go get it either. So, rip. And it's only because of the timing of it, Asaka. It's because Korra came out, and it was like, oh, this is on. We could watch it. Honestly, normally Avatar would not have been my jam. When Avatar came out, I was like, I don't know. But it was after watching Korra that I went, oh, maybe I should go watch Avatar. Maybe that would be of interest. And then my wife ended up actually using it as a lesson for the work that she does. And she was talking it up. And I was like, actually, I think I kind of want to watch that. That sounds really interesting. So definitely good watch. Definitely don't regret it. It was really a well done series for sure. It is Sokka. I think the biggest thing I like about the world of Avatar is, by and large, they avoid... How do I describe this? The women are strong because they are. Because that's part of the world. It's not focusing on, oh, look how strong our women are. Like that kind of weird transition period that we went through where it's like we were trying to prove just how not sexist we were, and everything was a little bit overly stated and obvious because they were going out of their way. It's just the women in the world of Avatar are strong because they're strong. And that was that. You know, they were just, you know. And that's what I appreciated. Once again, looking for wanting my children to all have heroes, wanting my children to all have someone to look up to. So yeah, I agree with that. Also, the depth of the characters on Avatar, both male and female. It could have so easily been that Katara was there just to be kind of a will she or won't she with Aang, and it wasn't that way, and I appreciated that as well. So Mod Beatty is just caught up to Wushang Tong's library in the show right now. Oh, interesting. Trying to remember where in the chronology that appears. Feel like that's like kind of in the middle, but maybe I'm misremembering. But she's loving it. He's loving it. Yeah. The library was an interesting episode. It was an interesting idea, and it was an interesting episode. Maybe Sokka. Obviously, that's the goal as a parent. But it's not a given. So, you know. Yeah, no. As a human parent, I can definitely say that there are things I am proud of, there are things I did well, and there are plenty of things that I did wrong. And that's just being a human parent. We all come into it with our ideas of like what our childhood was like and what we're going to be as a parent. And I was no different in that regard. And I can honestly say there are things that I feel like I did okay, and there are things that I wish I had done a lot better. So, in the end, they're all good people. They're all smart. That's really the main thing I care about. You know, I don't care about what they do in their lives as long as whatever it is they do is something that they feel like is worth their time and that it lights them up. So, and I'm proud of all of them. They're all good people. Talking about Avatar and strong female characters, I'm a huge James Cameron fan, known for strong female characters. All movie Avatar. I don't completely disagree with you, Carrot, except I will go so far as to say that as time has gone on, James Cameron has said a few things like lately that kind of make it sound a little bit like I don't know how to say this. I feel like some of it was a little bit like they were strong because he made them that way. I guess I don't know how to. I really don't know how to put this into words. I'm struggling to put this into words. I had the kind of same impression of James Cameron that you did. I grew up with James Cameron's stuff. Huge fan of the movie Terminator. Not that that's a specific great example, but it is what we're talking about. But recently he's made it sound almost as if like he, a male, created strong female characters. Like he felt like he wasn't getting enough credit or something for that. And it's like, I mean, I can't deny that you definitely had that idea in your head when you were creating the movies, but maybe, you know, maybe take a little bit of a back seat when you're talking about all the things that you did for them. I guess that's where I'm going with that. No, 100% I'm not. I know Whedon is a whole, that's a whole can of worms we won't get into. That is a 3-alarm dumpster fire is what that is. No, it's Cameron. I'm trying to remember the context of like what he said. It's in the last couple of years, but it was something to do with like them talking about strong female characters in the media, and Cameron was like shooting his mouth off about all he did for strong female characters or all the progress that he helped create for them or something like that. And I was like, okay, all right, whatever. You know, 100% Carrot, not 200%. I grew up with Buffy. Buffy was one of those shows that for me, I was so into Buffy. I just loved that show. I love that show because here was a girl just kicking ass and taking names, and that was awesome. I loved it. And I liked the show itself. Like I liked the characters on the show and the writing and all that. And to hear about what those people endured, ugh, that's rough. It's really rough. But the thing is it's all hopefully progress. You know, I mean, to some extent, it's hard to expect. This is going to be an overly gross, broad saying, but it's hard to expect a Neanderthal to eat with silverware. So when a Neanderthal picks up a spoon, you have to applaud it at some level, even though you realize that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's kind of maybe an inelegant way of saying that, like, I kind of appreciate where people were at the time that they were at it. And sometimes that obviously is not completely satisfying. It still is far short of what you genuinely hoped it was going to be. So, but I'm also like, yes, full of himself, 100%. Yeah. Oh, well, I know that. I was disappointed. I am a Star Trek original generation super fan. I love Star Trek OG. Spock and Kirk and Bones and Uhura and Scotty and Sulu and Chekhov and everybody loved that show. When I read as an adult that most of the cast hated each other, I was devastated because I was sure they all loved each other and they were all the best of friends based on their relationships on the screen. When I found out that that wasn't true, that was a very hard pill for young Griffin to swallow. So it kind of, as so it goes with like all the other stuff when you're like, oh, you know, Buffy, those were great shows and everyone was so cool. It was such a progressive show. And then you find out afterwards that it wasn't. And you're like, oh, darn it. I wanted to actually like enjoy that. But what are you going to do? Like I said, you appreciate the Neanderthal used a spoon and you move on because the Neanderthal's descendants will use full cutlery and it will be glorious. That is such an inelegant analogy. I kind of love it. Anyway, that is not the right block. What is this? What? Oh, I used the wrong type. Duh. I saw it was polished and I looked right at it and I said, no, brick. Right. Well, I mean, at least for me, I saw Justice League when it came out. And I was cautiously excited about it. I'm one of those people that believes that that Warner doesn't have the foggiest idea how to handle their IP, whereas the Marvel movie does. Kevin Feige does. And I'm a little sad about it that Warner can't seem to get out of the way to let good things happen in that universe. And when I heard that Snyder was stepping down, I'm not a fan of the Snyderverse. I am not a fan of the Snyderverse. I have to say that up front to contextualize everything else I'm about to say. I don't appreciate Snyder's alternate take on the DC heroes. I appreciate Snyder as a filmmaker. I like some of his work, but I don't love the Snyderverse. So when I heard Whedon was going to take over, I was kind of like, okay, good. Maybe a good film will come out of this. Yay! Thank you, Ginger. Appreciate it. Maybe a good film will come out of this. And it did not. And then we heard afterwards about what again, 5-alarm dumpster fire that whole situation was. And yeah, that's where it got bad. So it's actually a placeholder, Aldi. I need to, I want to fix the fireworks. It was a generic firework thing that I found. And I thought after the fact, I wanted it to be Minecraft fireworks. Because I'm trying for everything to be Minecraft, mostly for license reasons. And I just didn't have time to sub in. I had to record a video to create that, and I just didn't have time to sub it in. But I'll eventually fix it. The sound will stay. The sound is me. The sound is Minecraft fireworks and me. All right, Aldi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being you. Thank you. It was great to have you here. And I know we will be seeing you soon. I mean, Carrot, sorry. I had two different thoughts in my head and I couldn't get to one of them at a time. I can totally appreciate people liking what Snyder's done. Totally appreciate that. Just not for me. Those are not the DC superheroes I grew up with. Not talking about Batman from the 60s. I mean, that was camp upon camp. But I was a Tim Burton Batman fan. Huge, right? And that's really... Tim Burton was taking a page out of Frank Miller's run on the comics. But that I agree with you. That's Batman. That's a good Batman. The second Snyder brought guns into the Batman universe, I'm like, this guy does not understand Batman at all. That is a cardinal rule. Superman has to kill Zod. Cardinal rule. Superman doesn't kill. He makes compromises, and I know his entire point of these compromises. By the way, welcome to Nerd Chat with Griffin. These compromises he makes consciously, and he does them for a purpose, and that still, to me, doesn't excuse those changes. I don't like that he's willing to... He's trying to make the point of gods among men in a modern world. I understand that. I feel like do it with a different property than the actual DC characters who have certain rules that they have to abide by. Again, just my opinion. I appreciate anyone who loves his work. I appreciate anyone who likes the Snyderverse. That is just not me. The Superman Batman mythos for me in modern times, and I'm just talking about media, not visual media, not comic books, is the Batman, darn it, what's it called? Batman the Animated Series with Superman the Animated Series, and how both of those dovetail into the two Justice League series that were done by the same people, the same actors and animation style. That is quintessential DC to me. That's my opinion. Now, I will say, as far as visually speaking, Carrot, what Snyder created, his world building and the movie itself, I agree with you. It is a spectacular movie. It is a gorgeous movie. It is really well done. Except for Superman doesn't act like that. Superman is not an angsty teenager. He was at one point in time, but by the time we meet him, he's not an angsty teenager like that. And again, I'm biased. I go back. Christopher Reeve was my first Superman. Christopher Reeve is Superman for me. To some extent, Brendan Ruth, I thought, did a great job. I thought that the plot for Superman Returns was terrible. The writing was terrible, but I liked Brendan Ruth as Superman. I thought he was pretty good. I also love Henry Cavill as Superman. I think he's amazing. I don't like Snyder's vision of the DC universe. I'm one of those people who believes that the DC universe is too dark and too moody, too gritty. It's too 300 in the DC universe. But whatever. No one can touch Reeve. Yeah, I mean, he defined that role for even beyond a generation of people, even more than oh God, what's his name? George. I can't think of his name. The first Superman I ever saw was the one who was on the Sunday serials, and I can't think of his name for the life of me. But anyway, Returns wasn't as bad as The Flack. I think the problem with Returns was it was telling the Superman story that was meant to be kind of contiguous with the Superman, Christopher Reeve Superman that we saw before. And it needed something. It needed to be connected to something greater than just the movie that it was. Like, it was just too much of, you already know Superman. We don't need to tell you anything. Which was true in my case. I did. But at the same time, I don't know. It didn't work as well as I wanted it to. I really wanted that movie to do well. Because I wanted there to be a good Superman again. And I wanted Brandon Ruth to be Superman. But thing I'm saltiest about with Warner doing what they did is that we don't get to see Snyder's Injustice play out. Yeah. That's so complicated to unpack. I'm going to say out loud, I'm pretty sure Warner has nothing to do with Twitch, so I'm pretty sure I can say this. I think Warner is a terrible movie studio. I think that Warner has a long history of gobbling up intellectual property and not fulfilling the promise of that property. I'm almost always, if Warner does something with a property, I'm almost always frustrated by their effort. I think that they meddle too much. I think there's too many people in Warner that think they know how to make good movies, and are maybe resting on the laurels of like one good film or something, that get into the process and interfere with how the movies are made. So there's that. As someone who wasn't a fan of the Snyderverse, I still fault them for that. But at the same time, you know, having watched Snyder's Justice League, I did watch the 4-hour extravaganza. Obviously, it's a much better movie. It's a much, 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 much better movie. I hate that Snyder's leaning so heavily on the injustice part of the universe, because I'm like, I feel like that's not earned yet. But I feel like the injustice universe is exactly what he had in mind when he made the regular universe. Like, again, that's that dark, gritty, these are gods on earth kind of vision. And I mean, the injustice imagery that he's woven throughout this is like, why is this even here? Like, I don't know. Anyway. But then the whole mess with like everything that happened with the Snyders and their daughter and all of it is like, makes me sad. It's terrible. I don't love it. Yeah. Anyway. Exception to the rule, Harry Potter. Are you saying Warner handled Harry Potter well? Because I'll be honest with you, I was fine with the Harry Potter movies. I know there's people who would argue with you on that. I'm not one of them because I am a very, 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 very casual Harry Potter fan. I watched the movies. I never read the books. My wife was a super fan. That's the only reason I watched the movies, to be honest with you. It's weird that I'm not into Harry Potter because I have a long history of fantasy and D&D and all that, and I just couldn't get myself riled up for Harry Potter when it came out. I just was not my thing. I'm staring at this block because I'm trying to think and talk at the same time. Sorry, I got my mouth away from the mic. This is one of those wasted spaces that I'm like, I don't need to put anything here, but I'm trying to process my brain enough. See, I got a couple of these wasted spaces. So I'm going to fill these with honey blocks because these blocks don't need to be here. Oh, that one did. Spleef. Well, now I got to go see if the block fell all the way down. It did. Nothing quite like spleefing yourself. The last two movies floored you? Oh, I gotta back up. 1000%. Gotcha. Okay. Super fan of Harry Potter. I feel like with Harry Potter specifically, Carrot, I feel like they let J.K. Rowling be involved in the project, and I think that helped immeasurably because she was able to help guide things. Honestly, I feel like if J.K. Rowling was not involved, Warner Brothers would have ruined that series too, because they would have come back and said, "Oh, why do you have this character? Why is this character doing this? Can't we have someone else do that? Hey, why does this character say this? Can we have this character say that?" Like, that's the kind of stuff that Warner typically does. Their ability to handle an intellectual property respectfully is highly suspect. So I think if J.K. Rowling is not there, and I know that she's controversial for a lot of reasons right now, but if J.K. Rowling is not there, I feel like they butcher that movie. My honest opinion. So, they got one right. I guess is what I'm saying. I have two. Oh, it's because never mind. They got one right. And having said all that, like I said, I was not a Harry Potter super fan. So it's like, I liked the movies. I enjoyed the movies very much. The one time I watched them, but yeah, well, speaking of 5-alarm dumpster fires, I mean, hers is more like just a 1-alarm dumpster fire, but this is something that my wife and I talk about a lot. Our role as older people in a society is to appreciate that the world is constantly changing, and it is the responsibility and right of the youth to come along and supplant us. Which means there are going to be societal changes, cultural changes, and you can fight it, but I feel like it's at your peril. Like, the good old days are not as good as you think they were, A, and B, eventually you'll lose out because in a few years they're going to be the ones making the rules. And I say all that to say, I think that is a large part of J.K. Rowling's issue, is that she was not very careful about how she handled things, and put herself in a position that became impossible to support, impossible to maintain. So how far do I want to go with this? Wait a minute. I'm getting way ahead of myself here, I feel like. Yeah, I am. Okay, let's go back to this. Got distracted with movie talk. Welcome to Movie Talk with Griffin and Carrot. Oops, that is not what I wanted. Punching trees. Not just for starter Minecraft. You had to pick lock and I did it anyway. All right, catch up. Sokka, okay, hold on. I'll get you covered here in 1 second. I mean, that's definitely delving way into politics for my taste, but I accept what you're saying. I understand what you're getting at, for sure. All right, I have a redemption. This is important. Sokka, I just want you to remember you asked for this. Okay? Oops, that's the wrong one. Oh, I gotta find the right one. This is great. This is great. How do you follow Will Smith in the snow? How do you follow Will Smith in the snow? You follow the Fresh Prince. And that is done. So I did do that. That's the reaction I was hoping for, my friend. That is why dad jokes are the best jokes. I probably should, huh? That'd be a good idea. I like that. I'll have to work on that. To be honest with you, I'm going to have to do research on it and find out if that's copyright protected, because it probably is. Everything's copyright protected. My face is copyright protected. Also, guys, I'm still getting a lot of things set up as far as like my stream goes. I did a lot of work this week. And I'd say 90% of it is in my channel points redemptions. But as I said earlier, for those of you, I think Sokka wasn't here yet. It's really important to me that my channel point redemptions are fun and deep, because I want people who come here who can't spend money to feel like they can have fun and be a part of the stream. So I have a fairly wide range of redemptions available. Hopefully a little bit of a something for everyone kind of thing. But if you guys think of something, I figure a lot of the stuff will kind of like flesh out over time. But if you think of something that you're like, oh, Griff, you really need this, like this would fit with what you're doing, feel free to send me a suggestion. I'm totally open to that. Anything that makes the channel points thing more fun, I'm down for. So I have certain values for the channel points that I'm always going to uphold, especially with regards to, like I just said, about I want the people who all they have is channel points because they don't have the physical money to spend to feel valued. And that's going to always be true. Like, that's really important to me. I want them to feel like they can have a good time and gain value from the stream just for being here. Just for, as I say, spending the treasure of their time with me, because I think that's valuable. Yeah, I know. We're all perpetually setting up for sure. Experience kinetic energy. Is that what you're hoping for? Is that what you're hoping for, Sokka? Because I am a professional flyer. And that won't happen. I assure you. Speaking of, where did my rockets go? They're there. Yeah, I totally Carrot. And that's something I appreciate about your stream too, because that's something that, honestly, to be 100% upfront, Mixer did channel points better than Twitch does. What I was describing earlier about what Tango was able to set up on Mixer, that was all being done with channel points. There was no money involved. Mixer just had a deeper code for channel points, and it allowed for so much more customization than Twitch has. And a lot of the people who were on Mixer who had these great channel points, again, they weren't called channel points, setups, when they moved over to Twitch, it was all lost, and none of them have really recovered that. And I do think that when you're a bigger streamer, there's less of a focus on channel points, but I don't think that's a good thing. I feel like as streamers, we should always be aware that channel points are how people interact with us who don't have the money to spend. And I think that those should be valuable. And I always get a little sad when I go into a stream and all the streamer has is the highlight my message and gain a random emote and change an emote. And it's like the basic Twitch ones. Like, I'm always like, really? It's work to figure out what you want to put there, but there are definitely things you can put there that will immediately pay off. And sometimes when you're a bigger streamer, you have to be careful because the channel points could easily be abused and become distracting. But I feel like you can still do that if you made the effort for it. Oh, that just happened to you. I'm sorry, Sokka. That's tragic, but it's a thing. Maybe tell you because you only streaming acting. Yeah. Thank you, Carrot. Like I said, if you guys have any thoughts or like, oh, Tom, it'd be great if the stream had I like the bum tisk sound, for instance, which, like I said, is probably copywritten and we probably can't use it, but whatever. Yeah. Anyway. Hey, Lark. Welcome back, by the way. I'll be honest with you, Lark. I just laughed at that. I'm one of those people that generally does not enjoy that humor. And I don't know that I could ever do that. I every time I laugh at it, I'm like, I know it's funny, but I also cringe a little bit at myself when I laugh at it. Oh, I know you didn't leave, but you were lurky-ish. You were not actively chatting, so I know you weren't gone. Haven't named the name Lurkburb for another. Totally the bulk majority of our community only have channel points to reward them. Right. Yeah. The lurking lark. Yeah, I mean, part of that too, I was saying earlier, Kara, is that a lot of people who come in on Minecraft streams are younger. And they don't have the disposable income to drop down. So, you know, so I think that's a huge part of it too for me, is like just being aware of like sometimes you've got someone who just doesn't have the means, you know. I feel like that just go. Do you guys ever put things in chests or storage and swear that they just literally disappear? Like, I still feel like Minecraft has some sort of bugs when it comes to inventories, whether that's chest inventories or like the crafting table inventory or whatever, that actually deletes items. I feel like that's still a thing sometimes. Maybe I'm crazy, but anyway. Get rid of this. Let's go that. Let's grab a full stack of that. And then you, I need. You are the reason I came over here. Every day? Yeah, no, but really though. I had something happen to me the other day. I don't remember what inventory slot I was working in, but I was like, I swear to God, whatever those blocks were, when I tried to shift click them in, they straight up just disappeared on me. Just now, when I was adding the wood, I was going to basically take my stack of 34 wood and put it in the shulker and replace it with a full stack of 64. I'm almost 100% positive none of these stacks were part stacks. So I shift clicked it, it disappeared. And it didn't, it had to have been absorbed by another stack. But like I said, I'm pretty sure I had no half stacks in this inventory. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. I'm one of these days I'm going to actually sit down and figure out if that's an actual bug. I'm actually going to sit and like test it and file a bug on it. I don't know if you guys saw, this is literally a big deal to nobody but me. But I'm famous on the last, I think it was pre-release 2. One of the bugs they fixed was one of my bugs that I filed. There was an issue with bamboo, and not just bamboo, but any block that was, the hitbox was a little weird, where if you fired an arrow into it on certain conditions, the arrow would not intersect with the hitbox, but it would act like it did. And that arrow was now persistent in the world. It would never leave the world, never despawn. And it happened to, I guess, chain blocks possibly too, or something. Or maybe it was the new vine blocks or whatever. But I found that actually in this world, in my overworld, I used to have a bamboo farm on the top of the world. And I walked by a bamboo one day and I noticed there was an arrow sticking in the bamboo. And I thought, oh, that's weird. And I didn't pay any attention to it. But then about a week later, I noticed it was still there. I was like, shouldn't that have despawned by now? And then when I was disarming pillagers, I actually was disarming them by hiding in the bamboo forest because they would see me and try and shoot me, but the bamboo forest would almost always catch the arrow. And at one point, I had a bamboo forest that was full of arrows that would never despawn from that. And I'm like, I better file this. At the very least, it could be entity lag. May not be, but it could be. Can I make that? I can't make that. Look at that. Of course, I can't jump up because you can't jump on those blocks, but that's okay. Yeah, so anyway, that's my claim to fame. I filed a bug with Mojang and they fixed it. So, basically famous. Y'all didn't know, but now you do. Thought those were stairs. All right, that's fine. Could have done that a lot faster. No. You're probably out of points, Carrot. But here, we got to do this. There's a proper way to celebrate. Welcome back, Wario. Of all the things in that celebrate thing, I'm the most proud of the actual fake trumpet sound because I couldn't find any version of a celebratory trumpet sound that wasn't copywritten. So I had to make my own. Using my considerable musician skills to produce that celebratory trumpet sound. I've never been more proud. Did I do that right? Well, you said I did it right, but I don't believe you. No, I guess that goes like that. Okay, all right. Trust the schematic. I know, I will. Yeah, because it comes out to this point here. All right. Makes as much sense as anything. It really is the little things. Been adding channel point rewards. Gotcha. Or are you talking about me? I've been adding channel point rewards. If you're referring to you, yes, I understand. Having had to take that on myself. If you're talking about me, yes. I recently became affiliate, so now all of a sudden, I had such a thing. Oh, for yourself, yeah. As someone said just a little while ago, Wario, we're all forever adding things. It's like, I said a couple of times this week, I love the customization that Twitch allows us, but it's a little overwhelming. Because it's like you can take the defaults on a lot of things, and that's great that they have those, but at the same time, it's like, you don't want defaults. Who wants defaults? You want cool stuff. So, but there's a lot of work to do once you get to that point. Making it to where you can summon stuff in on me with channel points. Nice. Interesting, because we were just talking about Chaos Mod. If you're familiar with Chaos Mod. Is it in any way, shape, or form similar to that? Of course, that's assuming you're familiar with it, which you may not be. But how do I want to handle this? Do I go up one more level? If I go up one more level, it's unspawnable. Go up one more level. Okay, problem solved. I'm going to run out of these blocks, though, again. And then I'm going to have more magmas spawning. It's fine. It's fine. We were talking about the whole being able, having channel points, allowing people to do things. I have a couple of disruptive channel points, which I don't want to do a lot of because I don't want the stream to become all about people trying to make me derp. But I wanted a few of them. So I don't know if I'd go so far. Like, to me, it'd be a little bit like what Sako was talking about earlier, where you have a separate stream for that, rather than just my normal everyday play style. Or like Lark was talking about, Lark has Late Night with Lark, where they have a specific mod that they play together. I think I'd be more inclined to want to do that than to like have people be able to mess with like the regular game in that way. Hi, Kat. Welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. You're officially lost in the nether? Well, the good news is, Carrot, you have a get out of nether free card, in that you have a ender chest and shulkers. So you could always just throw everything in that and get out the easy way. There's always an option. I'm definitely a coordinates person when it comes to this game. I don't go into the end ever for any reason without noting coordinates, because I don't love taking the easy way out of the end if I can avoid it. I always try to get back legitimately, and it's so easy to get irrevocably lost in the end. But same for the nether. Usually with the nether, I rely a lot on that. Chances are, if I remember my overworld coordinates, I just have to do the math on that. But that does require me to remember my overworld coordinates, which sometimes I don't have. But I always try to. I usually, when I play, I leave my F3 screen on. On the new SMP, we're going to have the HUD add-on, so I might use that instead. But I always keep track of my coordinates when I'm in the nether or the end, just so that I don't get horribly lost. Mod I'm using is the content creator integration mod created by Ohai-chan. I have to look into that one. Wario, I'll be honest with you. I was saying this before you came back. I'm very, very interested in fleshing out my channel point offerings as best I can. That's something that's actually value to me. So I'm going to check out that mod, because anything that allows me to do more with channel points, I would love. So I don't want to necessarily summon stuff in game, but if I can utilize that tool to do more, I think I would be interested in that. To be honest with you, what I really want is for channel points to work more like the Streamlabs loyalty points. I want to be able to use channel points for gambling, for duels, for heists, for games, for, I'd love to use channel points for more than just redemptions. But anyway. That's cool. But I will definitely have to check that out, because, like I said, anything that allows me to do more channel points is going to be welcome. Faux show. I'm already using a weird array of technology for this. Because Kojiro was kind enough to send me a that's right there. Uh, kind of a programmable mod pack for Twitch that allows you to do a lot of the things that like I'm currently doing in Streamlabs, for instance, and probably would replace some of the other things. But the only problem is you have to install that on your local computer. And I remember Tango complaining all the time about Firebot crashing on his computer and being like, do I really want something running on my computer that could also crash? I almost feel like web services are a better way to go about it. So I've employed a bunch of web services to do most of the things, but you know. Thank you for being here, Kat, by the way. I appreciate you guys. It does. It helps. It helps with all the millions of things your system is already doing. At the risk of sharing more things over the internet, and that web service breaks down. But like I said, you know, your computer could crash, in which case you're in the same boat. So what difference does it really make? Okay, this is 100% unspawnable now, so we're good. I'm gonna do all the corners. I'll do all the corners, and then I'm going to connect them. That's my decision. By the way, Kat, I know, I mean, channel points are new, so nobody has any channel points yet. But I do have one specific item in my channel point redemptions that I feel like you might enjoy. I may be stereotyping you based on your screen name a little bit, but I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that you might enjoy one of those. Muxie just announced they are shutting down. Oh, wow. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, there's that. There's that. I hadn't actually heard that. I'm not using Muxie at this point, but that's a little disappointing. Okay, cool. I'm using one that's relatively new, called Trigger Fire. That's actually where my Celebrate and my Rip are coming from. And Trigger Fire is exactly what I needed specifically because I needed to marry a video redemption. And I already had something set up for sound redemption, so I didn't need them for sound. But it turns out in Trigger Fire, you can also link them together. So my channel... I'm glad, Kat. I hope to see at some point you earn up enough channel points and make a request for me. Anyway, you can chain them together. So like my Rip and my Celebrate emote are actually... well, not my chain emote. The Rip one is a chained series of events. So it runs a video, it runs a sound, and it runs a filter on through OBS. That's this one here. Sorry. Just feel like playing with my toys, so I want to demonstrate it. So this is the companion to Celebrate. It's missing an anvil sound, which I know why it is, and I'll fix that later. But that's a chained series of events that are happening with the anvil video, the sound of the villager dying, and then the transform on my camera. Those are all separate things that are chained together in Trigger Fire. So Trigger Fire is pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with it. It's wasn't the easiest to get set up on. Like their instructions are a little bit light, but like everything, you can find instructions on YouTube these days. So eventually I got there. Oh, okay. So you are using it. That was the only way I could find to do video. Well, not the only way. There were other things that offered video too, but this one seemed like it was a web service and seemed like it was a good way of linking video without having to do installing something or something that seemed like it was really complicated for what I wanted to do. Okay, I need you. What can I not have while I use this? I think that probably. I think that's safe. Hey, zombie, welcome in. Glad to have you here. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I think the answer to that, Carrot, might be that there are other ways of doing it. But I really wanted a web service. So I feel like that might be why, is there's just not as many web services to do that. I'm pretty sure I'm using the same sound one that you're using because I recognized one of your sounds. So I'm pretty sure that I'm using the same sound one that you are. It's the one that Twitch itself linked to in one of their press releases. I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but... Also, I just got my first emote, and then I saw yesterday that Twitch is going to start allowing animated emotes, and I'm like, oh man, should I have waited? It's all good. Wait, what are you complaining about exactly? No, you're not a slob. I'm sorry, I understand. Schematic. What is happening? What am I doing wrong? What's going on here? Okay, I gotta read this. Sorry, streamer brain. You think you're a slab, but you're not. Oh, all right. Gotta use the right block. I mean, that's just kind of the bottom line. Ah, good lord. When is this happening? They don't have an announcement for the date. They just announced it was happening. It was a announcement on I think I saw it on Twitter yesterday that they're bringing in animated, but they didn't have a release date for it yet. So it looked a little bit too like they may have some tools built into the system that you can take existing emotes and animate them. Which may be like a lot of their defaults where it's like, well, I mean, that's cool, but who wants to have the default ones? I want a cool custom one, you know, but we'll see. It's always good to have your artist in-house. You know that, Carrot? I know you know that. I got 2 great emotes out of my in-house artist. I'm hoping I'll be able to get more. Sometimes it's difficult to ask family for things. Nice. Well, it's also fun that you have someone who is like working on stuff, even though, you know, like working on stuff in the background, like working on an animated emote idea even before she realized that that was a thing. Time is it? Time check. It is 4:40. I gotta say that time flies when you're streaming and chatting with friends. That's what I have discovered. I'm consistently amazed when I look at the clock and I go, wait a minute, what? What time is it? I guess that's how I know I enjoy streaming. Because even as grindy as this build is, I don't ever get bored with it. I mean, part of that's because I enjoy grinding, but part of that's also because it's fun to play Minecraft with friends, even if they're not actively playing with you. But I know you're all playing Minecraft, so I have basically figured that out. We all, as Minecrafters, are playing Minecraft while we watch someone stream Minecraft. Or we're working on something that's probably Minecraft or stream related. Okay. I need stairs over there. Blame Griffin. Right. Black ink is a real problem. Yes, indeed. Are you facing that specifically? You have like racking my brain for what project you've got coming up that you need black dye for. Creeper banners. Got it. I mean, to some extent, you can capitalize on mob mechanics again, Carrot. What just came to mind now? Besides wandering traders, which is, you could go hang out kind of on the outskirts of an ocean monument and nab the ink sacs that the Guardians create in their eternal war with the squids. You're, in my opinion, you are recycling a resource that is available to you. And I feel like recycling a resource is a responsible, ethical thing to do. So the only problem with that method is it's a little bit less solid. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. It's a little less certain than like the whole magma cube fish thing that we did. Because the magma cube fish thing is a thing. But squids don't always spawn in great numbers. And so you're really relying on the squids spawning in any realistic numbers near guardian temples. But it's probably better than waiting for enough wandering traders to come by. Just a guess. They do beach themselves a lot too, for sure. But again, that's relying on the squids themselves spawning, which really is the chief problem. Is the squid spawns are a lot less frequent than they used to be. So yes, guardians attack squids. That is a thing. Guardians are very hostile towards squid. I think axolotls are too. I'm not sure on that. Poor squids. Squids can't get any respect. Actually, that's going to stay there because it's going to go in the next level. So we'll just leave it there. I'm questioning, do I level more cartographers and try for a black banner? I don't know, man. That's a fairly big gamble. If you had unlimited villagers, then yeah, but because you have to cycle through so many of them and you only have but so many of them, that could be a bigger grind than just parking yourself by an ocean monument waiting for the drops. So I don't know. I don't know on that. More reliable than the laundering trader in as much as you have control over it. Yeah, I agree. Oh, I love it. I love it. All right. Sorry. One of my favorite things to do with an elytra is to get good vertical momentum going and then flare at the last second and then like be able to drift upwards. Ah, I love that so much. Sorry. One of my favorite mechanics with the elytra. It's also probably one of the more dangerous things that I do with it. Because if you don't time that flare right, you're going to smack your face into a block. Okay, go to the edge, jump. There we go. There are probably a million ways. I know we talked about this before, Carrot, with that whole conversation about there's someone else out there that's like there's a vegan server or something. There are probably a million ways through data packs to make your life easier. But I also kind of get the feeling that you don't mind that you have certain things about the game that are just a lot harder. So I'm always hesitant to really even suggest it because I feel like you enjoy the fact that certain things are a lot more difficult for you to acquire. Maybe not every second of having to acquire things for what you're working on, but for the most part, it feels like you don't mind it. So. Check something real quick, guys. Bear with me. Not that you really know, but my screen is... Hey, sorry about that, guys. I had to check on something real quick. Okay. Easier to follow along with vanilla. Yeah, it is. It is for sure. The data pack thing is always available if you get to something that you're like, oh, I wasn't thinking about this. This is impossible. I can't do something. I feel like at this point you've played long enough, you've probably come across any of the potential things like that. So that's probably not likely to happen. I think one of the more interesting things about your stream, Carrot, really is the people who are joining you are so into what it is you're doing that they never seem to get frustrated by your choices. Like, I've been really fascinated by that in a game that literally, if you need wool or carpet, or you just go over to a sheep and shear it, and you have to go through such effort to acquire wool and acquire carpets. I guess I'm reflecting on how I love that your chat is always so on board with you for these struggles that you have. Like they respect that this is the way you play and these are the rules you operate under, and it's just the way it is, and that they're like kind of there actively cheering you on for it. I think it's kind of another example of how cool the community is. But also I think it's a reflection on how interesting the way you play is. There's a good case in point there. With Carrot chiming in. Yeah, I think that's really interesting. I think there's probably an interesting sociological study to it, how people are willing to go with you on that kind of stuff. But yeah. Yes, you certainly do. Oh, I can't believe I jumped over the wall. Wow. Somehow jump boost caught me by surprise there. Oh my goodness, that was hilarious. Also, I just happened to notice as I was flying back up that I totally did not put the pressure plates down over here. So how do I do this? That's not going to do it. That's not going to get me there. So I need to make a quick diversion here because I didn't make this non-spawnable. Did I make this one? Nope, I failed on this one too. Ah, jeez. Oh, that didn't work. Why did that not work? Must have hit the top edge. Wasn't paying attention. Catch up with you in 1 second, Cat. Hi guys, lives. Absolutely. Thank you for being here, Cat. Appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy. Have fun. Who are you going to, by the way, Cat? I just want to see if I'm following them. I think I'm going to go for a little bit longer, but if I decide to end on time, maybe I'll drop 5 for a raid. If you're still here. Skippy Shorts. Not on my list. I'll definitely have to take a look at that. Like I said, I don't have an immediate plan for stopping, but I am nearing the end of my actual scheduled stream time. Actually, I think I'm at beyond. I'm past the end of my normal stream time. But anyway, just throwing it out there. Cool. All right. Well, like I said, if I end up wrapping it up, I'll take a look and see if Skippy Shorts is still out there. And again, thank you so much, Kat. I appreciate you being here. I'm really not paying very much attention to my Twitch viewers today because I think it's broken. I know it usually is. There's kind of a part of me that wonders a little bit. 400 now you can't find one. I mean, that's how it goes. I almost wonder if some of the effort that Twitch made recently to like stamp out bots may have been a little overly aggressive, and if part of the count problem is somehow related to that. I don't know that. I have no evidence to that. It's just the viewer count is just so wildly variable these days. I don't quite know what to make of it. Okay. I am going to take advantage of the near hour to transition back to a standing position. So give me about 2 minutes while I get resituated. Be right back. All right, sorry about that. Okay. I had a slight fear, Carrot. You know, when you give someone advice and you're afraid that of the consequences of that advice. I wanted to caution so that you don't end up being in the middle of an ocean monument trying to nab ink sacs while you're surrounded by guardians who are all of a sudden more interested in you. I was going to say you should probably go in a boat, but to be honest with you, the boats aren't really much safer. The guardians can shoot you in a boat, so. I was thinking like, oh, you should go in a boat. Then you can just swoop around the surface, and you're faster. And then I thought, yeah, but then you can't see the guardians sneaking up to get you. Oh, okay, no worries, Kat. I'll keep that in mind. And thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a wild day today and a lot of fun. And so, yeah, no, thank you. And thank you for being here. Chat streams are good. We like chat streams. I actually popped into, you know what, Kat, I don't know if I've mentioned this. Spot my roll to mine spawn. Oh, yeah, see, that would be a good spot. Well, it'd be a good spot as long as there's enough room for squids to spawn. Anyway, Kat, I'm going to be part of an SMP coming up. A lot of the people who are also in that SMP are, it'll be pretty off topic, fair. A lot of the people who you've seen in my chat before are going to be in it. I have a list in my About section of Halcyon Heights. It'll be a 1.17 server once 1.17 releases. So it's going to be me and a lot of some of the same people that you've seen here in this chat. We focus on inclusivity and positivity and supporting each other and supporting others. Which is something that I've benefited directly from this community. And it is really super important to me. So I'm really glad to be a part of it. We're gonna start this coming weekend, waiting, pending when Minecraft actually updates and how long it takes for the various server pieces to get in place. But if you're interested in any of that, the people I'm playing with are listed down below in that mention. So feel free to give them a follow. And starting next weekend, be on the lookout for, I'll be streaming from that server at least one of my 2 stream days. If I can't add more stream days in the near future, one of my 2 stream days will be me playing on the SMP with the other people. The other day will be me continuing to work on this build because this build's high priority for me. But yeah. That cat dog rename redemption I specifically created with the new SMP in mind, because I anticipate having lots of cats and dogs around my area. I can name one in this world too, so I can redeem that like right now. I give people the choice of like whether they want to wait or they want to do it here, but yeah, that's actually what I had in mind when I came up with that redemption was like, oh, I'm sure I'm going to have lots of cats and dogs around my base. I always fairly highly prioritize getting cats and dogs in this game, and I always kind of have. one reason is my creeper farms invariably include cats. But also because it's cats and dogs. So I always have to have some. Anyway. It's weird. Am I using the wrong block? Polished block type top. Interesting. Oh. I'm being dumb. That's fine. No squid close enough. Yeah, see, that's the only thing I was concerned about is whether or not, with that many guardians around, they're different mob caps, guardians and squid. But the squid might spawn really far away and not spawn near enough to the temple. I'm going to assume you mean real life, because I wasn't aware Minecraft had squid eggs. So I'm going to assume you meant real life. Okay. Just making sure. That's so interesting. And pretty cool. Yeah, let's leave this for now. Let's leave this for now. Oh, I see. I see. The wall of the guardians and a wall of squid 50 blocks apart. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't have that thought. Well, like I said when I offered the suggestion, it's a little less certain than the whole fish in the ravine thing. That's actually one of the natural farms you can make, Carrot. I know that your gameplay would preclude this idea, but it's very similar to the whole cats creepers conflict. You can set up a squid farm in that you set up an area that squid can spawn, that they would normally spawn, and limit other things, although the only thing in those cases would be like salmon, and then drop some guardians in that space. And the guardians will run around as the squid spawn and eliminate them, and then you just clean up after them. Like I said, you recycle. But yeah, that's actually, I think, I've never made a squid farm. It's always been on my list of like, I'll make one someday. But I've always thought I really want to make that kind of a squid farm. Like that's the most interesting to me. Again, it's always, for me, it's always about the mechanics of the game, especially mob interactions when it comes to that stuff. Like if I can do something with a mob interaction as opposed to like a mechanical thing, I usually lean towards the mob interaction just because it's just more interesting. My own personal preference. Not that I'm saying you stop every other project you're working on and come up with a squid guardian farm. That is not what I'm saying. I might. To be honest with you, I'm not completely like. I love that they added axolotl to the game. As it's been said about them, they kind of fit with Minecraft's aesthetic, being the little derpy, kind of a derpy little creature. That they can also kind of help, like, highlight that creature so that it's kind of an educational thing. Now kids are learning about an axolotl who may not have paid any attention. But I don't know. I feel like I might have a hard time taking a posse of axolotls to go after an ocean monument, which is like their direct stated intended purpose. So there's probably some fun farming things that we could do with them, but I really haven't spent enough time like learning about what they're hostile towards and what they can do yet. So, but yeah, I think in the long run, as more information comes out, as I learn more about them, I'll have fun with them. As much as I do watch the update videos, mostly Slice Slime, so I know generally what's happening. I don't remember everything that he presents, especially like the stuff he told us about after Minecon Live last year. There's a good chance I've forgotten some of that information. And the behavior depth is sometimes a little deeper than they go into in the video. So it's like, I know the basics, but I don't know a lot of the details. And I look forward to learning the details as I go. That's kind of my version of not having it spoiled, is that obviously I don't know everything, and I don't play the game. I don't play with the 1.17 game before it comes out, so I don't have any personal knowledge about any of it. All right, I'm out of those blocks again. Whoa! I'm telling you, man, I'm going to hit one of those silly things. It's going to happen. Especially after I just said that out loud like that. I'm virtually certain. Thank you so much, Bubba Sochi. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I'm really glad to have you here. I am working on a massive nether base, is what we are up to today. If you are interested, I'd be happy to take a quick fly around and show you. Also, if you're just here to quietly lurk and observe, you're welcome to do that as well. So let me know if you want to see more. All right. Quick inventory check just to make sure. I'm low on wood. I'm going to need more of that. Go do that. Okay, bunk can honey blocks. I'm actually getting a little bit low on pressure plates. Pressure plates stress me out. Those blocks are so freaking expensive. I really genuinely wish that Minecraft would fix those recipes. The buttons and the pressure plates. They are unreasonably expensive to make. And I always kind of felt like it was the way it was because they're kind of extracting like a little bit of like a mechanical tax for them. Like the reason a pressure plate costs so many blocks is because it has a mechanical component to it. But I'm like, I'd be happy to sacrifice a little bit of redstone to the recipe if it meant I didn't have to sacrifice 2 entire blocks to create a little teeny tiny pressure plate. All right, we're getting there. We are getting there. I have a couple little rando areas that I need to get cleared out still too. I don't know. Maybe I'll leave them. As long as they can't jump off of these platforms and end up in my walls, I'm okay with it, I guess. I guess. Spawn proofing is important. Because nobody likes magma cubes. Absolutely no one. People pretend they like magma cubes. Oh, but Griffin, useful drops. Nope. Nobody likes magma cubes. Magma cubes are a blight on the ecosystem, and they should be eradicated. Even in a vegan world, they keep people in check. It's actually kind of funny. When I first started streaming, the horror that was the magma cubes. Rebel Eggs, nice you. Thank you so much for coming in on the raid, buddy. I appreciate it. Welcome into your community. Thank you so much for coming in. Anyway, to finish what I was saying, when I first started, I was still very salty about magma cubes. I am definitely much less so. Having spent as much time here as I have, without having to really deal with them too much, I'm definitely a lot more neutral about them than when I first started. I feel like you've built Atlantis, so I know you've done a Guardian farm, Lark. Most people who have done a Guardian farm are very sick of Guardians by the time they get the farm done. Just because nothing stops the Guardians from spawning the whole time you're working on it. And they will end your life fairly quickly. So they're a persistent cause of anxiety and threat. And so by the time you build the farm, you're like, I don't like Guardians very much. So, Rebel Ace, let me know, by the way. I don't think you've been here, right? You are new. I know you. I've been to your stream, and you've seen you, but I don't think you've been to my stream before. Is that correct? Or am I misremembering? And I apologize if I am. New here, okay. So, since you brought in your party, I know we kind of talked about this, I think, before, but let me show you what I am doing. If you give me 1 second. I got 3 levels to do, and I might run out of blocks. All right, let me see what I can get done here. I'm going to try and finish this out so it's unspawnable, if I can. And if I can't, then I'll bail early, but just give me 2 seconds, and I will give you guys a tour of what's going on here. I can talk a little bit about it while I'm working on this. So this is a vanilla family Java server. I set this up a long time ago because for a period of time there, my whole family was playing Minecraft. And I used to do it on a LAN world, and at some point that just became too much. Too much to always have to boot my computer to let other people play. So eventually it got moved to Realms, and then eventually because I got more into Minecraft and I needed to overcome some of the limitations that Realms puts. I just signed up for an actual server. So this is a small hosted server. And the style of the server is very much similar to Hermitcraft. I've got like some of the same data packs that Hermits have on theirs, like the armor stands and the many heads and things like that. But yeah, otherwise it is Java survival. Oh, this is gonna take a while. You know what? Okay, I'm gonna shortcut this here so I can show you the build. This particular build is unspawnable, and I like to keep it that way because of the whole magma cube thing I was kind of talking about when you first got here. I forget. Did I cover this one? I think I do. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll take you on a quick spin. I will continue to work here. My plan right now is going to be one of my streaming days will be this, and then my other streaming day will be Halcyon. I am also hoping to add more streaming time, in which case if I do, that'll probably be Halcyon streaming time. But right now my weeknights are still a little bit too squishy. It's hard for me to commit to anything. So, but yeah, that's the plan. Basically Sundays will be Halcyon, Saturdays will be this. To that end, this is the largest build I have ever created in Minecraft. It's not even close. This is the first time that in Minecraft I succeeded at creating something that is of the scale and complexity that I've always wanted to get to. And this is what I've got so far of the build, but this is the full build. I'm gonna pull the schematic up here and hit the right button. There we are. So this is the whole build. It is basically just above bedrock on the bottom of the nether, past the bedrock layer ceiling, all the way up to build height in the nether. It is a center tower with 4 outer towers that are all mirror images of each other. And like I said, this is easily the biggest, most complex thing I have ever created in this game. I'm normally a very... Hey, Bubba, welcome. I'm normally a very technical player. I like farms. I like, exploiting the mechanics of the game. Infernal Castle? Yeah, that's probably a fairly good description of it. I really was trying to create a structure. I didn't have a preconceived notion about the shape of it, just the size. And I hesitate to call it a castle because it's really a series of towers more than it is a castle. It does have an outer wall, so I'm definitely not shying too far away from the whole castle thing, but it's kind of a collection of different ideas I had that I put together and tried to make thematically consistent, basically. So, City of Dis. Oh, that's an interesting reference. Wow. There are not a lot of people who would get that. That's really interesting. Well, now that you mentioned that, that's actually kind of interesting because there are 2 things that are still upcoming, even once this thing is built. I still need interiors, because most of these buildings are ridiculously large and impractical. So I have to figure out how to fill the interiors. That's a future project. And then the second thing is lore. And one of the things that I did a little bit of sketching on what I wanted the lore of the place to be. But I don't have anything definite yet. But one of the ideas I came up with is... This area is all schematic, doesn't exist. So that in the subfloor of this building, they figured out how to harness lava to excite lava further past its molten state into a... Thank you, Bubba. I appreciate it. excite lava into a plasma state. And somehow from that plasma state, they are able to extract energy from it. I'm not a scientist. I don't know how that's possible or if it is, but that's what the lore is. So basically, there's lava down below. There's going to be a machine that turns it into plasma. These beacon beams represent the plasma. They'll eventually be orange colored, and they'll be encased in this kind of this beam regulator that takes them up. And then they end up getting transported. Woo! Crazy. End up transported into this area here, which is just your typical Minecraft glass fog effect with lava in the middle. And there'll be contraptions inside of this that will look like it's trying to take the plasma and extract energy from it. And the byproduct of that will be the energy itself, but plus the lava starting to condense. I'm pretty sure that's still an accurate word, even though it's lava, but condense back into lava again. So this plasma will be kind of representative of that plasmava. Right? That's good. I like that. This area is the process of that happening. And then it actually, if I can get into, there we go. It actually completes here. Like normally there's blocks here and above it is lava. And with particles turned on, you'll see the lava dripping. And that's the final process of what's left of the plasmified beam finally turned back into lava. And you'll see that the lava is dripping off the ceiling. And then the beam is actually getting color changed as it goes up so that it goes from an orange to a black beam. So when it exits the top of the building, it's actually a black beacon. And then this culture will take that energy and it will transfer it around to the other buildings. And that's the part I really haven't started to work on yet. But like you'll see these lights that are here that are kind of an expression of the idea. Because all of these lights are honey blocks with shroom lights behind them. And they just happen to be the same color as this particle, this plasma particle. So definitely more to come on that idea as I get going on it. But I'm really excited about it. So, you know, no, I don't have a projected completion date. I started this world last year when 1.16 came out. My son and I played for about 2 months in the overworld, just setting up basic existence and getting farms and getting what we needed to start doing, you know, middle to long-term plans. And then I moved to the nether and started digging and started planning and building. And so it's been since last fall that the process started. Although this structure in particular, I started building at the end of April. So like the design work was all done through the month of April. And then by the end of April, I had the schematic designed and imported it and started building. And it's actually why I started streaming. This project is why I started streaming. So got the center tower done a couple of weeks ago. I'm actually making pretty good progress on this outer tower. It's going faster than the center tower went. Partially because there's a little less detail in each section of the center tower. And that's why it's going a little bit faster. But if I had to guess, I mean, we're looking at sometime over the summer that I would be like into designing the interiors and lore and all that. I really am hoping to have these towers done by the end of June. But with Halcyon coming up, we'll see. We'll see if I end up devoting more time to Halcyon and thus less time to this. But having said all that, like I said, I'm super motivated to finish this. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't anticipate giving Halcyon a short shrift at all. I just feel like I might just be playing literally every hour that I'm not doing something important like work or sleep. We'll see. Hey, Aldi, welcome back. Yeah, maybe. I qualify that only because... Oh, hold on one second. I gotta take a quick BRB, guys. Hold on. Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, I'm following the schematic, so I think because I'm following the schematic, it goes a little faster, to be honest with you. If I were designing this at the same time, this would be a lot slower. So if I'm building quickly, it's because I already know what I want to build. It's just a question of placing the blocks down. So, my design process to go into. Thank you so much. My design process was, like I said, I wanted to build something stupid big that I've never built before. So I started with some sketches like late last fall where I was like trying to come up with some ideas. And I found a reference image of someone who had drawn like a infernal citadel, basically. And I didn't care so much about the citadel as much as I cared about some of the elements of the citadel, some of the shapes that were in the towers, some of the way the towers would change from like a square shape to a circular shape. That's the stuff that I was really interested in. And so I started doing some sketches, and it was during the process of the sketches that I was building in the overworld, not in the nether, in creative, and I forgot about the nether ceiling. And when I remembered about the nether ceiling, I was bummed. And I thought, how am I going to fit? Basically, I had this tower up to about right around here. And I'm like, how am I going to compress that tower to fit underneath the nether ceiling? And after trying to monkey with it long enough, I decided that it was not going to happen. I had to remove the nether ceiling. And I knew it was possible. So that was a whole like 2-month side project to get rid of it. But then I went back into creative when I got rid of the bedrock and I started designing for real. And that was about another month. So it's been about a month and a half using creative tools, being able to fly, having unlimited blocks, being able to copy, paste, fill commands. So if I were trying to build at the same time that I was doing that process, it probably wouldn't have been a 6-month process, I'm guessing. But because I was able to use creative and use a lot of shortcuts, I was able to like speed up the design and build process so that I could get my schematic. And once I had my schematic, then I'm like, okay, great. Now I can just go build it. So I normally use creative to workshop ideas, especially for technical. This is the first time that I went into creative and like built a full build in creative. And as it turned out for what I was doing, it was absolutely essential for me. I could not have come up with this tower, building it, workshopping it, tearing down, rebuilding in survival. I just honestly couldn't have done it. It would have taken an impossibly a long amount of time and I would have gotten burnt out on it. So, yeah. And the schematic mod, the Lightmatica mod that I use is absolutely essential because otherwise I would have built this in creative and I would have reference images or I'd have the build up on another screen and I'd have to keep going back and forth, looking at the resource and then building it and then looking at the resource. And so the schematic is just super handy for this. Survivative Minecraft. Lightmatica, it's a mod that basically allows you to import and export and create schematics. So obviously all the blue that you see is, let's go this way. All the blue that you see is the schematic itself. Once you place the blocks, the blue is replaced by the actual physical block in the world. And there's also some helpful colors. It'll show you red if you're missing a block. I'm sorry. It'll show you red if you've put the wrong block in. It'll show you yellow if it's the correct block, but it's in the wrong state, which you'll see a lot here. And these blocks are actually in the correct state. The error is that sometimes when you're copying and pasting in Lightmatica, the angle of the stairs gets twisted, and you can go and fix them, but I sometimes forgot or missed that they needed to be fixed. So in my world, the stair is placed in the correct orientation, but the schematic is wrong. So whatever. But yeah, it's great for sharing builds with people. It's great for sharing technical builds with people. But it's also good if you do anything in creative and you want to transfer it over to survival. You can build it in creative, create a schematic, and then go into survival and import the schematic. So I really love this tool. Really happy with it. I probably will use it a little bit more often. Yeah, the stair pointed the wrong way. It also will tell you if you've got like a wall block that should be connected, like that's one state, that's a different state, that's a different state. This is not, but that is. So it's like all of those different states get captured by Lightmatica. And until you get the exact state that matches the schematic, it'll keep warning you. So I just have to be aware of when I have broken with the schematic on purpose and when I'm just actually wrong, which isn't a perfect system, but so far it's worked out okay. But yeah. You know, I actually kind of mentioned it, Revelace, because watching you build with the way that you build, I feel like this actually might be a good tool for you because you could kind of sit and workshop things. And some people prefer to workshop live in game, and that's great. I normally did. I've done that for years. This is the first time I've departed from that. And to be honest with you, like I said, I could not have done this project if I hadn't. So, but yeah. Boba, let's want to play Minecraft sometime. Building Stampy Cat's house. That's awesome. Unfortunately, Boba, to be honest with you, between my single player family server and a new SMP that I'm going to be involved with coming up, I don't have a lot of extra time to play. So I say all that to say, you know, I appreciate that you are looking. I appreciate you wanting to play with other people. Unfortunately, I am generally not available for it. So, but by all means, keep looking because you will find someone who wants to play for sure. Yeah, that's exactly Aldi. I really feel like the idea of it's right up his alley with the way he kind of does the thing. So, I mean, if you ever find yourself, I know Robert likes, if you ever find yourself with having to build something by referring to something somewhere else, like I said, a reference image, or maybe you have two instances of Minecraft running, and I've done that before. This is so far superior to that. When I actually started using Lightmatica because when I started breaking the bedrock in Minecraft, I was able to do a lot of it myself manually, but then I realized that the scale of this was too big for me to sit there and break 80,000 blocks by hand. So I reached out and looked in the technical community for automatic bedrock breakers, and some of them had schematics that came with them that you could download. And the first thing I did was download a world download for one of them. And I was looking at it, I'm like, okay, I kind of understand this. But it was so complex that trying to take that schematic in the download or trying to take the build in the download and like build it in my world was like, I can't, this is ridiculous. This is going to take me 2 hours to rebuild this. And then I saw that they had a schematic you could download. And I was like, okay, let me look into this. And that's what changed everything for me because I was able to import the schematic straight into my world and build from the schematic. And now all of a sudden, something that would have taken 2 hours to try and suss out took me 30 minutes because I was able to just see what the blocks were right in front of me. Another thing that's nice about Lightmatica is you can get build lists. Oops, wrong way. There we go. Material list. So like this is the material list I need to build this structure. It'll tell you how many blocks. And it'll also break it down in the little pop-up. It breaks it down by how many shulker boxes. So you'll see that I need 179.54 shulker boxes worth of polished blackstone brick slab, which is a stupid number, but you know. But you can actually export this even and print it out if you want to do that. It's just nice to be able to see what the materials are before you get going. So yeah, I highly recommend it. It's a mod, so you have to install Fabric, and you have to make sure that it doesn't conflict with any other mods you might have, but I found it pretty easy to install as far as that goes. A Palace Coliseum build. Nice. Let me show you a little bit more detail on, you talk about Coliseum. These are my Coliseum-esque, my Coliseum-inspired walls. I definitely took like the arch look of the Coliseum as an inspiration for designing these walls here. It was like one of the ideas I came into the project with when I was coming up with the wall design. I was like, I really love that like multi-arch design. I just think that that's really cool. So, you haven't used Fabric? Yeah, you'll find, by the way, as you get more and more, if depending on what you end up doing with the game, but a lot of mods now are moving away from Forge and using Fabric. Fabric is newer, lighter weight, better written. I don't want to sound like an evangelist for Fabric over Forge. It's just that I've been around Minecraft a long time, and Forge was great until it wasn't. There are plenty of times that Forge would fail you. So, but yeah. Like I said, it's becoming more and more common, and almost every mod that's been written in the last couple of years uses Fabric to underpin like the libraries and such. So yeah. Anyway, this is it. This is my big massive project. I got other things to do. Like I needed to do something with these beacons at some point. My current plan with the beacons is probably just to sink them into the lava, because to be honest with you, I don't think I'm going to find another building design that I like well enough to house these beacons. So I'll probably just sink them in lava, to be honest. Might shave these walls back a little further to try and expose more of the other biomes. Sorry, I'm quietly flexing right now because I'm just living in the lava. Don't mind me. It's what I do. This is full fire protection armor plus beacons, regeneration and resistance effect on the beacon. I discovered early in this process that I could actually live in lava, and that became a lot more valuable than I realized it was going to be, because there were times that I was actually swimming through lava lakes, filling them in with gravel, because it was better than being on the surface where all the magma cubes had spawned. But yeah, anyway. Flex. That is the majority. I do have an overworld base. It's fun. It's not like anything. I'm not entering it into any architectural digests. It gets the job done. It's full of farms because, like I said, early game, I got a creeper farm set up knowing I would need rockets and then TNT. I got an iron golem farm set up. Like I said, I'm a technical player at heart, so I do a lot of the technical stuff. I feel like I was out of blocks, but maybe I wasn't. Maybe I'm okay with that. Oops. I did it again. I swapped off my elytra and jumped out a window. It's fine. It's fine because I have feather falling, so. Oops. I thought that was going to go better than it did. But yeah. And of course, if you or your community has any other questions about anything, the only other thing you might see on the screen is I do use replay mod for recording. It is very harsh, misters. My intention every week is to record my progress over the weekend And then during the following week, I will take the replay mod files and create time lapses. Because it's such a big build, if you're not willing to like tune in and watch me build all weekend, a great way to keep up with what I'm doing is to just check out my YouTube channel where I have a time lapse of each stage of the process. I didn't make one this last week for reasons, but each of the previous 5 weeks I created a time lapse. So there's 5 time lapse videos that kind of show the construction process as it went. So, but other than that, like I said, it's vanilla Java Minecraft. It's not that exciting. I do use some of the Hermitcraft things. I have like the many mob heads and the armor stands. I'm actually going to use, when I get to the lore part, I'm going to use the armor stands a lot because I can do a glass tube that's just a 1x1 or 1x7 glass tube, and treat it like it's a pipe, and then put armor stand blocks inside of it like the pipe is transmitting, rather than creating like a full-blown pipe. I can kind of compact it a little bit using the armor statues mod or data pack. Again, another lore thing later. But yeah. Oh, the other thing I remember I was going to tell you when you brought up the city of Dis. Boy, I thought I was going to be able to make that jump, but I'm not. This building, this structure was clearly created by an advanced civilization in the nether. Armor stands, a terracotta army. I love it. Yeah, that's good. I like that. This structure was obviously created by an advanced civilization, a civilization that maybe someone in the overworld might even worship. And so at the top of each of these towers is a portal room. I can't see it. There you go. So there's a portal at the top of each of these towers. And because I'm in the nether, in the overworld, each of these portals is about 800 blocks away from each other. So they're nowhere close to each other in overworld terms. And I'm imagining that at the end of each of those portals is an overworld society that probably worships whatever creatures, whatever beings created this structure. And that's as far as that idea goes. I'm not sure if architecturally they're going to be influenced in the overworld. I'm leaning towards they're all individual. Like they all have different interpretations of what is effectively the same beings, but they've interpreted different aspects of that. So each of their overworlds will be a different style, maybe some element of this. But again, like I said, that's as far as I've kind of gotten with that idea. But I'm very much setting up a situation where the Denzians of the overworld worship whatever culture created this structure. So that kind of ties into the whole City of Dis thing a little bit more directly, since I'm dealing with gods and worships and all that. So anyway, to be continued at some point in time. Are you familiar, by the way? You mentioned, oh, I totally should have stayed up there. Are you familiar with the armor statues? Obsidian neoclassical brutalist bunker builds there. See, exactly. You get it. Yeah, I don't completely know, too, what that'll look like. I'm fascinated, I think, mostly by the idea that, like we do as humans, we see things through our own personal lens. And it's entirely possible that 4 different areas that have the same inspiration will have had very different interpretations of that one thing. And so that's kind of where that idea is going with. And it might boil down to as simple as like, you know, one culture embraces Blackstone, one culture embraces... I'm tempted to even like have the technology of this era. If I flash that out further with the whole turning lava into plasma, I'd love to see one of those societies that has embraced that technology. And maybe that's good, and maybe that's bad. But yeah. Like I said, more to come on that. as I progress through that point. But and then of course, as I said, I'll be on Halcyon here in a week, so necessarily some of my resources will get redirected towards that. But I definitely play this game enough that I'm able to play in a new server, especially with a lot of people playing, and also keep maintaining this project. So I'm not concerned about that. My current plan will be to stream this build on Saturdays, except for possibly next week if we start next week, and then build Halcyon on Sundays. That's my current plan, I think. Hold on one second. I gotta take a quick BRB. All right, sorry about that. Okay, all right. I definitely anticipate playing on Halcyon probably more than I'm able to stream on it. I have very specific streaming restrictions in my environment here. I feel like that is wrong. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. I break it. Or do I... You know what? Let's do it. Let's do this. I'll be smart. Then I can collect the block and not spleef myself. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. I see. By the way, let me say again, while I have a second that my brain is functioning, thank you again, Rebel Ace, for bringing in your community. Thank you for jumping in. I appreciate it. Always nice to have new people here. Always nice to share the build with other people. And I appreciate your time. So thank you. Yep, you're 100% right. In fact, this particular house has special challenges because the way it's constructed, there are very few walls. The upstairs bedroom is basically a loft. It's a little bit more enclosed than a loft is typically, but it doesn't have an outer wall. And then the bedroom next to me has walls, but no ceiling. It's a vaulted ceiling that continues into the family room. And so it's open. So it's like this, we're not hiding any secrets in this house from anybody. The master bedroom is the only room that has all walls and a ceiling. So yeah, and my particular setup is right by the front door. So every time the family comes and goes, I like to take a BRB, partially because it messes with the lighting, partially just to give them and myself a little bit of privacy as we say goodbye for a little bit, you know. So gotta make do with what you got. Someday, I plan on having a place in a different location of the world with a room specifically for streaming. But if I waited until that day, I wouldn't be streaming anytime soon. So, yeah. So, Reblaze, how did today go, by the way? I haven't seen you a couple of streams, so I'm probably pretty far behind on where you were at with your your Logan's Run city, as I like to call it. Or secondarily, what did you get up to today? All right, I think. All right, cool. One more up. Griffin passes prime if you wait too long. I mean, that is true. That is a true statement. I mean, if TFC can make YouTube videos, I think we've all got time. Not to pick on him, because I'm not. I actually have a lot of respect for the guy. Build a lot of roads today. Cool. So are you connecting areas of your build? Or is this a new area you're branching into? I think most of what I saw was pretty interconnected, as I recall. But I don't remember if you had like pathways set up for everything yet. I also really fascinated by your building style. It's interesting to me that you will dip into creative to grab blocks that are unobtainable or not easy, just so you can add those textures to your game, to your build. You're not necessarily limiting yourself strictly to what survival provides you. And I find that really fascinating. I'd be curious if there's more to that story specifically. Probably a better question to ask on your stream, so you could actually voice the answer instead of typing it. But tearing down some of the residential stuff, rebuilding, using stuff I've learned. Oh, so I know that you do a lot of deconstruction. You mentioned that before, that you'll build something and then to make it look ruined, you'll deconstruct it a little bit, but you mean straight up getting rid of it. You're talking about like changing it out for something new, I'm assuming. Gotcha. Well, that's interesting. What new or what have you learned? Like, what specifically was it that you were like, ooh, I need to start over. I need to tear this out and actually create it again? Like, what was the key piece of something that you learned that you're like, I can't use what I've already got. I got to do something different. Or was it even one piece? I suppose it could have just been a progression of time. I know that I'm a much better builder by the end of a project than I was at the start of a project. Usually because of the lessons I learned along the way. Thought I pick blocked it, but I did not. And I imagine you were a wall. Stair, I mean. Oh. I remember what this is. Urban Domus. I'm watching a lot of Pompeii drone tours. Domus is a style, a single family dwelling. Okay, so basically you've done some like actual like real world research that is something you want to reflect in your build. I really appreciate that a lot, by the way, because I do a lot of research on builds. That's like something I actually enjoy. I try to learn something about the actual world through my builds. Pinterest is a godsend. Yeah, that's interesting. I actually keep a list of ideas. Like as I come across things, I'm like, "Ooh, I'd love to try to build that in Minecraft." I have a list of things, and every so often, that's a photo that I come across that I'm like, "Wow, I think that would be really interesting to try and do." But sometimes I do a lot of research just into a project as well, and that research informs what I'm doing. I'm out of trap or pressure plates, which I'm bummed about because those are expensive. Floor plans more than pictures. Gotcha. So you have a better idea of how the interior should be. Interesting. I really like that. I appreciate that approach to the game too, where you're taking this opportunity to kind of maybe learn things you didn't know before, educate yourself. I remember back when I first started playing Minecraft, I did a lot of reading on castle construction, like what a castle was, what the elements of a castle wall were, the difference between like battlements and crenellations, and like that was a good opportunity for me to dive into that world and like appreciate it more. So yeah, I totally get that. You too. Cool. This might be of interest to you. This tower, the top of this tower up here has a real world analog. This is based off of what I think is called the Red Hamra Tower. The red part's always fascinating to me because there's nothing red about it, so I don't know why they call it that. But this is a super tower, super skyscraper built in Dubai. And I was looking for a topper for this tower, and I wanted something asymmetrical, and I wanted something different. And so I actually went online and was looking at, I searched for, I think, unusual skyscrapers or something like that. And basically, the Hammer Tower has a center concrete squarish section, and it was sheathed on the outside by what looks almost exactly like what I have. The difference between the real one and mine is cosmetic. Mine just is a shield on the outside, whereas in the real building, it's actually part of the floors of the structure. I tried to do that at first, but the width of my build wouldn't allow it to. I couldn't do it and make it look good, basically. If I had started with that tower design, maybe, but since I was adding it to mine at the end. And then I made mine symmetrical on both sides, whereas in the Hammer Tower, there's only the one side that's open, and the rest of it is sheathed. Mine is, I have two shields on the side, so that it ends up being symmetrical side to side. But yeah, that was an example of, I was looking for something in the real world to inspire me. And I went on this deep dive of, yeah, it certainly is. It was really kind of hard to narrow them down, actually, to be honest with you. I went with this one, and I created it in Creative, and I slapped it together really fast. And I said, okay, I don't know if I love this, and I'm going to let it sit. But I left that page open in case I wanted to go back into the well and look for more things. Because there are a lot of other really cool ideas in there too. That I was like, well, if I don't love this in the end, then I'll end up going back to that and pulling from one of those. And as it turns out, I made some modifications to what I had slapped down, and I actually am really happy with how this ended up turning out. So it ended up working out, but yeah. But yeah, I love that aspect of the game. I built once. I want to show this. Give me one quick second to pull this up. Patronus Towers in Kuala Lumpur would make a beautiful nether build too. I'm not familiar with that one. I'll have to go actually look that up. I don't think unless I've seen it and didn't know the name of it, which is entirely possible, but I'll have to check that out. Honestly, I'm a little addicted to building in the nether at this point. I had built one other nether base in my time in Minecraft. And it's a giant great hall that was our nether hub for the family. And it's this really audacious pink and purple. It's made out of nether bricks and purpur, which I guess purpur is kind of pink or purple also, but it's definitely a pinkish purple. But it's really strange. It's a strange sounding build, but it actually worked really well. Hold on here. I gotta dig through some screens. Okay, Okay, give me one quick second here. Oh, no, don't do that to me. This is something I want to be better at, actually, while I'm streaming, is being able to pull up stuff like this on the fly. So... Did I accidentally sort? What happened here? There it is. Sorry, this is a whole lot of like lead up, and it probably isn't even as interesting as I think it is. Let me see here. How do I do this? There it is. So this is actually based on a manor house in England. This is the first time I've ever built out of brick. And I went online and I found there's a manor house in England that was a brick manor house. And I totally based my design on that house with some modifications. I made the back like these huge windows, but it's not the most detailed thing I've ever done. But it was like a total result of being like, I want to build something with brick. What would be a good brick house to follow? And I found that manor house, and I thought, how do I do that? So anyway, this is my attempt at a English manor house. The interior is very well appointed with quartz. It's very marble-esque looking on the inside. But anyway. But yeah, like I said, that's kind of one of the things I love about the game. I love looking up those kinds of places and learning a little bit of something and then trying to recreate it in Minecraft. It's just, it's fun. One thing I've never done, and I've always thought I would want to do someday, is like a proper, like, Roman treatment. And I was actually one of the things when we were in your stream, I was really interested in like the idea of reconstructing a Roman city was really interesting to me. Bye. Glad you guys couldn't stay. Don't come back later. Oh, I did that to myself again, didn't I? I try to keep this, as I'm building it, I try to keep it unspawnable. But every so often I shoot myself in the foot and I make something spawnable and then I step away and I forget I made it spawnable. It's fine. 9 times out of 10, the magma cubes that spawn up here just jump off the building and end up on the floor, so it's all good. Okay, I am pretty low on just about everything. So I've got to figure that out. Do a quick time check here. 8 o'clock-ish. Check something real quick. Anyone else notice, by the way, that the Twitch viewer count seems to be horribly broken? I don't know. What is happening? Why can't I find my screen? There we go. Oh, that's open. That's why. Okay. All right. Got it. I fixed it. Okay. So I need to go get a block. Refresh. Let's go do that. I'm low on these. Yes, I think that is accurate. So let's grab myself a stack. I tell you what, after basically a solid week of having a great problem, which is having to prepare for being a Twitch affiliate. What did I do? Wait. Yes, okay. It feels kind of good to just sit and play Minecraft for a little bit. Sorry, I realized that entire thought was very disjointed. After a week of kind of cramming, like last minute, like, oh, I need emotes and I need badges and I need channel points and such. It feels kind of nice to sit down and just play Minecraft for a little bit. Because I played Monday and that was the last day I had a chance to play. So, sorry, I was saying, basically, I got an affiliate midway through the week. And that resulted in me scrambling to get all these different things in place that I hadn't worked on before. Like I said, emotes and badges and channel points and rewards and all that. And I haven't played Minecraft since Monday. So it feels nice to just sit down and actually play Minecraft. Because and stairs. Okay, that's fascinating. That must. But that's stairs. Oh, I'm being stupid. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. That is going to go like that. And then this is here. And this is here. I forgot what I was working on. Now I remember. It's all good. And it's all good. Now I remember what I was doing. And then is this a regular block or stair? It's a regular block. Like the first week I started streaming, I had a very similar experience where I did my stream on the weekend, and then I'm like, okay, well now I need to prepare those replay mod files. And I had done replay mod before, so I was vaguely familiar with it, but I was more rusty than I was expecting. So that took forever. And then once I had the replays prepared, I was like, ooh, well, I actually need to edit these further. I can't do everything I want to do in replay mod. So now I need to pick up a video editor. And I need to learn, like I was using Windows video editor prior to that for quick and dirty stuff, but I'm like, I need an actual video editor. I need to actually be able to do things. So I downloaded a video editor and had to teach myself that. And so I found when I streamed the following weekend, it was the first time I had played Minecraft since the previous weekend's stream, which was really weird for me. I'm definitely used to playing Minecraft a lot. And I've gotten better at the business side, if you will, the mechanics of streaming, so that I'm able to actually slip in some actual Minecraft time in between streams. Until this week. Which unfortunately really slows down this build. Definitely would have gotten a lot more of this done sooner, but for all the stuff I got to do, which I'm not complaining about. It may sound like I am, but I'm mostly stating about how surprised I am. Unlurk back, not yet. Are you not yet back? Is that what you're saying? Or are you responding to something that I said? You don't have those commands yet. No, I don't have unlurk. I need to add an unlurk. I actually have a fun lurk command. And then somebody tried to use unlurk. I'm like, I needed a fun unlurk command too. It'll be thematically consistent with my lurk command. I just have to figure out how I'm going to word that. Yeah. I had fun with that one. I don't remember if you were here, Aldi, when I was saying that, but I did all that stuff early in the week, and that feels like a whole separate week. Because all the commands that I added and all that work that I did on the stream, that was all pre-affiliate. So it almost feels like it was a whole separate week that I did all that stuff. It was like when I started streaming today, I was thinking about all the new things I had. And I was like, oh, that's right. I can actually do shout outs. I actually have shout outs in my built into my commands now. I have the HH command. So yeah, it was just funny because it was like a whole bunch of things, a whole bunch of work I put in that I was like, oh yeah, I did all that. Now I remember. In addition to the channel points and the emotes and all the other stuff. But I definitely want to add an unlurk. I think that'll be a fun response to my lurk command. Oops. If anyone, I know that a lot of people are playing while they watch, so they're more listening than they are watching. But if anyone ever wonders why I'll misplace a block and spend a disproportionate amount of time trying to make sure that I can pick up that displaced block, it's because this build is so big, I do have a little tiny bit of block anxiety that I will run out of Blackstone. So every time I misplace a block, I go out of my way to make sure I can pick that block back up. Because every block matters. Okay, where does that go? Is this the path? What is this? What is happening right here? Oh, this is part of the little foot nodule thing. Okay, cool. Oh, wow. I'm already up to that point? Good Lord. Okay, awesome. I'm going to have to slab it. Is it a polished? Is it polished? I'm going to slab it, and I'll get to it later. That is not going to happen before I finish the rest of these. Okay. This is all not very unspawnable. Maybe I'll take everything up to the next layer. That will be better for me if I do that. Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here, Relace. Appreciate it, man. It was good to chat with you. Thank you for your time, my friend. Oh. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it there. That makes more sense to me. That makes more sense. All right. I'm starting to get into the more complex block detail thing where I'm getting a little slower because I have to sit and think about like what blocks are being used. That was a big old rip. Aldi, I feel like I've never heard you express this before. But I also feel like it's a fairly universal thing. Inventory management. You are 100% good with it? Or needs improvement? What am I missing here? What is this block? No inventory management? Meaning you don't subscribe to inventory management at all? Or that you just don't really have any problems with it? Needs improvement. Ah, okay, that's fair. So hard to place blocks when I know they're not visible. But that's actually a lot of this area, now that I'm looking at it. Separate hotbar, the only tools weapons can go in. And then the other hotbar is for building items. That's an interesting approach. I have not heard yet. I've heard a few different ideas, but I haven't ever heard of that, like an actual separate hotbar. I think that would be nice. Like it'd almost be, sorry, I'm kind of thinking out loud here. It'd almost be like an equip, like you have your armor slots. They would be tool slots, basically, that you could have. It would even be awesome if the tool slots themselves could be hot swapped. So basically, you have, just like you have your offhand, you have your main hand, but you could set up hotkeys that you could swap the tool in your main hand without having to actually like go in and click and drag. You could just be like, okay, I have my pick in my hand, and if I need my sword in my hand, I just hit enter, and by hitting enter, it automatically swaps my sword into my offhand. And then the whole hotbar is reserved for actual building items. I think you cracked it, my friend. That is, honest to God, that is the best idea I have heard for a solution for the hotbar problem. That's so interesting. All right. Do I want that to remain glowstone, or do I want to put a different light in there? Feel like I'm kind of okay with it being glowstone. Feel like I am. Because if it's not glowstone, it'll be a smoother texture. What's above this? Hold on. Let's look at this for a second. Oh, that's right. These are these weird little fork things I built in that have the light in the middle. It's got glowstone. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, wait. That will not work because that is not a connected block. Let's do this. That'll effectively be the same. I mean, it's so subtle. I do feel like, well, the ends are going to connect anyway, so this will be post no matter what. So it's really the center one. Yeah, okay, glowstone it is. That's fine. Sorry, I'm re-examining my strategy. And sometimes I have to do that out loud. Oh, that's right. These are stairs here. When I'm building survival, I generally feel like I still need to have my pick, sword, axe, shovel, bow, rockets, totem, shield. Which, yeah, 100%. I mean, I am in full build mode right now. But my hotbar usually will look like about that at a minimum. And that is without me keeping a bucket. If I'm digging, I'll have a bucket with me for falling in lava. And not having a shovel or axe. I usually don't carry both my axe and my shovel out because I find I use the axe more rarely. So I usually will have the shovel in like this slot, and then I'll swap it or the axe depending on what I'm doing. But then, yeah, 3 slots. And if I have a bucket, 2 slots. So this setup right now is unusual for me because I almost never pull all my equipment out of my hotbar like I'm doing. But it's just because I feel so safe in this area that the worst I'm going to come across is a magma cube, and I can hit it with my pickaxe if I have to. So I don't stress over it too much. Let's just pull this down. It'll be fine. Like this configuration in my toolbar is only because I'm building, and I would never normally look like this. I'd normally have the 2 to 3 blocks. Yeah. Well, like I said, it's one of the few times I feel safe enough that I don't need to have it. When I was digging out the nether, I had my bow in my hand because any moment I'd have a ghast coming after me. And then I had my sword because magma cubes. And then my pick and a shovel whenever there was gravel. And not so much on the bucket, but I did have a fire protection potion on my hotbar for at least the first half of this project. It was really when I was swimming around in the lava depositing gravel that I decided I don't really need the fire protection. I kept one in my inventory just in case I got into trouble, but I didn't keep it in my hotbar anymore. It didn't feel like it was an emergency situation anymore. But yeah, cool. I genuinely love your solution. That is the best hotbar fix I've ever heard, and I want it to be a thing. So now all we need to do is just get Mojang to implement it. I did happen to have King Beef from Mojang followed me the other day. King Beef. What? Where did I pull that name from? Is that right? I'm questioning myself. Anyway. B-Dogs, yeah. I don't know. I think I'm confusing several Minecrafters. Yes, King B-Dogs followed me. So I just need him to listen. And oh, you said Olraf liked it. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. I love it. Making things happen in Minecraft, people. We're making things happen in Minecraft. Rip out. I knew that was going to happen sooner or later. What's funny is, as much as like I feel like there is a lot of weakness in the whole toolbar thing, I'm loath to add mods to change my experience. Just because they don't feel vanilla. Doesn't make any sense, but I don't know. Not completely randomly. He had posted something on Twitter, and I basically posted a positive response to it. The gist of it was I think it was one of those, what would you tell your younger self? And he responded with a statement about how not to let his fear about his lack of education keep him out of doing what he loves. For instance, he didn't go to university, but here he is working for his dream job. And I posted, I'm so glad to hear you say that, because I don't ever want people to hold themselves back because of what they perceive to be their educational deficiency, especially because 9 times out of 10, you don't have control over that. I'm paraphrasing. So I just appreciated that he made that statement so that people who may be out there thinking, oh, I didn't get to go to university, I'll never be able to do this, that, or the other, will see that and go, oh, well, wait a minute. Anyway, so he liked that comment and he actually followed me right after it. So I have to assume he followed me because of that comment. But, you know, I don't know that means anything. I'm sure he follows a lot of people. I'm probably one voice in the ocean. That doesn't really work, does it? One drop in the ocean. Voice in the choir. That's what I was trying to. But yeah, it was kind of cool. I'm actually kind of thinking, like, I wonder if that would be enough to, like, whoa! Hey, Shakespeare girl, thank you so much. Thank you for raiding with your party. Thank you for bringing your people in. You're so awesome. Thank you. I literally doubt there's a soul in here, but I need the practice. So if you're not following Shakespeare girl, you should. And there is the link. Like I said, I doubt very sincerely there's anyone here who doesn't know Shakespeare girl, but just in case, please give her a follow. Hey, Miss Moon, welcome. Thank you, Lilo. Thank you so much. Lilu. Sorry, I said Lilo. My bad. That's my favorite movie, is Lilo and Stitch. Lilu. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Thank you for sharing your community with me. I appreciate it. What were you up to today? Fire. Thank you so much. I feel like I know you already, Fire. I keep seeing you in so many. Thank you, Lilu. I feel like I've seen you in a lot of the same streams I'm in. What were you up to today, Shakespeare? You're a bad kid and haven't followed. Well, I'll be honest with you. I thought I had followed everyone, and then I was watching Arctic just the other night, and I went, oops, I guess I didn't follow everybody. Because I was in there and I hadn't followed him yet. So, you know, it's all good. We'll get there. We'll eventually all get there. I am not spoiling anything, again, since most of you here are from her stream, but Shakespeare Girl and I are going to be part of a new upcoming SMP. It's going to start with 117, called Halcyon Heights. And there's a lot of amazing people who are part of it, and this will be my first SMP experience, so I am so unbelievably excited about this. I'm excited to like sit and play with all these really amazing people, so... We were just grinding out resources and vibing, turned off VOD's clips so we could listen to whatever music we wanted. I gotta be honest with you, I've thought about that. I have a little tiny bit of fear that they're gonna start DMCAing the actual streams themselves at some point. But I've been tempted to turn off VODs and do that. Just kind of enjoy what you want to enjoy. Awesome, Mario, thank you. I said this earlier today specifically. The DMCA has been great for protecting record label interests, but has been terrible for the way that we use and consume music. And one of the things that I struggle with so much is something you just touched on, and that is we all share, I mean, not everybody literally, but most of us share a common language when it comes to popular music. It's like a huge element, or movies or TV shows. And we literally can't share that directly in a stream with people because if it hits the VOD, we can be DMCA'd for it. So it's like, I would love for any of my musical announcements to include like song tags that we would all know and we'd all recognize and we would all love them, but we can't use them because the DMCA is what it is. So, but I'm glad to hear you said that because that kind of gives me a little bit more of a comfort level with doing that myself. Well, and to be honest with you, I'm pretty sure you're okay on VOD. Twitch does pay some licenses, and the license covers broadcast. It doesn't recover recording, at least as I understand it. The reason why there are music streamers on Twitch is because they are allowed to perform music because of the Twitch license, but it's that they don't have the license to offer recorded music, which is a separate copyright thing. And that's why people are getting dinged in their VODs, but not on the actual streams themselves. I'm not a lawyer. Don't listen to me, but I'm pretty sure that's about accurate. I only do occasionally my Shacks After Dark streams. Gotcha. Yeah. So you just chill out and listen to fun stuff and have fun. I love it. That's awesome. Well, welcome in. Let me show you a little bit of what I'm working on here. Aldi's got to be tired of my speech by now. This is my nether build. This is the biggest thing I have ever built in Minecraft. It's not even close. This is a result of me. I'm normally a technical player, but I really wanted to push myself hard for building. And so this is a result of me turning off particles. This is a result of me pushing my building. This is a bottom of the bedrock in the nether to beyond the bedrock ceiling, top of the world tower. And there are going to be 4 towers on the outside. You see tower number 1 is currently being constructed. And this is what the whole thing will look like when done. This is a schematic by Lightmatica mod. And this is what the entire structure will look like when done. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Thank you for the positive. A place you can read the full DMCA text. Not really, Lilu. I encourage you to do your own research on that because yes, the full DMCA text is available somewhere, but I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy to go read that. If you're a family full of lawyers, you might enjoy reading legalese. I do not. Mine is based on, I have a history in semi-pro amateur music prior to this and also being around this environment. Mine are educated opinions based on what I understand is going on. Hold on one second, BRB. All right, so I'm back. Yeah, so anyway, do your own looking into that. I am not a lawyer. Don't take my advice on the DMCA. I have a whole other chunk I could go into about the DMCA. But anyway, yeah, so thank you guys for the compliments. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, we all wish we understood it. Unfortunately, it takes a law degree and probably some court cases. But yeah. So the towers are all a mirror image on the outside of each other. They're all kind of independent. They connect to each other a little bit, and then they connect to the top here through these walkovers. I always love to show these walkovers. It's one of my favorite things about this build. Don't mind the weird colors. It's all part of the schematic. But I have these cool little walkovers that connect the center tower with each of the outer towers. And these actually connect to like the portal room of each of these towers. I have a lore that's going to come in later that the portals factor into. I also have a lot of interior work to do. Like some of these interiors are half finished. Some of them are just literally scaffolding, mapping out where I think I want the floors to go, but little else. Like when you get down into this part of this tower, I've got this, which may or may not happen, the spiral staircase, but literally just a blank wall for a few hundred blocks. So a lot of interior work to do too. But this is a family Java survival server. My family used to play a lot of Minecraft with me. I got hardcore into Minecraft. They got less so. And so it's mostly just me at this point. My son plays occasionally, but I'm here just about every day playing. Let me turn that off. I feel that was wrecking my screen a little bit. But anyway, everything that you see here was done in survival, except for the schematic. The schematic, I went into a creative world and actually spent about a month and a half designing what I wanted this structure to look like in creative. And I was able to use like creative mode commands, and the schematic mod itself helped me like do copy paste, but it helped me get the structure looking the way I wanted it to look. And then I put that into a full schematic and brought it over here to the survival server to actually build it. So that is my project. Feel that is something similar for your siblings and yourself? Yeah. We started off, we were doing a LAN server, of course, when I first started. And then at some point it became inconvenient that every time anyone wanted to play, they had to wait till I was playing, which actually was still pretty often. But so we did a realm server. And then after a little while, as I got more serious about Minecraft, I started chafing at the restrictions on a realm server, most notably being able to AFK. So I actually just got a regular old Minecraft server for us. But Bedrock was broken. Those of you who don't know, it is difficult to break Bedrock in survival Java, but not impossible. And the VIP here is the technical community. I did a little research on my own and like understood the mechanics of Bedrock breaking, but that got me a manual machine that took me 8 hours to break 8,000 blocks. And then I found machines on the technical community that allowed me to clear entire sheets of Bedrock. All I had to do was invest about 45 minutes in building the machine and let it run for 8 hours. But that was a better time investment than me doing it myself manually. So, but I documented a lot of that on my Twitter and on my YouTube. I have videos up about the machines I used. And so if you're curious about any of that, you can always take a peek at that. MC Pro Host, satisfied. Yeah, I estimate it was around 80,000 blocks. Unfortunately, Minecraft doesn't keep statistics on something you're not supposed to be able to do. I wish it did. I wish it told me how many bedrock blocks it was. My estimate is based on the size of the space, which is about 150 by 175, and there being 5 levels of bedrock, but it diminishing as it goes down. Like the lowest level of bedrock has less blocks than the top that's full. Roughly 80,000. That's a gross estimate. Thank you, Lilu. Enjoy your lurk. I use, who do I use? I don't remember now. That's a terrible endorsement. Oh, Heavy Node. It's called Heavy Node. It's one of the more recent ones. It's kind of a discount provider, but they had some really powerful equipment and they had a great sale on it. So it's only a little bit more than I was paying for Realms, actually, and it's a much, much better server, which is good because by myself, with automation and entities and whatever, I can tax my own server at times. So, but yeah. So yeah, I mean, it took a few tries, but I got there eventually. So yeah, normally I'm a technical player. I have a little base in the overworld that my son and I built when we first started playing in 1.16. It's full of a bunch of farms because, like I said, that's kind of where I live. Keep having to up the RAM because of my villagers. Yeah. Oh, believe me, I know. Our last iteration of the server is 1.15, and we decided to embrace the whole village thing. And so we took over a village and grew it and reskinned it. And man, that thing was a lag. That thing was Lag City. Should have called it Lag City now that I said that out loud, but I didn't because that would have been dumb. But anyway, but yeah, villagers are rough for sure. Yeah. Anyway, so as it is right now, I'm about halfway done. I think with this tower, I still have the top building to build, which is going to be quite a bit of work. But I'm making pretty good progress. I try to stream every weekend and then do a time-lapse video. Because of the size of this thing, I find a time-lapse video is kind of a good way to consume it. My time-lapse videos are always very short. They're like 1 to 3 minutes. I post them on YouTube, so if anyone is curious and wants to kind of keep up with the project, but they don't want to, like, they can't come into stream, they don't want to spend as much time on stream, or they just want to see the summary of it, the time-lapse videos are a great way to go to kind of get the gist of what's going on here. So it's also a good excuse for me to learn how to use replay mod and also do video editing. So, which is something I hope to do on Halcyon Heights. I intend on making a YouTube series out of it, but having not made a Let's Play YouTube series, I don't know yet. That's where I'll go with this, but that is definitely my intention. So we'll have to see how that goes. But I'm incredibly excited to play with Shax and all these new people. Having, again, been on a family survival world for so long, most of the family has stopped. So I've been playing largely by myself. And I'm looking forward to actually playing with friends because I really do love this game with other people. Thank you, Shakespeare Girl. I appreciate that. I'm hoping to add more stuff. Right now, because I'm new, all of my content's really short. I try to keep it short so it's easy to consume it. I don't feel like I've earned a place in people's lives for 30 minutes of their time. So most of my videos are intended to be 3 minutes or less so that you can kind of just watch and enjoy them and hopefully earn enough interest for you to come back and check me out later as I start getting into more traditional content. Ariel, thank you so much. Thank you for the subscription. That's so awesome of you. Thank you. I'm still getting used to that. I just became affiliate earlier this week, so I'm still getting used to new things. So thank you so much for the subscription. I really, really appreciate that. It means a lot that you'd be willing to subscribe to me and support me. So thank you. Someone gifted it? Okay, hold on. Can I find it? Oh, something's going bad. Hold on a second, Shakespeare Girl. I need to fix something here. Hold on. Streamlabs is being aggressive again. I hate when Streamlabs gets aggressive. I don't like it at all. Okay, let's make sure that took. It didn't. It didn't because I didn't do it right. Let me try that a second time here. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Make sure I got that spelled right. Shakespeare is one of those words that you think you know how to spell until you try to spell it. All right. I'm so sorry about that, Shakespeare. So I'm using Streamlabs right now to mod because I'm still new and I don't have a mod. And so sometimes Streamlabs gets a weird bug up its butt. And I don't know what the reason is because if I could figure out the reason, I'd turn the silly thing off. It goes to the corner shame. It must be a volume thing, but like I literally have not figured out why Streamlabs, there's certain people that Streamlabs like tamps down on. And I genuinely don't know what that's about. I got to find what that setting is and disable it, but I don't know what setting you're running afoul of. You use too many caps, but that shouldn't have like blocked everything else you did. Like that's not right. So yeah, so sorry about that. I profoundly apologize for that nonsense. I know it complained about caps for one of your posts, but it also went and timed out everything else about you, which shouldn't be a thing. Oh, is that Chef who did it? Okay, well that explains it. That makes sense. Oh, is it? Okay. See, I thought it only deleted the offending comment. I didn't realize it blew out the entire user's history. You get really excited sometimes. Well, like I said, I'm pretty sure you didn't do anything. I'm pretty sure that Streamlabs is the one that got excited, basically. I gotta also double check my caps filter because you didn't type that many caps. It shouldn't track you for that. So anyway, whatever. I see what you're saying, Aldi, but at the same time, I also think that if any one rule violates, then that rule would get shut off. But you may have said 5 other things that didn't offend that rule. That also could be a setting. I know, I mean, your choices for what you do with people is kind of limited. And obviously, I don't want to ban people. But I didn't think, but timeout is overly aggressive too. So anyway, I'll go back and look at those settings again. At some point, I'm probably just going to have an actual mod. I know that. It's fine. At some point, I will. I still don't have pressure plates. I need pressure plates. I need pressure plates, and I need to remember that I need pressure plates. Because they're crazy expensive to make. So I don't want to make them if I don't have to. Well, I mean, I work in technology and I get confused by it at times. So, you know, I definitely understand that. I really honestly thought too, oh, like, I'll just set up some auto mods. It'll be fine. No big deal. And then Automod's like, no, you cannot talk to this person. I'm like, all right, Automod, stop being offensive. Anyway, I don't even remember what I was saying before Automod took over my life. But in summary, regardless of whatever I was saying, I'm really excited to play with everybody coming up here. I think that actually might be what I was talking about. I don't remember too. I don't remember if I've seen a lot of what Shax is preparing to do on our server. Am I not remembering? I feel like a lot of things have been held fairly close to vest on that. I'm mostly looking forward to pranks and shenanigans. And maybe we'll build something together too. Not very active on Discord, but not keeping it secret. Maybe I've just missed it. The problem is there's 11 of us, so it's easy to sometimes read something and then not internalize it well enough to remember. So you may very well have posted a bunch of stuff and I just don't remember what you posted. I know you came along late to all the planning and all that too, so. But I'm glad you're here regardless. I'm looking forward to it. Even though I haven't seen you play Minecraft yet. Trying to develop my terraforming skills. A big enchanted forest kind of deal. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's so interesting. And you'd rather do... Are you going to create it whole cloth, or do you have a specific place that you're going to build it in? Like, are you going to start with a dark wood forest or something? Curious how much terraforming you're signing yourself up for. I am building above the world. I am building in the sky. So I am quite literally signing myself up for all the terraforming. Because there will not be a single block where I am going to build. So that'll be an interesting challenge for me I have never done before. I've built things like mountains and stuff, but scratch you in on a mushroom island. Oh, that's right. You were going to do one of the mushroom islands. I remember that now. And have it be dark without mobs. Yeah, that's brilliant. I love that. That's going to be so cool. Is it going to be, like, are you going to lean into the fantasy side of the Enchanted Forest? Or is it going to be more spooky? Most everyone else wants to terraform stuff. Maybe I'll make it a goal to terraform. I mean, Aldi, I don't feel like you need to prove yourself on that regard. I feel like if you really wanted to, you could take it off. Take a pass on this and be like, I'm going to build a dirt hut and then spend the rest of the time terrorizing you guys. I really don't feel like you need to prove yourself on the terraforming thing. Or show us up is what I'm getting at. Just kidding. Enjoyed the idea of tearing down the island, building a floating island in the sky. Actually, but I haven't made a final decision because that's very daunting. Yeah, I mean, that is exactly... Hey, Carrot, welcome back. That is exactly what I'm planning on doing. Although I'm not going to tear anything down. I'm just going to build it in the sky. Hold on. Hopefully I just have one sneeze. Sometimes I have chains. Drop connection, had dinner. I mean, that seems fair. Food is good. I feel like this goes up to here. I'm building above a warm ocean because of the color of the water. And so if I fall, I'm less likely to plummet to my death. But yeah, mine's going to be just constructed as a floating technological city. I'm still vacillating between like building something that looks like a fantasy thing in the sky or doing something more space age. I'm definitely leaning towards space age because I feel like fantasy leans too close to castles and strongholds, and I feel like I've built a million strongholds in Minecraft. So what I haven't ever done is built anything in a futuristic style. And I'm really intrigued by the idea of that. I feel like that would be another way to push myself. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. That plate just plummeted to its death. That plate? What did I miss? What did I miss? Anyway, like I said, I'm super, and it's going to be high fantasy. That's awesome. I'm super excited. I've said this a lot, but it's just because I am legitimately this excited. I cannot wait to play with everybody. I cannot wait to be a part of what people are doing in this environment. I'm so freaking excited about it. So, built a lot of rustic, but not so much fantasy. Yeah. I don't think I've done even a lot of fantasy myself. I feel like for me, in my mind, the only way I would do justice to fantasy for me would be to do a lot of armor stand stuff. I don't know that without doing like a deep dive, I don't know that I could identify how I would build in fantasy well enough. I feel like the fantasy would be like the other things that I add to the build. But I've definitely built a lot of medieval. I mean, I can't tell you how many castles or strongholds I've built over the years. I mean, it's just because the default Minecraft block palette lends itself to that. So it's like, of course you're going to build a castle. The blocks the game gives you are literally stone and stone brick. Of course you're going to build a castle at some point. But even beyond like a castle, I still feel like everything I build ends up being a little bit stronghold or keepish or citadelish, or this is very much still within that kind of thinking. Although, like I said, this is a lot different than anything I've ever done before, but it's still stone bricks and citadels. So no problem. Get something for everybody though, Shax. 117 bricks would look great as a space tech design. 117 bricks. Why am I not thinking of bricks in 117? Are you just talking about like just the new blocks in general? I'm taking your bricks maybe too literally. Oh, the deep slate stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest with you with the deep slate. I don't love the texture about it. But as I mentioned before, I've seen everything. I've seen all the snapshot videos, but I haven't touched anything. I haven't played with anything. The 117 world I created to load the seed that we're going to play in on the server, which obviously didn't need to be a 117 world, but I wanted it to, just in case somehow world spawning was different. That's the closest I've come to even looking at the blocks, and I literally just flew around and tried to find a place to live. So I haven't touched any of the blocks yet, and I might feel differently about it once I get to that point and I actually see the textures and what they look like. Deep slate in general is going to be interesting. I feel like they've definitely added more gray stone bricks. I mean, not calling them that, but deep slate and tough and gonna be interesting. Welcome back. Homemade pizza. Ooh, I mean that's hardcore. I wasn't expecting that. I was like, you're gonna come back with like a bag of chips or something, but I mean, homemade pizza. That's solid. But yeah, anyway. I feel like I'm forgetting something over here, but that's okay. I'm out of these again. Yep, I'm out of everything again. Well, not everything. Note to self, don't grab any more polished slabs. I have more than I need. Any more of the regular slabs. Oops, overshot it. Made dough from scratch. Oh man, that sounds amazing. We did homemade pizza last week, I think it was. It was great because we hadn't had homemade pizza in a long time. But that sounds really nice. I may be a little hungry too. That is entirely possible. Watch out for Aldebar lurking, by the way. I have it on good authority that he is a thief of about 16th level. So he's interesting. He's an interesting multi-class. He's like thief wizard. And he kind of keeps the thief on the down low. You know what I mean? He like doesn't like advertise that part. He's like, oh no, I'm just a wizard. Look at me build things. Poof, you know? But then he's got that thief, I think, on the back burner so that people don't know that about him. It's very extra. It was nice. It was nice meeting Worm on the stream the other day. I kind of walked in to your stream at an interesting time because you were intending to play a game apparently, but for whatever reason, as streams sometimes do, your intention to play the game had devolved into a full-blown chat with your stream about real life things. And I actually thought that was a perfect time to come in and meet you because it was like, you know, I'm jumping into your stream because I hadn't spent any time in your stream before and I wanted to like catch what you were up to and get to know you a little bit. And there it was. Didn't have to like pick through what you were saying. Didn't have to like put bits together. It was like straight up. Got to know. So I actually really appreciated that because it's like, cool. I am curious, what prompted that whole thing with your community? Like, I wasn't sure. Usually that kind of thing grows organically. You know, somebody asks a question and you're like, I want to answer that. And I got the feeling it wasn't like a pre-planned thing, but 10 to 15 chat. But you did plan on at least having the conversation with them ahead of time. Was it because you were wanting to like answer questions that people are asking or clarify something, or was there some like impetus for it? I haven't had, I've had a lot of varied conversations with my chat. About anything and everything. But usually it's precipitated by something. Like earlier today, I was talking with Aldi about the compartmentalization in my life. And that was born out of just the conversation that we were having. But do I want to do this? Yeah, I want to do this. I want to get this done, and then this is not spawnable. And then I can ignore it and move on with other things. So yes, I do. Oops. Just want to talk about mental health because I've been struggling. I want to be transparent. Okay. My first stream, I want to talk about pride. Okay, that makes total sense. I didn't realize quite how much I had to say. Well, I mean, one of the interesting things about streaming is we all have this forum now, right? And I don't know about you, but there are things I say with my friends, or things I talk with my friends about. There are things that I talk about with acquaintances, which is this, you know, the public at large. And then there are things I talk about with the people who I feel the most comfortable and I trust the most. And I find sometimes that streaming kind of breaks that down in a weird way. I feel sometimes like I am willing to say things on stream that I would never normally say to acquaintances, or reveal things that I would never normally reveal to acquaintances. And I don't know if it's because I'm streaming, I'm here by myself in front of a camera, and everyone is technically not real. You're all hypothetical bits. that exists through the internet. Um, or if it's something about streaming, like there's something almost weirdly intimate to inviting people to come in and watch you play a game while you talk. Or if it's just that the community itself is usually pretty open and expressive, and that's inspiring. Like, I haven't quite put my finger down on it yet, but I do find that those kinds of conversations tend to come up a little bit more often than I would have expected, and also organically to boot. So I'm not surprised to hear that your 5 to 10 minutes grew. And how awesome is it that you have a community that was there for that, you know? That you know that they support you and they love you and you trust them to reveal all that to them, you know? I think that's pretty special. It's a very cool gift. I'm forgetting something here, but trust the schematic, as Carrot would say. I do need to pick up glowstone, which I still have not done yet. Just fine. Okay, I feel like I half built something and then didn't get back to it again. Nope, I didn't. Okay. I'm going to take a quick BRB. I am currently standing. I'm going to reconfigure. I'm going to transform into a setting desk. It just takes 2 minutes. So give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I feel like chair is not that old, but I feel like the little gas thing in the bottom loses its air sometimes, and all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute, I remember this chair being that loud. All right, sorry, microphone. I'm discombobulated. It's fine. All right, let me catch up. Definitely get that. I'll get there eventually. I got distracted by information right before I was coming back, and it threw me off a little bit, so I was trying to recover. Anyway, I definitely get that because there's some people in real life that hang out my streams. Conscious choices about what I share and stream. Yeah. See, that's specific to what I was saying earlier about Aldi. Is right now my streaming is very compartmentalized. I am not sharing my streaming with people outside of my immediate family right now for reasons. But part of it is that being aware of what I can say and can't say. So passionate about being open and honest about these kinds of things. Yeah, well, I mean, at least to me, the goal is to be able to live in a world where you can just be who you are, right? That's what we all want. You just want to be able to live in a world where you can be the person that you are and express yourself. And I think streaming is great for that. Because like I said, I feel like it's a very supportive community overall. And yet we do still know that there are pockets of streaming of the world of whatever that are still threatened by that. So yeah, I mean, that's a struggle. And I'm privileged enough that I don't have a lot of those kinds of struggles. But I get what you're saying. You know, it's like you want to be able to be who you are and share, and at the same time, there's a risk involved in that. So, you know, about measuring those risks so that you can be authentic for the people who are there with you, and you know, dealing with the trash as it comes. So, I'm gonna check something real quick here. Sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry. I like I said, I got information right before I came back, and I'm still a little bit blown. So, I'm just, all reconciling. All right. Some of these towers are asymmetrical, and I'm trying to remember. Why did I just not build that? I don't know. All right, it's fine. I'll figure it out. And I don't know, I'm assuming you're talking about your own personal life besides the streaming too. Like you have a support system in addition to the streaming, whether or not some of them are part of your streaming. I definitely feel like I couldn't do any of the things that I do without feeling like I've got the people in my corner. So that if I take a risk and fall on my face, I know that I've got the people there to back me up, you know. That's good. That's very good. That makes everything a little easier, even when the inevitable storms come, you know. But like I said, I thought it was awesome. I was so glad that was the moment I came in on, because obviously if I had watched you play, I don't even remember what game you were playing. Was it Stardew Valley? I feel like it was Stardew Valley. I could have learned some stuff about you. I've learned stuff about everybody from popping into their streams, but I got to learn so much more about you, and it gave me a much better perspective than just watching you play whatever the game was. So I'm really glad that I actually happened in on that. Yeah. Stardew. Yeah, that's definitely not a game I've ever played. We were talking about earlier, ever since I started playing Minecraft, the percentage of games that I play has gone way down. And every once in a blue moon, I'll need a break. Actually, in the middle of this big nether project, I reached a point where I was struggling with the next creative piece, and I was done with most of the early grinding pieces. And I just couldn't wrap my head around opening up creative mode and doing any designing. So I played Oxygen Not Included for about a week. And that's about it. I mean, I'm good for a little bit. I play the other thing, and then I'm like, okay, I'm back to Minecraft again. It's fine. They're coming out with Mario Golf finally for the Nintendo Switch, and I love very addictive. I love golf in video games in general, and the old Mario Golf, which I think is GameCube. Might have been after GameCube. I feel like GameCube was the last time Mario had a golf game. I love that so much. It was one of my favorite golf games on a console ever. And they have a new one finally coming out at the end of this month. And I'm like, I don't know, because I have this whole SMP I'm going to be a part of. So I don't know if I'm going to have time to even play it. No, I didn't actually say I wanted to play Stardew, Wario. Speaking of Mario Golf, no, Stardew is one of those games that I'm like, if I had an infinite amount of time, I know a lot of people who have played it, but at the same time, I just realistically, I'm not making time for like games that I know I'm going to love. Never mind a game that I've never played before that I'm not sure about. So, yeah, I doubt I'd ever play Stardew. Never say never, but I doubt it. I have seen it's addicting too, because I've seen plenty of streaming friends who have surrendered to it. It's a little bit like an Animal Crossing or something, where it's like it takes a lot of your time and you get kind of sucked into like, ooh, I want to play this now. I want to add more, you know. But like I said, I doubt it. Probably not. And there's this game that is releasing. Well, it's not really a game. It's an update to a game that's releasing in a few days. And I don't know if you've heard of it. It's like the game's been around for like a decade now. But like they keep coming out with these new updates and they're really cool. And yeah, I think I'm going to play that. I think that's the next game I'm going to play. And probably the game after that too. Yeah, yeah. Well, and to some extent, Shax, I even have a little hesitancy to picking up another game, because I've made some kind of commitments to myself and to streaming too now, but I've made some commitments to myself about what I'm doing in Minecraft. And honestly, I'd be a little disappointed in myself if I don't complete this area, for instance. And so if I log in and I'm not like either working on streaming stuff, getting ready for my next stream, or working on this, I'm like, what am I even doing right now? This is not a important use of my time. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with Minecraft. A couple of people have asked me, how do you stay motivated? And I'm like, I don't know, man, but every single day I wake up at this point and I'm like, I want to play Minecraft. And that obviously does come and go a little bit. I mean, I get bogged down, I get creative blocks, like anyone else does, but they don't last very long usually. So, and I'm afraid if I like played another game, I'd be all like, Minecraft what? No, probably not. Oh, that took me a second to get. Not 100% sure what you're referring to, but. Unless you're talking about my cryptic comment about a new game that's coming out that's 10 years old. That's what I thought. Yeah. Ran out of that too. I'm running out of everything now. All right, let's see how many blocks I can run out of so I can go refill them all at the same time. I guess that's true. I was never really into Diablo. It was one of those games that I was always kind of like, I mean, that might be fun to play. But never like at a time where I was looking for a new game or looking for something new to play. But it's unique. It's unique to have a game that is over a decade old that the developers are still creating content for and for free. And maybe that applies to Diablo too, and I'm just not aware of it, but your go-to non-Minecraft? Actually, an interesting question. Do I have a go-to non-Minecraft game? Boy, that's tough. I don't know that I do. I feel like if I'm not... Minecraft is my go-to game, period. So if I'm not playing Minecraft, I am consciously choosing to play a different game. And that could be any number of things that I haven't finished or haven't played yet or... Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've got a go-to non-Minecraft game. I've been playing games my whole life. I mean, my parents, this is violating Twitch's terms of service. My parents got Pong when it first came out. Although they wouldn't let me play it much because I was very small and they didn't trust me. And video game systems back then were extraordinarily expensive because it was all brand new technology. But then at some point during a Christmas, and I didn't even know this was a thing, my parents got me an Intellivision system. And it was for me, but it was really for the family to play. I was their proxy excuse for buying it. But I haven't stopped. I've had many different consoles and PC and whatever besides, but honestly, Minecraft is the first game that I've ever like gone to this extreme for. I've logged many hours in other games. Burger Time, Utopia Sea Battle. Oh, you're speaking my language, my friend. You know there's a new Intellivision system coming out, right? Tommy Tillarco? I don't remember how to pronounce his last name. Yeah, so Tommy Tillarco, who's an old industry vet, has made a lot of like music and game stuff. He bought the rights to Intellivision from Intellivision. And they are developing a new system called the Amico. And it is basically the 3-generation later spiritual successor to the Intellivision. But they are remastering a lot of their old games to release on that system. Utopia is supposed to be one of the games that's coming out that's going to get re-released. So you have no idea what any of this is. Well, you've heard of Pong, right, Chicks? You've heard of Pong. Everyone's heard of Pong, I feel like. I am, Mr. Chef. I am. Like I said, man, I'm a grinder. I'm a grinder. Yeah, so if you've heard of Pong Shacks, there's a chance you've heard of the Atari 2600. And the Atari 2600 had two competitors before the great video game crash of 1983. And their competitors were Coleco, or ColecoVision, and Intellivision. Those were the two systems that came out after Atari 2600. But yeah. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm a grinder. But yeah, anyway, Aldi, yeah, so they have a new quote unquote Intellivision system coming out where they're remastering a lot of the old games, updating them, modernizing them. I actually pre-signed up for it as I'm kind of excited about it. And like a lot of the games that I used to play growing up, they're going to have out. So I'm really excited to kind of play those games again. Mostly, I'm honestly hoping that the system fulfills the promise because I'm a little concerned. They've tried to do things like this in the past and they haven't always ended well. I'm a little concerned that this is not going to go well, but so far I've seen good things from it. Sea Battle. I could never get my dad to play Sea Battle. I was really good at it and he wasn't, and so he never wanted to play with me. But Utopia, we played a lot. Also, there was Triple Action. Triple Action was our favorite game to play because it had tanks, it had a racing game, and it had biplanes. And that is getting remade as well. So, yeah, you know Pong. Yeah, so like I said, the Atari 2600, and then it had two competitors. And then the video game industry, quote unquote, crashed. Which I don't completely understand. I mean, I was young at the time, so it's like I didn't really... All I knew is that you couldn't find new Intellivision games. That's like... that's all I knew. But then, not too long after that, Nintendo actually entered the space and resurrected the home video game industry. And that train has not stopped since. So anyway, there's your history lesson today. That would be, if you look at my channel point redemptions, that would be a random fun fact, and I won't even charge you for it. I'm just going to give that one to you for free. Anyway. I grew up with video games, and I've been playing video games ever since. And so prior to Minecraft, it was just one game after another until I found Minecraft. And even Minecraft wasn't that serious at first. I played it, but I played other things. And then I discovered Hermitcraft, and I discovered that Minecraft could be like a serious creative expression. And that changed everything for me. Like all of a sudden, I was devoting time to Minecraft. And other games kind of fell by the wayside at that point. So, yeah, Aldi, that new system is going to be really interesting. Because there are a lot of things that are the same, and a lot of things have changed as far as gameplay goes. I'm a little concerned that things will have changed so much that they're not as fun as they used to be. But there's some core gameplay mechanics in some of those games that I think would still stand the test of time. So. Utopia and Sea Battle for hours and hours. Utopia was so awesome. And Triple Action. Yeah. You love learning. Yep. Again. Every time, there's always a new one. Always a new thing. Aldi and I have discovered that we have a profound amount of things in common. And the more we learn about each other, the more we find yet another thing that we had in common. So... We talked the other day, Aldi, and I didn't know anything about your D&D past until your interview. And I'm like, yep, there's another one. Although I feel like if you've played video games, you probably have done D&D. I know that's not a universal, because I know Mike said something about he didn't. But for the most part. I am. Hi, Misty. Welcome back. As I've just recently said, I am a grinder. You've never seen any Hermitcraft, Shakespeare Girl? Well, I don't know why, but I get the impression that you have a lot of other things besides Minecraft. So I'm not completely surprised by that. I feel like most of us are well familiar with Hermitcraft. In fact, Hermitcraft is probably directly responsible for a great deal of us even being here with, about to launch an SMP, because I know that Hermitcraft has been mentioned as being very influential as to why we're doing what we're doing with the SMP. But welcome back, Misty, by the way. I don't know what to teach you. I mean, part of it is, again, I love... Cool, Chef. Enjoy your sleep, my friend. Thank you for all the love today, my friend. Thank you for all the crazy things that you've done today. I really, really appreciate you. Anyway, Misty, I was just saying, I'm a grinder, man. I can sit and play this game for hours, and the truth is I'm streaming because I would be sitting in front of my computer working on this build anyway. So if I'm here, why not stream it and chat with friends while I build it? Like, I don't have any problem with that, so... Shakar and Rendog are the reason you know streaming exists. That's interesting. Did you discover them before Hermitcraft by chance, or were they from Hermitcraft? And the other part of it is just being willing to be mobile, like having the standing desk helps. It'd be a little rough if I was sitting in the chair the whole time, but being able to stand up and sit down helps a lot because I can kind of change my body. Just have a lot of Minecrafters. Plus, I'm the breadwinner and have a kid. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. You have a lot of pulls on your time. That's fair. I mean, to be honest with you, Hermitcraft... Oh. All right, you legitimately got me, Misty. I didn't spin around in Minecraft, and I would have accepted my fate, but you legitimately got me with that one. Good job. I was ready to say, Hermitcraft is almost a part-time job, especially at the beginning of the season. With so many people streaming and so much content coming out, it's hard to keep up with them. Like, I'm actually a little bit nervous about their upcoming season because now we're going to be doing an SMP. When am I going to watch Hermitcraft? I don't know. I'll be busy creating content, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, just a guess. There we go. The recap is the only content that Pix makes that I don't consume. Ah, gotcha. Okay, so you're a big Pix fan, but you haven't bothered with the recap. Can I ask, Shax, is there a little bit of a Hermitcraft is the big dog and I don't care about the big dog kind of thing going? Because I know sometimes that happens with people when they're like, I know that's popular, I don't care. It's like, there's a little bit of hipster in all of us. That we don't want to like something just because it's popular. And so sometimes we'll just shut it down. CNA is going to get me through the off-stream village grind and I know it. I mean, Misty, if it takes you that long to do that villager grind, I'm sorry, but you're just going to be catching up to me the whole time. So good luck with that, though. I wish you luck. I mean, if you're making time to watch season 8, I just don't see how you're going to compete with me. That's all I got to say. Not really feel about Hypixel or Bedwars. I will love Hermitcraft. Yeah. Okay. I feel that 100%. I get recommended people all the time. I get recommended new things all the time. I mean, through Aldi in this community, the whole Joel Duggan thing and the the Minecraft podcast. I can't think of the name of it. I have it actually saved in my web browser, but I just don't know when I'm going to have time for any of that. I really don't. It's like if I stopped creating content myself and just went back to playing Minecraft, then yeah, I could probably slot in a couple more things. But if I want to keep building this and streaming and I want to do the SMP, I'm definitely going to have to make a little bit more time for that stuff. And I still have a real life job and family and all that. So, Spawn Chunks. Thank you, Misty. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. All of you were quick with the name, so clearly Spawn Chunks are something that I'm lacking on that you guys all know. I haven't found the utility for Spawn Chunks yet. Like, it's kind of an informational podcast, but I get the information that they usually have, at least so far. I haven't listened to a lot of it. So I'm making very blanket, generalized statements that may not be 100% accurate. They provide a lot of information that I already get elsewhere, and I don't have to commit to an over hour-long podcast to get. And while I know Pix, I don't know Joel, and so I don't have their personalities to like loop me in and compel me like you guys may have, where you're like, you'll listen to the two of them talk for hours because you're already familiar with them. Whereas I looked at the length of the first podcast, I'm like, I don't know when I'm going to have time to cram this in. I really don't. Q, I am not 100% sure. I honestly don't know what time it is. Let me... my best guess would be at least another hour. Probably till 9 p.m. My time. So we're about to hit 8 p.m. my time. So that's getting close to summer. Sorry, I was just noticing how light it was outside. Anyway, yeah, probably 9 p.m. my time. So it's about an hour and 15-ish minutes. That would be my guess. I have been known to go all the way till 10 p.m., which is a full 12-hour day, but we'll see. So yeah, that's my plan. Teaching Spawn Chunks for a long time now. Yeah, and that makes a difference too, Aldi. If you're in from the beginning, you've already made time for it. I have a non-Minecraft related podcast that I subscribe to. This is a local radio show here that two of the members, the radio show's gone, but two of the members do a podcast. And I made time for that because I miss that radio show so much. But then there's a lot of Hermitcraft and there's Third Life. And I started trying to do a rewatch of Star Trek. I finished my rewatch of Deep Space Nine, which is my favorite Star Trek series that's not the original. And then I'm rewatching Voyager, but I don't know how long. That's going to take me years to get through Voyager at the pace that I'm consuming now. Misty bedtime. All right. Well, thank you for the love and the happiness. And I'm glad you stopped in for a little bit. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. And thank you for all the fun today. Wow. Thank you, Clickwell. Welcome in, Raiders. Hey, Ginger. Welcome back. Ginger... and Cue Ball. Oh, this is why you guys were asking me. All right, now I get it. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Clickwell. I appreciate that. Welcome in, guys. Raid hype indeed. Thank you, Clickwell. I appreciate people speaking well. I mean, there's no greater compliment than that I got people who are in my stream saying, hey, come check this guy out. Thank you so much. All right, well, let me switch into sharing mode. Yes, indeed, Wario, indeed. So this here is the Nether. This is a survival family Java server. This is the Nether. If you'll notice that it has less Nether-like features. I came in here and I dug out a basalt delta from the top to the bottom. Chronicled a little bit of that during like Twitter and YouTube. Got to the bottom, built a cool little wall, slabbed it so I'd never have to deal with another magma cube again. And then I started designing some builds. I wanted to push myself creatively, so I built big. I built bigger than I've ever built before. And as I was designing, I realized that what I was building was in a creative overworld, and there was a nether ceiling. And so I tried to find a way to fit what I was doing under the nether ceiling. And after, honestly, about a week of trying to figure it out, I said, forget it. The nether ceiling has to go. That was actually January 1 of this year. I have a Twitter post on it. So I went on a saga to remove the nether ceiling. Thank you for the shout out. Oh, wait. Aldi. You're right. That is not enabled for all. I'm going to get on that right now. If you are in my stream, chances are you know Clickwell since he brought in so many people. But please share the love and please drop a follow for him. For them, excuse me. My bad. I will fix that. But anyway, so went on a journey to learn how to remove bedrock in Java Survival. It is possible. It is not easy. So I took about 2 months to actually learn and do that. And then finished my sketches. And at the beginning of March or May, end of April, I started building. And so what you see here is the center tower and the first of 4 towers. And this is what the entire thing. All right, fair enough. I don't like to assume though, Clickwell, to be honest with you. That's what I'm chastising myself about. I should never assume. And I do still sometimes, so I got to fix that. In the event, this is the full build. This is what this thing will look like when I am done. This is the Lightmatica mod. If you are not familiar with it, it's basically just a schematic. Went into creative and designed it, and then made the schematic, and then brought the schematic into survival, so I could actually build it for real. So this is the whole monster right here. Thank you, Fire. Thank you so much. Thank you, Clickwell. Yeah, I mean, this is my magnum opus. This is the biggest and, in my opinion, the best thing I have ever created in this game after playing it for over a decade. Not quite over a decade. But anyway, I really love this build. I'm really happy with this, and I'm so excited to be working on this build. So, I apologize if you can hear my cat meowing in the background. She's ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, so this is what we're doing here. Working on it one piece at a time, one stream at a time. Starting next weekend, I'm going to be a little distracted because I got invited to be a part of a new SMP experience. That's going to be myself and a bunch of really amazing people, a lot of which who are in here right now, or who have been here throughout the day. And it's going to be called Halcyon Heights. They're the other people I just added into the chat. And then there's also a bunch of links down below. I am missing Shakespeare Girls link. It was pointed out to me earlier today, and I haven't had a chance to fix that. So I apologize that that's not there. But I will definitely get that link added because Miss Shakespeare Girl here is part of it too. Let me shout her out. Since I don't have her down below, I'm going to shout her out as well. She's the one link I'm missing down below. So anyway, if you guys are interested in a family-friendly, positive, supportive SMP experience, I'm going to be part of that with all these other people starting this weekend once 117 comes out and the server gets ready to go. Strongly recommend. If you're looking for something new, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So, oh, absolutely. Come on now. But yeah, what were you up to today, Clickwell? Were you playing Minecraft? I'm going to guess, since I've got a couple of people who were in my stream earlier back, that you might have been playing Minecraft. But of course, you could have been doing something completely different. Did I grab all the blocks I needed? I don't actually know. We'll find out in 2 seconds if I did or not. I feel like this is not the side I was working on. Okay, Miss Moon, I got you. I got you. I'm going to actually work on that while I'm waiting for Clickwell to answer. So give me 1 second here. By the way, I appreciate bad jokes. I encourage bad jokes. And dad jokes are the quintessential bad jokes. And I want you all to remember, Miss Moon, you redeemed this. So you asked for this joke. What do you call a factory that makes okay products? What do you call a factory that makes okay products? A satisfactory. Thank you. My son applaud. My son approves. I also do need to have I need either a round of applause or I need a badum-tis sound effect. I will be adding that at some point in my future. Well, I'll give you your money back, Aldi. Absolutely, I will do that. Speaking of, I need to find. I have an item I have to clear. I have red in my ledger, and I have to clear it. There we go. Done. Back to square. So thank you, Miss Moon, for requesting that joke. I appreciate any opportunity I have to share the greatest jokes in the world. The dad jokes. Me too, Fire. It's really funny because I have a friend who actually he does a lot of hosting duties. And he's kind of become synonymous lately with dad jokes. And it's really through him that I realized just how much I love dad jokes. So it was one of the things I knew I wanted to add when I became affiliate is I wanted to add the ability to read dad jokes. It's actually a little bit inspired too. If any of you guys know who Tango Tech is, Tango Tech enjoys a good pun as well. And sometimes I think people will submit I think they'll submit it with a tip or something. They'll submit a joke for him to read. And I decided I didn't want it to be a financial thing. I wanted it to be something you could earn with channel points. So dad jokes for the win. I'll also point out that I also have random fun facts, which are almost as satisfying as dad jokes. So, save up your points for those too. Although you already missed one earlier when we talked about the history of video games. But that's okay. All right, Shax. Same. I'm so glad you stopped in. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. And I cannot wait. It's going to be so much fun to play. So, good night. Get plenty of sleep. Been a long time since you watched YouTube. Is there a particular reason why it's been a long time you've watched YouTube, Miss Moon? Wario, I got one. Did you hear about the new restaurant called Karma? It's all the rave. It's run by a woman named D. There's no menu in Karma. You only get what D serves. Okay, Wario, that's a long play joke, and I am here for it. I appreciate that joke so much. It was a journey, and it delivered in the end. Well done. I applaud you. I applaud you. That is fantastic. I am making things spawnable. That is a terrible precedent. Let's not do that. I am forgetting myself and making spawnable spaces right now. Oh, Miss Moon, you said it's been a long time since you watched YouTube. I was wondering if there's a reason why it's been a long time since you watched YouTube. I do produce some YouTube. Right now, I'm still a new streamer. and my YouTube is very small, very bite-sized. Mostly right now, it's replay mods of this build. Okay, what am I missing here? I'm missing a lot. Okay. All right, get on it. Come on now, Griff. Get on it. Right, I totally left off on this spot. Anything below this? No, it's fine. Okay, cool. Oh, and there's a block there I'm missing too, I bet. Can't see it, but I know it's there. I know it's there. It's fine. Okay, that's fair. That's totally fair, Miss Min. That's totally fair. We were just talking about how much content there is to consume and how hard it is to fit in new content or extra content. No matter how great that content may be, it's so hard to fit in new content to your life. So, let's finish this. The pain is real. It is indeed. It is indeed. Thank you for the subscription. Cute 00. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's really sweet. Also, I just realized, and I should have noticed this earlier, I clearly need to update my Streamlabs for being an affiliate now. I'm a new affiliate. For those who don't know, I just got named affiliate this last week. Super, super glad about that and grateful to a lot of the people who are here who helped make that happen. But I'm also... I did a bunch of work this week and I thought I had everything, but clearly I didn't go back into Streamlabs and update my alerts because that was a default Streamlabs alert. I thought that I had already changed those, but clearly not. So it's fine. Thank you, Miss Moon. I appreciate it. And welcome in, everybody. If I'm normally a technical player, I normally build farms. It's kind of where I live. Here, I'll give you a very quick example. This is your standard old, good old-fashioned zombified piglin gold farm. Not anyone's particular design. It's just I know how the mechanics of the game work. So I just designed one. They spawn here. They try to get the eggs. They can't get the eggs. They fall down. This lava here slows them down so that whether they fall from this platform or this platform, they're all falling from the same height. And so when they reach the bottom here, if I want them to live... I have the ability to turn this into manual mode and they will all live because otherwise the ones falling from the greater height would perish. They're also at only a heart of health when they fall down here, but this is what I'm used to building. This is where I've lived in Minecraft for many years. This build over here is me attempting to break out of that and build some cool stuff that's not technical. So... Aldi hype. If you didn't catch it, I'm going to shout him out because he's here. But Aldi is the reason why I am part of this new SMP. Aldi is also a huge part of the reason why I'm affiliate. And he is the one who's putting together this SMP. So, and... he has one of the greatest voices on Twitch, and he's a great builder. So if you want to see just an outstanding terraforming, building, not to mention a great voice, give Aldi a follow. Aldi has done so much for helping small streamers like me that I would... consider it a small repayment if I could direct a little bit of that love back his way. So it's my first it's fine emote. I couldn't tell. I can see that it's fine now, but it looks a lot like the hype emote. I couldn't see the flames as I was glancing. Aldi, it's fine. It's more of the joy you'll get too by following him. All right. It's double checking my follower count. There's a lag on Twitch as usual. Twitch is showing a different number than Streamlabs is, and I'm pretty sure Streamlabs is accurate, but that's okay. But you guys are rocketing me towards 100, which I'm blown away by. I started at the end of April, and I can't believe that I'm actually staring down 100 people. Like that's crazy. So thank you guys for that. And thank you for being here. As I like to say on my stream, I want you to have a good time while you're here. I want you to feel like your time here is valuable to me, because it is. Weird. I had the wrong block. It's fine. And I want you to have a good time. You know, I want you to not feel like you have to be here to spend money. I'm grateful if you choose to, but I want you to have a great time besides. And whether you want to lurk and hang out, or if you want to like keep me on in the background while you play Minecraft, or you want to actively talk about something, I'm down for any of it. So thank you so much for being here. And I am almost done with this floor. I have to go up another level, right? Yeah, okay. Another reason I'm really glad that I use Lightmatica is because with Streamer Brain, good lord, this thing would be a mess. Just every 5 seconds not remembering what I'm doing. The schematic gives me a shot at going, oh yeah, I was working on that. Hi, Cat. Obviously, that is 100% acceptable. I'm pretty sure every single Carrot stream that you and I have been in together, I'm either working on Minecraft or working on something to do with streaming while we're watching Carrot. I've discovered recently that that is very normal. I think it's great too. I mean, it's kind of like you're playing Minecraft for friends when you're like hanging out, watching someone stream while you play. All right, so that wants to go up 2. I don't want to go up 2. So I think for this second, what are you? Why are you not the right block? Did you switch to polished? What are you doing to me? Oh, that's right. That's the stairs. I remember now. It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to slab this out so it's not spawnable before I'm ready to start tackling the next chunk of this. Yeah, that's the other stairs, and I'll leave that. Okay. I still didn't grab glowstone. Oh well, I remember one of these times I grabbed glowstone. For those of you who are Minecrafters, a little interesting building tip. They changed the lighting engine in Minecraft, so light doesn't shine through most blocks anymore. It used to shine through things like slabs and some transparent blocks like pistons and whatever. But light does still shine through walls. And so I've used that a lot in this build. If you look over there, you can see that all of that polished brick is unnaturally light. It's because I've used lighting in this build to help kind of bring out textures. And it's always behind a wall block. So basically, if it's a whole block, you'll see it'll end up getting a little bit dark because the light won't shine through that. But anything that's a wall will shine the light through. So something to remember when you're building is that you can actually shine light through a wall and help get light to places if you don't want the obvious light showing. The other thing that's interesting is if you put a whole block next to a wall, you'll have a connected texture, obviously, because that's how walls work, right? You get that little connected texture, but it also will create like a post in the middle, if you will. And if you use glowstone or sea lanterns or any other whole light block, you'll lose this kind of smooth wall texture. But not if you use end rods. End rods won't connect. And so you can keep the smooth wall texture rather than having it actually change that wall to a post section, as it were. Something I did not know before I did this build, but something I learned and thought was incredibly valuable, is there were times I really wanted that smooth wall texture, and there were times I didn't, and being able to control that was really valuable to me. Is that it? Is that other side done? Sorry. Fly. I think I've only just got this one section left. I do. That's fantastic. Excuse me. Excuse me. You know, that's just rude. You know, all right. Come here. Come here. Come on. Over here. Come on. Come on. Oh, I have an idea. Come here. Come on. Let's go. Bye. All right. Sorry, back to work. Where was I? Bit sad they removed pistons from the list. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm a little bummed by it too, just because, well, to be honest with you, I don't think they deliberately did it. I think it was something in the code that changed, that just by default changed pistons. I don't think they intended to do that. I could be wrong on that, but in any event, yeah, that was a great way to hide lighting in places. For sure. Spleef. I don't need to play on Hypixel. I spleef myself all the time. Feels like a good time to mention, for the record, I have had no falling deaths. Not saying I haven't had any deaths due to gravity, but I've had no falling deaths while building this build. It's a very important qualification, because 3 of the 4 times I've died recently have been because I was flying and not paying attention to where I was going or my speed, and I did die. But they were not falling deaths, because I was not falling. I was just flying too quickly into things. Not the same thing. Not the same thing. I hope everyone is having a good night tonight, by the way. Or a good day, depending on where you are. Time zones are weird. For me in Pacific Daylight Time, it is finally starting to get dark. You could go outside. You can go for a walk. You could play hide and seek with your friends. But pretty soon the street lights will come on. And your mom will call you home to have meatloaf. Just me? All right, fair enough. You don't know how to use an elytra? Have you had an elytra very much? Because that's really a big part of it. They had the elytra. The elytra came out and was out in this game for like a long while before I ever had one. And I didn't understand what it was. Of course, when it first came out, you could only glide with it, and you had to use all these weird tricks to get it to fly. But otherwise, it was just a gliding tool. But then when they added rockets, it all made sense. I think, honestly, elytra ranks up there in Minecraft as one of the best things that they've ever added to this game. Like, things that changed the game of Minecraft, elytra deserves to be in that top 5, possibly top 3. It's 6:10 a.m. here. Wow. All right, Miss Moon. I do hope. I appreciate you being here, first of all. I don't know if you're up early or still up, but I suspect it's the latter. And I appreciate you being here, and I hope you take care of yourself. As someone who routinely sleep deprives himself, I understand, but I do hope you're taking care of yourself. I cheated and have one on creative, then changes survival and try to use no success. Okay. Well, you get that you have to engage the elytra. Like when you jump, you push the spacebar a second time, or whatever your jump key is. I shouldn't assume it's spacebar. You push jump, and then you push jump a second time while you're in the air, and then the elytra engages. So have you gotten that far yet? Because that's step one. Okay, what's spawnable up there? That's going to bug me. I don't know. Something's spawnable up there, and it shouldn't be. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Moon. Well, I hope you can find a way to remedy that, because that's the worst when you're hurting and you can't sleep on top of it. Sorry, say it again. Oh, I was saying with the elytra. I said, you do know like the basic mechanic of it, right? You jump and then you press the jump button again while you're in the air to engage the elytra. You got that piece, right? I apologize if that's a really pedantic question, but I don't honestly know where you're at with the elytra. Okay. So you're able to glide then, at least. If you went to something tall and jumped off of it, you could glide to the ground without dying. Or is that a challenge? Because sometimes inertia is a problem. Gravity is a harsh mistress, as someone said in my stream earlier today. But so is inertia, because sometimes you fly too fast. Hey, Aldi. All things go well. This time next week, we're going to be playing on an SMP together. Just wanted to throw that out there. Just in case you forgot. Oh, interesting. The moon is a harsh mistress. It's actually a very intriguing title. Nope, can't even glide. I'm so bad at it. Oh no. Well, Miss Moon, playing in creative so much. Well, creative does skew things, that's for sure. You can't really fly in creative. Am I right about that? It's been a long time since I've even tried to fly in creative, but I feel like you can't really fly. Oh, that is not the right block. What am I doing? Because of the way the creative mechanics work, I feel like if you double tap, you're flying in creative mode. Cora, I don't know what your issue is, but you will survive, I swear. I swear you will. My cat's named Cora, by the way. Those of you who are Cora Avatar fans. And she gets very distressed when my wife leaves at night and she hasn't been fed yet. because she assumes that she will never, ever be fed again, which is easily disprovable because she has a bowl of cat food. But whatever. You will learn one day. No chance of forgetting that, huh, Aldi? Yep. Oh, hi there, kitty. Here, you want to be a famous stream cat? Come here. You want to be a famous stream cat? Are you into it? I can't pick her up, by the way. If I pick her up, she'll eviscerate me. This is one of her weird cat behaviors. Come on. Come here. Hey, you. Come here. She won't jump on my lap, too, because she knows I want her in my lap. If I didn't want her in my lap, she'd be up here. Again, another weird cat behavior. The most cat I've ever had. She doesn't want to be stream famous. She's been in stream once. She jumped up on my lap one time when I first started early in the morning and I didn't have anyone watching. And I thought, wow, this is your moment to shine, but you chose it poorly. She is a shy baby. She's actually she's a contrarian. Cat, I'm not sure if you were here earlier when I was talking about this, but I've had a lot of cats in my life, throughout my life. This is the most cat I have ever had. Like all the stereotypes that people tell you about cats that aren't really true, but are kind of true because they're stereotypes. She is all of them. And like, she will not get in my lap right now because I want her in my lap. If I didn't want her, she had been up in my lap by now. She's the cat that lays on the paper that you're writing. She's the cat that when you pet her, 1 second she's loving it, the next second she flips around and bites you because you didn't pet her just the right way. She's the most cat I have ever had. But I love her. She's a doll. She's a doll. She's my baby. Organization side thing hasn't really allowed me to fully enjoy the excitement yet, but I will get there. Yeah, no, I got what you're saying on that. I have produced, planned, created many events in my life, and there's always like a tepid excitement because you're excited about it, but at the same time you know all the things that need to still happen. So that's why I'm grateful when I'm involved in things I don't have to plan every so often. Sorry Aldi, but I'm enjoying the fact that I get to just enjoy this as opposed to plan it. Not gonna lose you your favorite kinds of cats? I'm adjusting. I'm used to having most of the cats that I've had in my life have been snuggly little babies. I have to go back to my childhood when my brothers and sisters were the ones who had the cats to have a cat in my life that was like this, that was like super temperamental and but like in my modern life and in the 4 cats that we all had, my wife and I, when we were raising a family together, they were all sweet cats. I mean, we have the most adorable pictures of our children laying on top of those cats. They were so sweet, so wonderful. And Cora's just a brat, and she just is. But like I said, she's a sweet baby. And she is still running around the house meowing like she's not going to get fed. Although she left the front door, so that's progress, I guess. You wouldn't have it any other way, yeah. I don't know, like, when you want something like this is something that is something you've been dreaming about. There's nothing sweeter than the process of creating that. You know, there's nothing sweeter than the process of bringing that thing to life. That's something I've always loved. So I get that. And it's nice to create that and have that burden of creating it so other people can just enjoy themselves. Yep. Realizing the plan. Yep. Yeah, man. I actually have. It's a detail I'm not prepared to go into on stream, but I'll share with you at some point, Aldi. As I said, we should probably have an offline conversation about some of it, just so I can share that part with you. But I have an event that I'm supposed to be producing later this year. That is very much up in the air because it didn't happen last year because of pandemic. And as much as it feels like we're quote unquote returning to normal, there's still a lot up in the air as far as that goes. And so for this event to go forward, we would have to remain normal through fall, which I'm not 100% sure. So, yeah, that's on my back burner right now. I'm making some slight casual like inquiries about, hey, is this venue open? Is this possible? Can I do this? Okay, Kat, really? Come on now. But yeah. It feels weird to plan anything just because of the uncertainty of it, So, but anyway, like I said, I understand it. I understand the feeling well. All of my events are more shorter term, so you have the luxury of enjoying this event long after it gets launched. Whereas my events tend to be one and done on the weekend. I feel like that's the wrong block. Am I wrong? Oh, I might be wrong. That may not be what I thought it was. Trust the schematic, Griff. Trust the schematic. Oh, I'm on the top of that. Okay. All right. That answers actually a lot of questions that I didn't know I was asking myself. I mean, I hear that. I mean, just from my own perspective, I certainly wasn't expecting to join an SMP a month after I started streaming. And that was my only hesitation when you reached out. And as with you, it's definitely something I knew I wanted. So it's like, even as much as I was being standoffish, I was being standoffish for logical reasons, while everything inside of me was like, yes, 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 do it. Tell him yes. But I mean, I don't know your specific circumstances with regards to that, but sometimes something falls in your lap sooner than you expected. And you're like, oh, look at that. That fell in my lap. I should probably do something about that. Yeah, that's not going to pay off. Wait a minute. What is this block? What is happening here? This is wrong, isn't it? This is straight up wrong. Have I placed the wrong block here? Nope. All right. This is just wrong in the schematic. I am 100% sure that that is not accurate. Yeah. Bad schematic. It does happen every so often. But I don't have a block there, so I can't place against it. Good to know. That's fine. Well, whatever the circumstances were, Aldi, I am very glad that you decided to go forward with it. I have a feeling this will definitely be one of those things that I look back on and will be like, I'm glad that happened when it happened. Cora, what can I do for you? Mama will be home. There will be food again. I promise. There will be food again. What? She's so distressed right now. Coming together very well. Good. I'm glad. It feels like you've got good people in place. I'm not talking about me. I mean, like Elad, you know, the fact that you guys were running this environment before. Yeah, I feel like this is a good, it's a solid foundation. It's a little bit more solid than a bunch of friends getting together saying, hey, let's start an SMP. It's like, I feel like there's some actual knowledge behind it. Some wisdom behind it. So. Well, I mean, I do have to do all of the pranking. I understand that. And I accept that. I take that role very seriously. I want you to know. So I will definitely honor my commitments. I know what you're saying. I am really glad to be here at the beginning of this. I really am. I mean, this is everything I knew I eventually wanted to get into. 100%. So I am on board. I'm excited like I was excited when I started the quote unquote second act of my life. And that's a lot of fun for me. Because my primary job, aka the first act of my life, is not exciting. to be as diplomatic as I could. So oh yeah. Yep. I ran out of this block again. Whatever. And I don't think, I'm not even concerned about it. You've assembled such a fun, great group of people. It's genuinely a group of people that is going to be so much fun to create with. I couldn't have picked a better group of people if I knew everybody in advance. I think that that's a huge part of the excitement for me. Is it's not just the opportunity and all that. It's legitimately the people themselves that you've introduced me to. I see lots of fun, lots of big things. I feel like it's going to be a good dynamic. I know, you are so sad. Come here, goofball. I don't know that I really want her up here. She's a shedding machine right now. So every time she's up on my lap, I end up with more cat hair than she has. I know. You're so sad because Mama's not home to feed you. Even though you already have food. Such a hard life. don't know how you survive. Okay, I'm into this shulker. Got one more. Okay. I've burnt through a lot of blocks today. That's good, because that means good progress. That is good. Feels like a good time. I'm going to wrap up in 30 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up at what would be 9 p.m. my time. It feels like a good time for me to thank everybody who's here. If you're just straight up lurking, if you are listening and playing Minecraft in the background, if you're chatting, whatever it is, I appreciate the gift of your time. I appreciate you being here. Without you, I am quite literally playing Minecraft by myself in my house. But because you're here, I'm streaming Minecraft. So I don't take that for granted. I really appreciate you guys choosing to spend your time with me. It means the world to me that you're willing to do that, that you see value in what I'm doing enough to share your time with me. So thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. Just you being here is support, and I am grateful for it. So thank you guys. I am hanging out playing Minecraft with a bunch of people watching, and a month ago it seemed like a fun idea, but I had no idea how it was going to turn out. So this has definitely exceeded my hopes. Thank you, Miss Moon. No worries, man. I didn't say any of that to call anyone out. Just to acknowledge you. I appreciate you still being here. I'm definitely going to have to look into that earlier, or the mod that you were talking about later. What I'm trying to say. Too many words in the wrong order. Because I definitely want to try and do more with my channel points. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen it. It runs automatically a couple of times an hour, but that was one of the things I did last weekend too. Was I have that command that runs periodically to state that basically the primary value that I have is that you're here and you're participating by being here. And if that's all you ever do, if that's all you can ever do, that has value, and I acknowledge that and appreciate it. Because like I've said a couple of times, the 15 minutes, okay. Like I said before, a lot of people who watch Minecraft don't have independent means. So, I mean, I followed enough streamers for long enough, and I know that I can't possibly support everybody. I would love to have the kind of money that I see some people throwing around on streamers. And the truth is I'm supporting a family, and I just don't at this point in my life. So I know I'm usually that person in a lot of people's streams that I'm just hanging out to be supportive and enjoy their company. So I get it, and I appreciate it. Then something asks for yourself in the event someone drops 100,000 bits to summon a wither. Yeah, like I said, Wario, I am definitely not doing that kind of stuff. I don't want to add anything. What I'm doing in Minecraft is important enough to me that I'm not willing to torpedo it. But the fact that you can do that gives me hope that I can do some of the more banal things that I want to do. Because I definitely don't want to summon a wither on myself. But that's awesome that you can do that. That actually gives me some interesting ideas for the future. Yeah, but as a command, I might change it to an hourly timer. Yeah, that's kind of where I went with it. I wanted to do a timer. I also want to say it out loud as it kind of happens to me organically. But I did want it as a timer, just in case I forget to say it, or maybe someone's here during a shorter stretch than I'm inclined to say it or whatever. So, yeah, that's my thinking on that. Okay, where am I at now? Okay, let's do this first, actually. I feel like this is a good... this is a good piece. One of the actual walkways I have established. Does it go all the way through? I think it might. It does, okay. All right. And then it connects to there and goes all the way through. Okay, cool. All right. Right. That has 100% been my experience too, Aldi. And that's exactly what drives that comment. Why I wanted to add that is because I know, like I said, I've been in people's streams where I'm watching all these amazing donations happen and all this financial support. And I've been, man, I wish I had a spare $100 to throw into this project or into this pot or into this donation or whatever it is. So I've definitely been there myself where I've been a part of that. And I get it. Sometimes you just can't. That's just the circumstances. But you want to be a part of that. And I think it's too easy to lose sight of without people just basically watching. Never mind financially supporting. Without basic watching, it's not streaming. So, yeah. So I want people to feel that value. I really want my channel point experience to reflect that as well. I'm trying to add as much value as I possibly can to channel points. That's what Wario and I are kind of talking about. He's working on a mod to Twitch that allows you to do some more substantial things with channel points. What I really want is I want it to blend channel points with Streamlabs loyalty points, if you're familiar with those. Streamlabs allows you to like gamble your loyalty points. It allows you to use your loyalty points to interact with other people in the stream. There's a duel game and there's a heist game. And I wish that channel points had that same feature because I think there's some things missing in channel points as far as interactivity goes. So I'm going to look into what Wario was telling me about and see if there's some ways I can gamify channel points a little bit more. Familiar with them. Tried to use them both for a while. Yeah, I have mine still set up because I set up the loyalty points a couple of weeks ago, and I haven't really promoted them because I was still a little bit unsure of what I wanted to do with them, and also unsure if they would survive because a couple of weeks ago I was very much aware of the whole affiliate thing, and I was like, I feel like if affiliate happens, I don't know about the loyalty points anymore, so I didn't really advertise it, but I do have them. They're there. My loyalty points are feathers, and if you're in the chat, you're earning feathers, and you can gamble them. There's a basic dice game where you can gamble some feathers and then roll the dice, and you can either lose them, keep them, or double them. You didn't catch me that time, Carrot, because I saw it on the screen, but nice try. I'll give you an A for effort. That was just bad luck because I happened to look on the screen. But A for effort. Actually, the fact that I'm in the nether is why I added the ghast one specifically. I thought about adding the magma, but honestly, the magmas annoy me more than they intimidate me. But like carrying the ghast usually makes me look around for the ghast that's about to come get me. It makes my heart jump just a little bit. Not as much as creepers usually do, but obviously in the nether, the ghast is a lot more applicable. So A for effort. A for effort, my friend. Appreciate it. Yeah, I have, let's see. Does this tell me how many feathers I have? Yeah. And then you can do, is it flutter? I think it's flutter. Hey, there you go. I doubled my feathers. And in Streamlabs, you can actually use feathers. If you sell merch through Streamlabs, you can actually allow people to redeem your loyalty points for merchandise, which I think is outstanding because that's allowing people to directly convert what I call the gift of time into tangible benefits. And that's something you can't do with channel points at all. At least not that I've been able to find. But yeah, I have some other ideas too about what to do with some bit redemptions and things like that. But I need to do a lot more research on that. It may still be possible to do some things if I find the right mods, but so far I've been stymied by what channel points has allowed. Yeah, I'm the same. I am definitely a long ways away from merchandise. I don't know what I haven't really thought about what that number is or what that limit is. I suppose it's probably after about the 5th or 6th person asks me about merchandise that I'll start having the conversation with myself of, hey, what about merchandise? And having said that, I could definitely see some Halcyon Heights merchandise. I'm just going to throw that out there. I mean, I know I want the Halcyon Heights logo on a shirt, but I may be biased. So that makes total sense, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that makes total sense. They are very good emotes. Yeah, and the thing about merchandise is I still marvel at the notion that I would ever have a brand of anything that people would want to keep in that way, like on a shirt or whatever. Like that's one of those like pinch me, that doesn't feel real kinds of things. And at the same time, I know could be a possibility. Who knows? But I think I'll be fully satisfied if whatever that company that does the Minecraft plushies reaches out to me and wants to do a Griffin plushie. Then I'll feel like perhaps I have arrived. Polo, hold on 1 second. BRB. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, no, that's going to be my like, oh wow, when that company reaches out and they're like, we want to make a Griffin plushie. I kind of understand how that whole thing is set up too. By the way, they actually offer a goal, a target, basically, and you have to kind of meet the target, I think. And I'm assuming there is the potential for some sort of like you're in for the amount that doesn't get covered by sales deal. At least that's what I've inferred from watching all the hermits go through the process and like some of the things they've said and how they've said it. I don't know that for fact, but that's my belief. Which makes sense too, because it's the company fronting the money for those things. But not gonna lie, I kind of want an Aldebaran plushie, although it would be cuter if it were the actual Aldebaran and not so much Matt Cawthon. No shade on your skin. I like Eye of the World as much as the next person, but I don't know that I find Matt Cawthon particularly huggable. My goodness. All right. That is all wall because that goes all the way up to the heavens. This almost feels like interior. No, see, that's not interior. Now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, yeah, no. I have a whole floor I have to build still. I am getting ahead of myself. I'm so tempted to build this thing completely as is. Even the interior bits. Just because I feel like the interiors of these buildings are a little bit more solid than the interiors that I've previously designed. But that'll add time. So, I don't know. I'll think about that. Yeah, be the logo, not the skin. That's fair. I have an interesting email I'm going to have to respond to when this is all done. Interesting. All right. Well, that's what I'll do at 9 o'clock is respond to that email. All right. What is... Okay, I got to revisit this. So it's these. These are what's spawnable. It's these blocks. Of course, because normally I would have trapdoors. And I'm also... Or pressure plates. And I don't have any pressure plates. Okay, now the brain is finally starting to click in. I need pressure plates. Boy, I hate to make pressure plates. What a waste. What a waste. What a profound waste. Watch this. 2 full stacks of 64 blocks. 1 stack of pressure plates. What a waste. All right, I need you, and I need you, and then I can put you back, and then you can go there, and then you go there, and then I go here. All right. Okay, we'll do. Yeah, I'm sure I'm behind on Discord. So yeah, I'll be happy to do that. All right, I need to find all of the little bits that I was ignoring. Okay. I will look at that. I might actually look at your DM first. And then respond to the email. Because I'll at least see what you're looking for, and if I can do it quickly, then I'll get on it. The email is going to take me about 10 minutes. Not a big deal. But what do you want me to do about you? What should we do about you? Shall we encourage you to live? Come here. Come here. Come here. Bye. May your descendants live happily below. All right, got these. I think glowstone is unspawnable. That's one of those I'm never 100% sure of in the nether. I know in the overworld it would be, but in the nether, I don't know. Okay, no worries. Like I said, I'll jump on that first because I can probably knock that out and then I'll deal. The email is just going to be I have to convert a video file for someone who hasn't had to convert a video file before. So like I said, it's just going to be time. But I was kind of hoping, I had given instructions on how to do it. I was kind of hoping that having given instructions, that perhaps some self-initiative might take place. And unfortunately, not. Oh, it's these spots that I never did. So that one's done, but it's the middle one. Okay, got it. All right, so I gotta get these on all four corners. All right, I will do that. I actually don't even know. Honestly, I don't even think these spots are actually spawnable. I feel like logistically where they are, it's too hard for a mob to spawn there. Are all of those? No, okay. That's where I ran out. Not gonna make it. I thought I would try, but. Oops. I think I should be able to make that. No? Yeah, I can make that. Okay. Yeah, that's fire. That's exactly the concern. Is I know that light levels are less of a impediment in the nether. So what I couldn't remember for certain. Yeah, it's right there. What I couldn't remember for certain was like for blazes, it's like light levels above 12 or 13 or something like that. But blazes can't spawn with a glowstone block next to them because it's too high of a light level. But ghasts, I wasn't sure about. They were specifically one of the ones I was most concerned about because they just need a whole block to start their nonsense. But I really have not, considering this build, I've really not spent a ton of time doing things, technical things in the nether. I've built a blaze farm here or there, wither skeleton farm, but like, that's the one area that I have not spent as much time building farms in compared to the overworld. So another free builder tip from me to you is if you're using blackstone and you need something spawn proofed, the pressure plate is almost invisible. I think that is. I think this one's done, but I'm going to double check it. So the pressure plate's a great way to make something unspawnable, but not really change the look of the build. Yep, that one's done. Most of this build is built on a half slab to be unspawnable, and in the rare case where I just couldn't do it, I throw a pressure plate down. But I'm loath to use them because they're so bloody expensive to build with. All right, I'm going to call... Oops. I'm going to call this complete for the day. I will be back tomorrow, by the way. If anyone's interested, I mean, you've spent 11 hours with me, or some fraction of 11 hours with me today. Am I at 11 yet? I'm at 11 right now. You spent 11 hours with me today. So you may be like, I'm over it. But if you're not, I will stream tomorrow starting at 1 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. My scheduled stream is 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Usually run long because if I'm here playing, I might as well sit here stream too. But yeah, if you're interested, obviously more than welcome to come back tomorrow and check things out. So good night, Carrot. Have a good night. Appreciate you, my friend. Yeah, and thanks for being here, Fire. Like I said, I feel like I know you because I've been in so many streams with you, so it's great to have you here in mine. But yeah, thank you, everybody. Again, can't say it enough because it's important to be said. I appreciate all of you being here. I appreciate all of you being a part of the stream. I appreciate you contributing your time to this. And those of you who donated subscriptions and bits and whatever, I am beyond grateful. So thank you guys. Yes, Aldi, raid is a thing that should happen. If you have a suggestion, by the way, let me take a quick peek at my list. Go. Take a quick peek at my list. One of my challenges with late raiding this time of night is a lot of times the people I follow are not doing Minecraft at this time of night. Oh, I did find somebody who's doing Minecraft. I'm thinking Lark, Aldi. Yep. Okay, you said it. Yeah, let's do it. All right, everybody. So I'm going to raid one of my server mates, my upcoming server mates, Lark the Bird. He is a great content creator. He is another technical. But he's also got this amazing build. He might tonight be working on, he might be doing a different thing. Sometimes he does a late night thing that's actually with his chat. So that might be fun to check out. So, yeah, Aldi, that's great. If you guys want to use Griffin Raid, that's fine. I'm still too new to have like a specific raid sign. So Griffin Raid looks good to me. And yeah, Luckcar Hardcore. So this is where he and his community will go and speed run the Ender Dragon together. And it's on hardcore mode, so whoever dies is out. And they try to basically beat the Ender Dragon by the end of the stream. So probably too late to join it, but definitely a good chance to see what he's doing and maybe join in next time. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. Love you all. Appreciate you all. I'm going to get this raid going. And there we go. Have a great night, everybody. Take care.